This is an audiobook by authors Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. To maintain content guidelines, certain scenes have been removed from this audiobook. Summaries of these deleted scenes can be found within this audio. To listen to this full audiobook with deleted scenes, please visit hiddenlegendsbooks.com. The Assassin's Destiny. Hidden Legends. Prison for Supernatural Offenders, Book 4. Written by Megan Linski and Alicia Rades. Narrated by Taylor Harvey and A.J. Carter.
Chapter 1. Charlie. If all the beauty in the world could be condensed into a single fragment of time, I experienced its entirety the moment my wife awoke from her coma. Every laugh, every smile, every caress of a loved one's skin seemed to burst through and slam into my chest. I became so overwhelmed that I turned to a statue. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe as I took in the miraculous moment. A week ago, Ava-Marie had died. The compound beneath the Institute's graveyard, where the Warden had been running his sick experiments on inmates, had come crashing down on her. She'd created an explosion to save us all and stop the infernal underground. But through her phoenix form, Oberoi had brought Ava back to life, though it had been Ava's choice for her soul to return or not. My friends and I had come to the hospital to say our final goodbyes, but we didn't have to say goodbye after all. Ava-Marie was awake. She'd returned from the Ancestral lands. I thought for certain she'd chosen to stay in the afterlife, but she'd come back to me. "God, it's Ava! You're back!" Kallie cried out before I had a chance to say anything. The hospital room erupted into a chorus of thrilled voices, our friends' glee overlapping one another. "Welcome back to the land of the living," Marcus said cheerfully, though his voice cracked with emotion. "By Atlantis, it's a miracle!" Ivy cried. He shoved me aside and threw himself past me. I couldn't see what was happening, but I assumed he was hugging Ava. I stumbled to the side a step, though I didn't let go of her hand. "We're so glad you're awake," Opal sobbed. Ezekiel spoke quickly through tears. "Sis, I'm so sorry about what I said to you. I never should have treated you that way." Chansey and Alistair spoke over one another. I couldn't process what anyone else said. The sounds were overwhelming, swelling over me like white noise. All I could do was stand there in shock. I didn't know what to say. A moment ago, I'd made the decision to take my wife off life support. The doctors were certain she wouldn't make it. Now her soft voice and lively energy filled the room. "Thank the ancestors, she's here!" Oberoi's relieved tone cut through my mind. He sounded so happy. "Guys," Ava pleaded in a hoarse but confident tone. She must have pushed at Ivy because he finally peeled himself off of her and stepped back. "I'm awake. It's not that big of a deal." The room went dead silent as we all took in her words. Ava had no idea what a miracle this was. Ava struggled to speak. "Can I have a moment with Charlie?" No one moved for a beat until Kallie answered. "Yes, of course." Everyone shuffled out of the room until Ava and I were alone with Oberoi. I squeezed her hand tightly and tears of relief sprang from my eyes. "Bitch," I said breathlessly. I couldn't express myself in words. All I could do was lean down and squeeze her into a gentle hug. Ava stilled in my arms. "Charlie, what's going on? You're acting like we haven't spoken in forever." I choked back a sob as I drew away. Ava may be awake, but she wasn't fully healed yet. I had to be extra careful with her. She was so fragile. "We haven't," I spoke in a broken voice. The weight of the situation must have hit Ava. Her fingers brushed the sheets. "Charlie, lay next to me." Immediate hesitation overwhelmed me. I was terribly concerned I'd do something to set her back, make her fall into that coma again. "I can't. You're still hooked up to the machines, and I could hurt you, and..." "You'll be careful. I need to feel you next to me. Please." She tugged lightly on my arm. I pulled the covers back so I could crawl into the bed beside her. I made sure to feel where the medical tubes were so I didn't tear them out as I carefully maneuvered into the bed. I was extremely careful with her as I looped my arm around her shoulders. She hadn't left this bed in over a week, and she'd just undergone serious surgery. I needed to be gentle. Ava rested her head on my chest, and when she did that, I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders. I heard Oberai's nails click as he padded to the other side of the bed. I felt his fur as he laid his head next to Ava's hand. "Ava, I missed you, my dear love." Ava gave a tired sigh. "You're all acting like I've been out of it for an eternity." Sure felt like it. Oberai jumped onto the end of the bed and lay over our feet. I tried not to tremble, but I failed. My wife was okay. This wasn't an illusion or a dream. The weight of her body in my arms was more real than anything I'd ever experienced. Ancestors. It was exactly what I'd been praying to have for days. I thought I'd never get to experience a moment like this ever again. The gods had delivered just what I'd asked for. I pressed my nose into her hair and inhaled her raspberry scent. I never wanted to let this woman go. She was alive. I thought I'd had bad luck my whole life from all the shit I'd been through, but I realized that I'd been saving all my lucky moments for her, so we could pull through this. Ava sucked a breath and I stilled. "Did I hurt you?" I asked. "No," she assured me, "but I'm sore everywhere." "I'm so sorry, Pidge. It's not that bad, honest." She was lying because she didn't want to upset me, but I knew what kind of pain she had to be in. She had blocked off her half of our bond, so I couldn't register her pain. She was trying to protect me in a moment where she was the breakable one. It was unfathomable. "I love you." My trembling fingers delicately traced her face. "I thought I'd never get to have you again. I'm not going anywhere. Don't cry, Charlie." Ava wiped away tears from my eyes. "I never wanted to let you go, but I thought it was the only choice. I told you I'd never leave. Heaven and hell can't keep us apart," Ava said. "Death doesn't mean anything when you have a love like this." That was the kind of thing people said in books and fairy tales, but that was our reality. We had that once-in-a-lifetime kind of connection that couldn't be transgressed by any force. "I've been falling apart without you. You always had me. Even on the other side, I could feel you close." "I couldn't feel you at all." I nearly suffocated on the words. "It broke me. You know you're my whole world, Pidge. I didn't see the point in anything if you weren't here. It's all right now. We're together again, like it should be. It's going to stay that way." Ancestors, I hoped so. I couldn't endure this a second time, and it nearly killed me the first time around. Ava shifted against me. "Charlie, what happened?" A lump rose to my throat. How could I begin to describe it all? The last week of my life had been like walking through 10 layers of hell all at once. But Ava had been the one to truly walk the afterlife. I had to be strong for her right now, because she needed me. I swallowed. "You don't remember?" She thought about it for a moment. "The details are fuzzy. I remember we found the infernal underground, and then I remember Coyote Spirit. Charlie, I think I went to the Ancestral lands." I drew her closer. "You did," I told her. "I could feel it through our bond. Your spirit laughed." "But I'm back now," Ava said simply. "Like I promised. I missed you." "I thought I lost you for good," I admitted. "The doctors had lost hope. I thought you chose to stay in the Ancestral lands." "Never," Ava said. "I'd always come back to you, Charlie." "I know you've promised me that before, but there are bigger things at stake here than us," I reminded her. "I thought I was honoring your decision to die." "Honoring me how?" Ava sounded confused. Ancestors, how could I have thought what I was doing was justified? Minutes ago, I thought I was doing the right thing. I'd been at peace with the decision. But now that I knew Ava had chosen to come back to me, it had been a terrible mistake. guilt twisted in my gut. Ava, they asked me to pull the plug, I spat out. I hoped she didn't hate me. Ava snickered, though the sound turned to a whimper of pain. Pull the plug? The ancestors. It's not like I was in a coma. The air around me seemed to grow heavy. Actually, Ava. She sucked in a breath and my heart nearly shattered. I was barely gone a day. It felt like... She trailed off as she tried calculating time in her mind. I wasn't sure how much she remembered. It might have felt that way in the Ancestral lands, but here, it's been a week, I told her. They've been treating you with healing magic and you weren't improving. Pidge, I don't know if you realize this, but you died. Twice, actually. Once in the underground and again on the operating table. Oberai used her power to bring you back. Ava sagged against me as she pondered what I told her. She sounded thoughtful. I remember the gods, Coyote Spirit and Whale Spirit. They said something about Oberai having a gift. She's a phoenix, I said, a hint of pride in my tone. We found her energy form, her spirit form. Part of her power is one shot at regeneration. Ava's voice wavered. And she used it on me? Of course I did, Oberai replied. He nudged his nose between our legs affectionately. I'd do anything for you, Ava. Oberai, that's so sweet. It was your choice to come back, though, I explained. We weren't sure it would work. Ava brushed hair away from my eyes. I'll always come back to you. Her promise meant everything. I couldn't help it when tears began streaming from my face. I hugged her close and she snuggled into me. Thank you, Pidge, I whispered. I don't know what I'd do without you. You don't have to worry about that, because I'm not going anywhere, she promised. Her lips connected with mine and all the anxiety twisting in my gut melted away. My heart surged until it felt like I was floating on a cloud with her. Having her back meant the world, and nothing could ruin this moment. Ava slid her hand beneath the covers, and her fingers grazed my waistband. I drew away. What are you doing? She giggled. I'm horny. She slid her hand inside my pants and wrapped her fingers around me. I didn't mind when she took initiative, but I wasn't comfortable doing this here. I grabbed her hands to stop her. We can't right now. Why not? She asked. You're hurt. You've just been through major surgery for one, and you're hooked up to all these machines, I said. So? You'll be gentle. Pidge, I sighed. I didn't think she truly understood how fragile she still was. Come on, I'm alive and all. We should celebrate. With sex, Ava pleaded. Maybe when we get out of here, I told her reluctantly. I was honestly too afraid to touch her at the moment. We could be intimate again when I wasn't worried about setting her health back. Fine, cockblock, Ava complained, and she drew her hand out of my pants. The door burst open then, and a pair of footsteps rushed into the room. Ancestors, she's awake! Ava's mother cried. Good thing Ava had decided not to mess around, because her mom had almost caught us with Ava's hand on my pants. I permitted myself a small laugh. Humor felt weird after such a dark week, but I could laugh again, because Ava was going to be all right. Mama, you're okay! Ava sounded so happy to see her. And you're still at the Institute. I never left, Sophia said. You needed treatments. I just called your father and told him... Oh. Her voice fell flat. I knew exactly what they'd talked about. She'd told him we'd decided to end life support. Liam had to be in utter agony. You better call him back, I said firmly. I won't be long, Sophia said in a rush. She fled from the room to call her husband and tell him the good news. She must have left the door open behind her because several pairs of footsteps approached. Slowly, our friends came back in, and the door clicked shut behind them. I forced myself to climb off the bed. I didn't want to. Felt like cutting myself in half, honestly. But I wanted to give Ava some space, just in case she wasn't being honest about wanting me next to her. How are you feeling? Az asked timidly. Good? Ava said, though it sounded like a question. I could only imagine the pain she was in. What happened exactly? I remember bits and pieces, but not all of it. Your memory should return in time, Oberoi told her. Your spirit's just a bit shocked right now. We found the underground, Kallie said. Right, beneath the cemetery, Ava recalled. And the elves? They weren't there, Marcus said sadly. We found records that showed the Warden had already moved them to some camp on the island. But Shaman showed up with guards, and you exploded the compound to save us all. That's when Coyote Spirit showed up and took me to the Ancestral lands, Ava said like she was starting to remember. What was it like? Opal asked curiously. It was amazing, Ava answered in a way that made me wonder why she'd ever want to leave. It was so beautiful. I saw a supernova explode and this underground water tunnel. Ancestors. I met so many wonderful people. You'll never believe what they had there. A mall. Az chuckled to lighten the mood. I bet that made the decision to come back hard. Not at all, actually, Ava said, and my heart warmed. Did I miss anything? Ancestors, how did the Dark Games go? We didn't compete, thankfully, Alistair said. You sort of saved us from that, too. They were cancelled due to the sinkhole. That's the story the Warden's going with, at least, Chansey added. I'm glad I brought that place to the ground, Ava said. The Warden will have nowhere to host his experiments for now, and his ferrokite crystal supply will be low now that I buried the devil's finger that he gets them from. She sounded so proud of herself, but we hadn't even gotten to the worst of the story. But no one spoke up to tell her about the mounting war or how the Hawkeye tribe bombed the Angel City. It was too much information to drop on her right now, and we didn't want to set back her recovery. Wait a dick, Ava said, like she just realized something. You said it's been a week. What day is it exactly? The 21st, I said. A long, dramatic silence stretched through the room as she absorbed what I'd said. Ava surprised me by breaking into sobs. Ancestors! Charlie, it's your birthday! Yeah, I stated. I didn't get why she was so upset. This is horrible! We had a surprise party planned and we missed it! She cried. I ruined your birthday with my surgery! Paige, don't say that, I insisted. I knelt by her bedside and took her hand. Having you back is the best birthday present in all the world. But I got you a gift, and I wanted to bake a cake and everything, she sobbed. Ancestors, she was more worried about my birthday than the fact that she died. I couldn't give a flying fuck that my birthday was here. All I gave a damn about was my wife's well-being, and she was okay. That was the only celebration I needed. I don't mind. It will be all right, I promised. Not until you get your present, she demanded. We could do that, at least. Marcus, do you still have it? Yeah, of course. Marcus must have conjured something because I heard a bag rustle. Ava pulled her hand out of mine to wipe her tears. Thank the Great Spirit. We all pitched in. I reluctantly took the bag from Marcus, but I hesitated. My birthday was nothing special. We should be celebrating Ava right now. Everyone's watching, Oberoi told me. Go ahead and open it. I opened the bag and dug through the tissue paper until my fingers curled around a small, square item. I ran my hand over it and found several buttons. It reminded me of the voice recorder I used for recording lectures in class. What is it? I asked. It's a music player, Ava said. I got one to match the headphones I got you last semester. We've already downloaded a playlist for you, and a bunch of true crime podcasts. It only took a month with the Institute's shitty internet, Alistair added playfully. I know you want to be a supernatural bounty hunter, so I thought you'd like to practice solving crimes by listening to the podcasts and trying to piece cases together, Ava rasped. I choked up and nearly broke down for the millionth time that day. God damn, it was such a thoughtful gift. Ava was the one person who actually supported my dreams and thought I could do whatever I wanted. Even lying all busted up in a hospital bed, she did her best to make things as amazing as she could for me. I didn't deserve this woman. Thanks, guys. I really don't know what to say. The door opened again and I heard a barrage of voices coming down the hall. "I told the doctors she's awake," Sophia said as she entered the room. "They're coming to check on her." Suddenly the room became so crowded I could barely move. "How is this possible?" a nurse asked. "It isn't," one of the doctors answered. "Everyone out!" someone barked. "She needs space." Sophia placed a gentle hand on my shoulder. "They might need my healing powers. I've got this, Charlie. You can relax now. She's not going anywhere." "Thanks," I said. In my heart, I knew Sophia was telling the truth. In my brain, I feared I might lose Ava again. But if I wanted her to stay, I had to let the doctors fix her. "It'll be okay, Charlie," Ava said before she let out a short gasp, and she let her true feelings slip across our bond. I winced as I felt a small sting of agony ripple over my middle. I knew it had to be 100 times worse from her point of view. I didn't want to leave, but her comfort was more important than mine, and she needed some pain relief. "I'll be right outside the room," I told my wife before leaving. I remained behind on the bed. My friends went to the waiting room, while I sank into a chair right outside Ava's hospital room. I could hear the doctors unhooking Ava from the machines, but otherwise, the hall had gone silent. My head spun as I caught up with reality. Everything had happened so quickly. I must have been sitting there for a long time because Marcus stopped by to ask if I wanted to go get food. I didn't, and I told my friends to go without me. Doctors came and went from Ava's room until I was left in complete silence. Footsteps sounded down the hall, though I didn't pay attention until someone said my name. "Charlie, I thought I'd find you here." I stood, suddenly alert. He reached out and shook my hand with a kind but firm grip. I hadn't been sure of his voice before, but his handshake was unmistakable. "Professor Takahashi?" I asked. "Yes, I have something for you. It can't wait." Takahashi placed a hand on my shoulder. Something hard and flat touched my arm, and I realized he was holding a book. He guided me into the empty patient room across the hall. I went quickly, because whatever he had to say sounded important. The door shut behind us. "What's going on? I thought you weren't supposed to return to the Institute yet. If the Warden sees you—" "All is well," he promised. "I'm back on staff and preparing for the upcoming semester. I don't believe the Warden suspects me of anything, and I intend to keep it that way. The demigod guardians have run across information that you and your friends should know. If it's in that book, we need to hide it from the Warden," I insisted. "The Warden should not suspect anything," Takahashi assured me. "It's been right in front of us all along. This is a book of poetry, nursery rhymes and stories that are thought to be fables, all originating from supernatural societies. The book is widely available in the school's library, but there are some stories in here that have proven to hold truths, such as the Nivita legend from your own culture, the story told of a woman who died and became a tree." "What does this have to do with demigods?" I asked. "If that story is true, the others could be too," Takahashi said. "We think we found a clue to the merfolk key that you and your friends will need to open the Elven Gate and fulfill your prophecy." My heart surged with hope. "What's the story?" "It's an old Atlantean story the sailors used to tell while at sea. It's called The Assassin's Destiny," Takahashi said. "It speaks of a woman assassin who stole a treasure of the sea. We believe that to be the merfolk key." Takahashi began to narrate a verse aloud. It sounded like a poem. "Into the dark she ran, with her treasure of the sea. The key to her riches lies with the assassin's destiny." Pages rustled as Takahashi closed the book. "We think this story is a treasure map that will lead us to where she hid it." "This is great!" I cried. "We already had 4 keys, after we stole the angel key from the Warden's safe, and already we had a clue leading to another." I pondered the words for a moment. "The assassin's destiny. What is that? Is this another prophecy?" "It's likely," Takahashi said. "Which means it's about Kallie," I said simply. "She was an assassin in Malovia before she was sentenced to the Institute. She's one of the demigods searching for the keys, so it must be her destiny to find it." "We believe so," Takahashi agreed. which means that Kallie must be the one to decipher this. It is her prophecy, her destiny. She must connect with her origins and discover who this assassin was, in order to find where this mysterious woman hid the key. Maybe she already knows without realizing it, I said thoughtfully. I'll tell her right away. Take the book, Takahashi offered, placing it into my hands. Give it to Marcus. He can keep it in his stash. I will. Thank you so much. I know you're excited, but remember to keep your guard up, Takahashi told me. I will see you in a few weeks' time, once our counseling sessions start up again. In the meantime, make sure to stay out of trouble. That was always my prerogative, but with the people I hung around with, Takahashi was asking for the impossible. I left the room buzzing with excitement. Ava-Marie was making a recovery, and we had a lead on the next key. All seemed right in the world. When I entered Ava's hospital room, the doctors had cleared out. I found something about the keys, I said in a rush. Well, Takahashi found it. We can talk about it when Cali and Marcus get back, Ava said. My mom just left to update my dad, and I don't have much time. Time for what? I asked. The bed creaked as Ava tried pushing herself upright. She groaned, and concern swelled over me. I tossed the book onto a chair and hurried to her bedside. The doctors unhooked me, but Mama won't let me get out of bed, Ava said. She's very insistent I stay put so the doctors can observe me. They need to run more tests, and they don't know how long I'll be here. But I need a shower. I feel so gross. Can you help me quick while Mama's gone? Yeah, of course, I said. I'd do anything she wanted. I helped her sit up, then tossed the covers off her feet and guided them onto the floor. Ava sagged against me. She was still so tired. I frowned. Pidge, you can hardly stand. Maybe this wasn't a good... Ava went to take a step, but she let go of me. My heart lurched as I felt her going down. I grabbed her tightly and caught her before she crashed to the floor. Ava clutched my shirt and her body trembled. Over I whimpered loudly. I'm okay. I can stand, Ava said, but something in her tone worried me. We need to get you back into bed. You're not well enough to be moving around, I argued. No, I've got this. She sounded frustrated as she put an arm around my neck. Just support me, okay? I wished to carry her, but that's not what she wanted. So instead, I steadied her as she tried to take a step. Only she didn't go anywhere. My heart slammed against my rib cage. This wasn't right. Pidge, what's wrong? What hurts? Ava's tone wavered. It doesn't. That's the problem. I can't feel my legs. The world seemed to stop spinning. I couldn't have heard her right. You can't. Fuck! My words trailed off. Ava's panic ripped through the bond. I teetered on the verge of freakout, but I didn't want to worry her further, so I shoved my emotions downward. The door opened and Sophia gasped when she saw me clutching Ava. What are you doing? She cried. Ava, I explicitly told you to stay in bed! I scooped Ava in my arms and set her on the bed. I got numb all over and my thoughts were completely blank. What was going on? We'd already been through so much. There couldn't be possibly more we had to endure, could there? Oberei let out a low whine beside us, as if he knew this had been coming and wanted to protect us from it, but knew nothing he could do or say would help. Ava's hands trembled and her voice shook. I just wanted a shower. Charlie, I don't understand. Why can't I feel anything? I didn't have an answer to give her, and it tore me to fucking shreds. Sophia must have said something to Ava, but I didn't hear it. The whole infirmary seemed to turn upside down. I couldn't make sense of space or time. A hand landed on my shoulder, and Sophia whispered softly, Charlie, I need to talk with you privately. Ancestors. I hoped she had an idea of what we could do to help Ava. I couldn't muster the strength to say anything as she pulled me into the hall. I raked my fingers through my hair. Is she... While I was healing her, I discovered that some of the nerves in her spine were severely damaged at the base, Sophia said, her voice cracking. She sounded as if she was barely holding herself together. The doctors and I did what we could to repair them, but even with my healing magic, we couldn't mend the worst of the damage. My thoughts spun faster than a whirlwind. Most of the explosion had been concentrated around Ava's middle, as that's where her magic had blasted outward. But I didn't realize her spine had been injured too. The doctors had never told me. Then I realized why. Because they didn't think Ava would ever recover enough for it to be important to mention. I'd seen the damage to her body, and I truly thought she wasn't going to make it. I didn't want to tell you and cause you more pain. Sophia sounded regretful. But then she woke up. I was going to tell you both as soon as I came back to the room, but you already had her out of bed. So what do we need to do? I asked. Will she heal in time, or... Sophia sighed heavily. I'm sorry to tell you this, Charlie, but Ava-Marie is never going to walk again.
Chapter 2. Ava-Marie. Ow! Every part of me hurt. There wasn't a bit of my body that wasn't aching and wanting, and not at all in a sexy way. Each time I moved, I found new bruises. My flesh was soft and tender, and I struggled to take every breath. My lungs might as well have been pierced with 1,000,000 knives and turned inside out. My middle was particularly agonizing. They'd scrambled my organs and rearranged them. Ancestors. I couldn't believe I'd survived all that. Even my bones felt like elastic. They'd been mended back together and weren't sure how to function properly. The doctors repaired the worst of me with potions, magic, and modern medicine, but I could tell not every bit of me was fixed. From beyond the closed door, I could hear my mother and husband speaking in hushed voices. I told my beating heart to calm down. I was scared right now, scared as hell. I'd tried to put weight on my feet, and for the first time in my life, they'd failed to hold me up. I did my best to concentrate on my legs, and found I had a very faint sensation in my thighs. I could barely tell the scratchy institute sheets were rubbing against them, so much so that I wondered if it was my imagination and not an actual feeling. I tried to move my legs, but all feeling stopped at the knees. Something was definitely wrong. I attempted to lift my left foot, even just a little, and it failed to move. I swallowed down the lump in my throat and blinked away the tears. No more crying today. I'd been crying, and everyone else had been crying for ancestors knew how long. I hadn't gone to the ancestral lands, come back again, and survived every hell the infernal underground had put me through to lie in this bed and weep. No, sir. I was getting up and out of here. Even if it only meant using some fucking shampoo. I bet my legs were hairy after laying around for a week. It crossed my mind how absolutely ridiculous that was. Trust me to worry about something as silly as shaving when I didn't know if I could fucking walk. But maybe that's how it was. My mind couldn't process what was happening to me, so it chose to fixate on something else. Something benign, something I knew I could fix. I mean, I didn't even feel upset about it, or worried. My legs failing to work was just a thing. Was I in shock? Charlie raised his voice and Mama shushed him. I strained to hear their hushed words through the door. There has to be more you can do, Charlie insisted. But there's not. Mama sounded completely broken. I've done my best and I can't heal her. I don't know why my magic isn't working. My power should have helped, if not outright fixed her spine completely. The doctors performed surgery to put everything back in place. Then, once they finished, I tried to heal her, to help her recovery, but my magic couldn't fix it. The surgeons didn't allow you in the room? Charlie asked. No, not until after, because the surgeons needed to set her spine and organs properly before my healing magic could fix the rest. She should be able to walk, Charlie. My Anachi magic is the strongest in our tribe. She should be completely well by now, but it did nothing. What the hell did that mean? I'd never seen someone hurt so badly my mother's magic couldn't make it right again. She couldn't heal chronic illnesses, but my injury had resulted from an accident, and they'd gotten to me quickly. Why couldn't Mama reverse this? Do you have any theories? Charlie asked. Perhaps my healing magic didn't work when her spirit was in the ancestral lands, because her body was alive on the operating table, but her soul was somewhere else. Anachi magic is spirit magic, so if her soul wasn't in her body at the time, maybe the healing couldn't take place. But shouldn't you be able to heal her now? I've tried again and again. Something isn't right. I attempted to break into Charlie's thoughts, but he firmly shut me out. I couldn't get past the iron barricade he'd put up, and I heard the sound of their footsteps as they walked away from the door. I wasn't sure what the hell they were talking about out there, but I was damn well determined to get out of this bed somehow and fix my fucking hair. The matter that I dyed hardly had bearing on the fact that I needed to look good, and right now I bet I looked like shit. Oberoi lay at the foot of my bed. He gave a couple of thumps on the mattress with his tail and said, I'm so pleased you're here, beloved. I feared for a moment you'd ditch me with Mr. Sunshine over there. I would have laughed if I knew it wouldn't hurt, so I merely smiled. I'm just happy to be alive. I guess I can't complain about the rest. I groaned as a sharp sensation shattered apart my organs before fading to a dull ache. Though I gotta say, the ancestral lands weren't easy to pass up. Isn't it wonderful? Oberoi gave a dreamy sigh and laid his head on my ankle. My own memories of the ancestral lands are muddled, but I recall enough to know that it is a very special place. This is a very special place, too, I said. Even the Institute. Oberoi gave a short laugh. That it is. The door opened. In marched my husband, along with my mother, and they weren't alone. A short woman followed behind them. I knew her. Dr. Marsh. She'd managed some of my treatments for my bipolar in the past and got me on the medication that was currently keeping my mood stable. She wasn't a bitch, and I trusted her, as far as Institute employees went. Mrs. Walken, I'm glad to see you're awake, Dr. Marsh started cheerfully. We had to portal in a special surgeon from Celestial City just in time. You got very lucky. She gave me a plastic smile, but I didn't return it. I knew she hadn't come in here to deliver good news. I was disgusted that the warden had assigned an angel doctor to perform my surgery. The surgeon was probably working for him and reporting back. But I guarantee he wouldn't have allowed any other supernatural doctor to work on me. Otherwise, he'd have let me die. When can I expect the feeling in my legs to come back? I asked, and immediately regretted it. Charlie paled, and Mama had that crumpled face she got whenever she was about to cry. And damn, I hated it. Dr. Marsh paused. I have to admit, in your particular case, I haven't seen a patient come back from such an extensive injury. The chances of you walking, Mrs. Walken, are quite low. To speak frankly, that you even awoke from your coma was a miracle. Now, it was starting to hit me. That inevitable black pool dragged me under as I comprehended the reality of it all. It felt so similar to the drowning feeling I'd had when Mama had explained my bipolar diagnosis, but even worse. I kept spiraling, and I didn't see a way up. Dr. Marsh began laying pictures on my lap, x-rays of my spine. You have a fairly severe spinal cord injury which has resulted in partial paralysis. The most damage was sustained to your lumbar and sacral vertebrae, which, as you can see from your x-rays, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't give a fuck less about what this lady was saying, although I was aware Charlie was keenly taking in every word. He could listen for me because I just couldn't. I had the facts delivered to me loud and clear. Everything else was white noise. She'd been talking for nearly a half hour before I found the courage to speak. So I'll never walk again. I spoke the words plainly, cutting Dr. Marsh off mid-sentence. Everything else beyond that point was meaningless. Mama teared up as Dr. Marsh replied, That is indeed the case. I experienced a brief moment without any physical pain. because at that second I couldn't feel anything. I was hovering outside my body, disassociating from myself as I attempted to comprehend the inevitability of what she'd just told me and failed. Dr. Marsh shifted on her heels as she looked for an exit. I should let you rest. You've been through an ordeal, and your recovery at this point is our top priority. I snapped myself out of it, though dragging myself down to earth had the equivalent feeling of being dropped like a brick onto a concrete floor from 1,000 stories up. I couldn't walk, and never would again. That was the truth, and if there was nothing else I could do about it, I might as well get on with it. I couldn't allow myself to fall apart because of this. If I did, I'd never get up, and there were people out there who needed me. When can I go back to school? I asked. Classes weren't on right now, but I had to get back to my dorm because I had shit to do. Dr. Marsh frowned. If you cooperate with your treatment, don't give me that look, Mrs. Walken. We've had struggles with you in the past, and you haven't always agreed to be compliant with your medical care. I'll be a good girl, I sneered. Just give it to me straight. As I was saying, if you do everything you can to help us help you, we may be able to get you discharged in 10 weeks. 10 weeks? I all but yelled. This was ridiculous. I couldn't sit in here until March. You need extensive physical therapy, as well as help learning how to use a wheelchair. Your whole life has changed. You need time and care to adjust to it, Dr. Marsh said firmly. If there are more complications, you may have to undergo further procedures for your spinal injury. None of this can happen unless you're being monitored 24/7 by medical staff. This is non-negotiable. If I don't pass the semester, I'll flunk out, and the warden will send me straight to the adult penitentiary, I protested. The warden has given you an exemption, Dr. Marsh replied coolly. You will receive no penalties toward your degree if you finish up the last few weeks of the semester once you've been released. Of course he gave me an exemption, because he wanted me under his fucking control for as long as possible. But I wasn't willing to sit here and have these doctors poke and prod at me for days on end while the world was at stake. I refuse treatment. Give me a wheelchair and get me out of here. Please, Pidge, just do what the doctors tell you, Charlie pleaded. You need to get better. I deflated instantly. No argument any doctor could give me would equal Charlie's begging. I couldn't fight back against it. I'd do anything he asked me to, even if I hated it. Oberoi nudged my hand and I said, Fine. I better be able to do a cartwheel in this damn wheelchair by the time you let me out. It'll feel like no time at all, I promise, Marsh replied. Merry Christmas. Well, that sounded like a lie. Dr. Marsh hurried out of the room like her ass was on fire. After she shut the door behind her, Charlie asked, What can we do to help Ava recover faster? Mama appeared contemplative, which was never a good sign. It always meant she was trying to hide the truth. From what I've learned from my training as a healer, some paralysis can be reversed. The spinal cord has the ability to reorganize itself and adapt due to the brain's neuroplasticity. Sure, because we know my brain is firing on all cylinders as it is, I said sarcastically. Charlie frowned, and Mama hastily added, The nervous system can rewire itself and make changes based on an individual's ability to practice and hone skills. Your spinal injury is incomplete, which means these neural pathways exist, but... Mama trailed off. Charlie was taking this as a sign of hope, but I knew Mama better than that. She thought I'd fucked myself up to the point there was no recovery. I understand, I said, as to not piss Charlie off and to give Mama the signal I got what she was saying. We'll just have to adjust. Mama leaned over and gave me a kiss on the forehead. Whatever happens, sweetheart, we all love you no matter what. Our family's been dealing with health issues for a long time, and we're equipped to make this change. I felt terribly guilty, which was more than messed up considering this was happening to me and not anyone else. We had enough to deal with, if you included my dad's disease, my brother's illness, and my bipolar. Adding this on top of it was enough to make the entire pyramid fall apart. Mama sighed. I should talk to your father. He's doing his best to get here as quick as he can. I couldn't imagine a universe where my father didn't tear the world down to get to me, so something really bad must have happened. Mama rushed out of the room. I'd rarely see her move so fast. I rode through another bout of pain that shot through my middle, and I managed to ask through gritted teeth, "What's going on?" "It's probably chieftain stuff," Charlie admitted reluctantly. "The news hasn't been encouraging." I could only imagine. I didn't know what was going on out there, and I wanted to hold on to that ignorance a little longer, because I knew eventually I'd have to face it. "You're uncomfortable." Charlie moved closer. "Is there anything I can do?" I shook my head before I realized he couldn't see it, and forced out, "There's nothing anyone can do at this point but give me time to heal." Charlie's mouth was flat. He didn't like that answer. He wanted to do something about it. "Oberai, can I give up another part of myself so Ava can walk?" "Fucking hell, Charlie!" I yelled, giving a cough as a harsh pain flared over my sides. Raising my voice was difficult. I'd just known he was going to ask that question the minute we were alone. Oberai narrowed his eyes. "I accredit the audacity of the male species that you have the gall to ask such a question to my face." "Why not? I gave up my sight so Ava could live. She was supposed to die the night she was born, but she didn't because I gave her my eyes," Charlie argued. "Why can't we do the same here?" "It doesn't work that way. When you gave up your sight to save Ava's life as a young child, that was with the help of Eagle Spirit, who, may I remind you, is a god," Oberai said dryly. "The power I had to use to call Ava's soul back from the Ancestral lands wasn't even as strong as that." "You're strong too. Your magic is powerful. I have no doubt that if we put our magic together, it would work," Charlie insisted. "Even if we could, I wouldn't allow it. If you two keep giving up pieces of yourselves to save the other, then by the end we'll have nothing left," Oberai replied in a stale voice. "I'm not going to patchwork the two of you back together after this one, because let me make this clear. This can never happen again. We managed to keep our bond hanging on by a thread. Be grateful we saved that much." Charlie gave an aggravated sigh. "Ava deserves to live a full life." I was annoyed at what he was implying because honestly he knew better. "I can still live a full life. It's not like my life is worth any less because I can no longer walk. I didn't throw you in the bin because you don't have your sight." Charlie pinched the bridge of his nose. "I know that, but this isn't something you should have to deal with." "I get that it presents complications. We'll have to work our way around them." Not like I'd ever let obstacles stop me before, though this felt like climbing a mountain in space, which was on fire. His jaw worked. "I still think—" "Charlie, the bigger deal you make out of this, the harder it's going to be. Just support me and we'll get through it together. There's a lot I have to learn from this point, and it'll be easier if you let me figure it out." Charlie huffed, then plopped into the chair at my bedside. "Okay." He wasn't going to give up, but he'd let me win. For now. "What about you?" Charlie asked, directing his attention to Oberai. "You have a phoenix form now. Don't you have any other healing powers you can access?" "I would love to, but unfortunately I've done all I can here," Oberai replied snidely. "Do you honestly think I'd let Ava be in pain if there was something my magic could do about it?" "Yes," Charlie replied bluntly, and Oberai lifted his upper lip to growl. What had transpired between them when I'd been gone? They both seemed bitter. "Anyway," I persisted, wanting to break the tension between them, "I still want that shower." "Let me ask the doctor." Charlie walked out. It was about 15 minutes before he came back, followed by a nurse. "The doctor says it'll be fine. The stitches will hold up in the water," Charlie said. "Let's get you out of bed," the nurse offered. Finally. I was tired of lying around. Charlie turned the water on in the attached bathroom. As he was doing so, The nurse used some sort of machine to pick me up out of the bed and set me onto a wheelchair. She pushed me into the bathroom, beside the stream of water that was coming from the shower head, and went to remove my hospital gown. I cringed as she started undoing the ties, and Charlie sensed it. He stepped forward to say, "I'll do it." There was a mirror in here, one of those fake plastic ones with a phony surface that spanned the length of the wall. Still, it showed everything. My cheekbones were elevated on my gaunt face, and two swollen black eyes peered back at me. I dropped a scary amount of weight from being in a coma for so long, so much that my bones were poking through the skin. Shit. No wonder everyone thought I was going to die. I really did look like a corpse. As the gown fell away, I held in a sharp breath. My skin had blossomed with a variety of bruises. The tone had practically turned purple. If I shut off my half of our bond completely, it would alert Charlie I was upset, so I slowly closed the connection, bit by bit so he wouldn't notice. Charlie couldn't see the damage, and I wanted to conceal as much of it from him as I possibly could. I hadn't come out of the underground the same. Part of me had never left there at all. More carnage caught my attention. A large bandage was wrapped around my middle, and it was matted with dried blood. That had to come off as I was getting clean. The cloth had stuck to the wound and was painful to pull away. I hunched my shoulders as the nurse tried to peel the bandage off. "I think it's best if you help," the nurse stated to Charlie. She clearly picked up that I didn't want her near me. Tears dotted my eyelids as Charlie unraveled the bandage, though he apologized profusely. As the wrappings fell away, my insides withered inward with a simple look at my reflection. Worse than all of it was the scar. From the top of my left shoulder all the way down to my right hip bone was a raised, knotted line threaded with black stitches and fiery red. My eyes began to water. I'd had the perfect body before, and I'd gone and ruined it. I couldn't let anyone see me like this. They'd get scared and run away, afraid of the Frankenstein monster. "Is something wrong?" Charlie asked, voice full of concern. I cleared my throat and said, "Nothing. Is the water warm?" "Yeah, it's nice." We heard shouting coming from the corridor outside the room, from two different people. It sounded like one student had hurt himself badly. The other was mentally deranged and looking to make it worse.
"Martha, we need you out here. It's a code black."
Lady Helga's voice echoed as she quickly ducked her head inside my hospital room. The nurse appeared frantic. She glanced toward the door as she said, "I'm sorry, we've been overrun with patients this morning and we're out of beds. Is it okay if you finish up here, Mr. Walken? I'll try not to be long." Without waiting for him to say if it was, the nurse ran off. We hadn't even started my shower. Charlie's mouth was flat. "I get this is a prison school, but you need more help than anyone here." "They're understaffed. The Institute doesn't have the employees or the supplies to take care of an injury like this," I said tiredly.
"You should be their first priority,"
Charlie growled. "I don't care. I'd rather you help me anyway." I didn't like strangers touching me, not even if they were women. And unfortunately, I was about to get a whole hell of a lot of that for the next 10 weeks. Charlie reached out to close and lock the bathroom door so we could get some privacy. The wheelchair kept me propped up because I didn't have much strength in my hips, and none at all in my core or back. Dr. Marsh had mentioned that I needed a back brace, but I didn't have one on me now. I kept sliding down the chair and Charlie had to pull me up. My arms were too weak to lift my own weight.
"I'm trying to be gentle,"
he apologized. "It's okay," I pressed, because it really was. He wasn't trying to hurt me, and there wasn't any movement I could do that wouldn't be uncomfortable right now. Charlie got undressed, and I watched him put his clothes neatly to the side. Damn, he looked delicious. I was kind of bummed out that he'd refused my offer to get it on earlier, although I really didn't think I could at the moment. Desire washed through me, and it felt blissful until I noticed that it stopped just below my belly. The sensation of a hand wrapping around my throat and squeezing slammed into me. I couldn't feel much past my hips. What if? A terrible thought leveled my soul. Ancestors, I loved sex. I wasn't being dramatic when I said I didn't think I could live without it. It was important for married people to be intimate. At least it was important to Charlie and me. What if I'd lost that? What if I couldn't feel any kind of pleasure at all and could no longer enjoy what we had? I refused to go there. The thought was nearly worse to me than not being able to walk again. Even if I couldn't experience that kind of pleasure, we'd figure out a way to still make it enjoyable. We had to. Charlie reached up to grab the handheld shower head, then began spraying my body down. Dried blood and some residual dirt began rolling off of me and down the drain. The feeling was similar to peeling off a new skin. The water slipping down the drain was brown, mixed with rusty red. I was too sore to lift my arms, so Charlie had to wash my hair for me. I tried to close my eyes and enjoy the sensations of the suds streaming through my locks, although my neck was too tender to tip my head back. Charlie was careful, protecting my face from the wayward water and being extra careful with the soap as he rinsed me down. I wanted to stay in the water forever, but Charlie said the doctors insisted I could only have a quick wash. He applied a healing cream to my scar, then wrapped me up again. I was honestly kind of impressed with how well he did. "You're being so sweet," I said, as he dotted off excess water on my arms with a towel. "I want you to get better as soon as you can. I'll do anything to help." Right now, all I was looking forward to was another nap. This tiny bit of activity had me very tired. Charlie helped me into a new hospital gown before he carried me back to bed. As he set me down, I beamed as I saw a fresh pot of tulips growing on my bedside table. "Are you pleased?" Oberoi wagged his tail. "I used my earth powers to grow them from seeds I found on the windowsill." "They're beautiful, Oberoi. It sure brightened up this dreary-ass room." Charlie grabbed my hairbrush from the bedside table, which I figured Mama must have dropped off while I was in the shower. He brushed my wet hair, and it was the one bit of relaxation that I'd felt all day. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to braid it," he apologized. "It's okay. Mama will." I closed my eyes and slipped off into another nap without having the ability to protest against it. Nurses started coming in an hour later, poking me and testing me. I felt smothered and vastly uncomfortable. Charlie nearly punched out the dude who stuck me 3 times trying to find a vein for an IV. Lady Helga finally dismissed him and did it herself, after she had to apply some new bandages. I didn't think the Institute was equipped to handle situations like this, and it fucking showed. They were used to healing inmates who got the crap beat out of them, or kids who needed a detox after overdosing, not major surgery cases. I couldn't have anything solid, so the hospital gave me a strawberry smoothie to eat. My sensitive throat ached while I sipped the cold drink. It was pretty good going down, but I puked it back up. Ancestors, it was awful. I held a pillow to my stomach as I retched, to keep my muscles tight and try to suppress the pain. I didn't have any core strength left since my surgery, so it felt like my guts were going to come squishing out my stitches as I heaved. Charlie winced as he held a plastic bucket underneath me to vomit into. "When can she start eating?"
"It's going to be a struggle. Her digestive system has to get readjusted," Lady Helga said apologetically. "It'll be some time before she's able to consume anything that's not a liquid."
I trembled as I finally stopped heaving. I'd just gotten over my issues with food, and now I had to start all over again? This really sucked. The staff didn't leave me alone for what felt like forever. By that point, I was even more wiped out than I had been before. I wanted to see my friends and my family, but I just didn't have the strength. From the other side of the door, I heard Dr. Marsh tell a few people, Cali, Marcus, Ezekiel probably, that I needed some rest and they could visit in the morning. I begged Charlie to lie beside me again as he dimmed the lights in the room. My eyes were nearly drooping shut. Just being in a hospital was exhausting. "Things will get better, Pidge. It's only the first day," Charlie told me as he crawled into the bed. I didn't have the capacity to respond. He snuggled up beside me and Oberoi lay at my feet. I spent the short moments I had before sleep contemplating my recent predicament. I wasn't sure how I was going to move forward or where I was going from here.
I don't want you to push yourself, okay? Charlie asked. Just take it easy. We've got time for you to recover.
I didn't know if that was true, with whatever the Warden was planning, but honestly, that creep was the farthest thing from my mind. I want to get back to a regular life. Charlie didn't say anything for a moment before he added, That's over now, Pidge. It's going to be a whole new world from now on. You accepted your blindness, I can accept this too, I said. I went blind when I was 3. I barely remember life with sight. Being blind is all I've ever known, Charlie said quietly. You have to change your whole approach to life at 21. It's not really the same, Pidge. My throat got tight and tears welled in my eyes, but I refused to accept defeat as an option. This was hard, so much harder than I could imagine it being, but it didn't mean I had to roll over and submit. Whatever lay ahead of me, I couldn't face it like I had before. I'd have to find a new way. The moonlight was coming through the bars of the window when I woke up. It was dark, really dark. Had to be around 3 in the morning. Charlie and Oberai were still curled up against me, still as statues. Someone was sitting in a chair beside my bed. I didn't think they allowed visitors this late at night, but there was nobody who was stopping my father from getting to me when I needed him. He must have just arrived. He slowly sat up when he realized I was stirring. Even in the soft light, I saw the haggard look on his face and the deep bags under his eyes. This whole thing had aged him at least a decade overnight. His voice was deep and brusque as he said, Ava-Marie. Huh? I was barely awake. I was already slipping off again. He reached out softly to take my hand. His fingers trembled as he said, Never do that to me again. I squeezed his hand back, tightly as I could, although my grip was loose like water. I closed my eyes to drift back off to sleep. Yes, Daddy. I didn't wake up again until nearly 11. I'd slept, but people had been coming in and out all night to check on me and run more tests. It was exhausting, and I felt violated. I knew the doctors were trying to help me, yet my privacy and sense of self had been invaded. I really hoped I got out of here sooner than 10 weeks. Charlie's head was nestled on my shoulder, and one of his arms lay carefully across my hips. He was really tired. He had to be, if he was still sleeping. He was an early riser. I couldn't imagine he'd gotten much rest over the past few days. Oberai's ears pricked as he stared at the closed door. Daddy's chair was empty, but I heard his voice outside along with Mama's, speaking in hushed tones. I kept my eyes shut to focus on the conversation outside. We have to get Ava out of here. Damn the consequences. Damn the law. We'll hide her in Hokavale. They'll never find her there. They're not like us, Liam. You can't rip these kids apart. It'll kill them. He'll do whatever he has to in order to keep Ava safe. We all saw how he acted that night. He's willing to be a true husband in every sense of the word. He'll stay behind until we can make a plan to get him out. Daddy sounded like he had the utmost respect for Charlie now, which blew my mind. What exactly had gone down the night I died? She won't get better without him. A Manai bond is a powerful thing. There's no stronger bond in Hakai culture than the one between two people who share a soul. Ava has to draw energy from their spirit if she's going to recover, and that won't happen if they're separated. The only reason she's still here is because of him, and we don't have the resources to help both of them escape, not with how closely the Warden is watching. We're already under scrutiny from the Union because of the bombing. Bombing? What the hell? Mama went on. Last week proved they can't live without each other. Neither of them can. Whatever happens, they have to stick together. Daddy sighed. I know you're right. I wish there was an easier way. It's not going to be easy for any of us from this point out. Their footsteps roamed away. They must have left to get coffee. Charlie finally stirred beside me. His hair was a mess as he sat up and gave a couple of bleary blinks. I didn't give him time to wake up. There was a bombing? Charlie, what are you hiding? His expression was blank. He didn't want to tell me what was going on. Before he could answer, the door opened again. I caught a flash of red hair as my little sister walked into the room, along with Ezekiel. Alana looked painfully worried as she looked me over, although Ezekiel appeared nothing but relieved.
Sis,
Ez choked out. He stroked back my hair.
I really am sorry about what I said.
His words were distant to me. I vaguely recalled our argument, how he'd said he'd wanted me out of his life, but the memory was muddled. I had no emotion attached to it, though Ez was clearly harboring guilt. It doesn't mean anything, Ez. I promise. Shit like that doesn't matter in these kinds of situations. I'm just glad we're all together. Ez let out a choked noise and dropped his head. At my side, I watched Alana keenly observe Charlie. They had never been properly introduced. Alana, this is Charlie, my husband, and Charlie, this is my little sister, Alana. Sorry you weren't at the wedding. I know you would have wanted to be there. I apologized.
Hi,
Charlie said. He reached out to shake Alana's hand. She took it formally, grasping it lightly the way Grandmother Eleanor did. For 17 years old, she moved with so much grace. Alana smirked. Huh, you sure are Ava's type. Tall, dark, and broody. Charlie's eyebrows furrowed. What's that supposed to mean? She likes them with dark hair and edgy pasts, and I'm sure you've got both. Alana joked. Okay, cut it out, I told her. The interrogation's over. Charlie smiled. It's all right. I'm sure when you get a boyfriend, your siblings won't stop teasing you about it either. I snorted, and Ez let out a chuckle. Alana smiled slightly as she replied, I prefer women, actually. Alana sat on the edge of my bed and scratched Oberai's ears. My heart ached as I took her in. I hadn't seen her in a year. She'd grown so much. I can't believe you're here, I said, grasping her arm. Charlie slid off the bed and sat in a chair on the right side of the bed. They don't allow anyone under 18 to visit the Institute, but they made a special exception for Maverick and me so we could see you, Alana explained. Mav's with Mom and Dad. Are you feeling okay? Is everyone safe back home? I immediately asked, avoiding her question. We could discuss my health once I knew what was happening out there. Ez frowned and dropped his gaze. Alana ran a hand through her hair, grabbing at the fiery locks. It was fucked, Ava. The whole thing is. What do you mean? My heartbeat picked up. I was already expecting the worst. We don't need to excite her, Charlie insisted. Ava needs to relax so she can heal. She's gonna find out anyway. It's all anyone ever talks about, Ez stated. I can't lay here and not know what's going on. It'll shoot my anxiety through the roof, I told him. I need to know what's happening. Alana chewed on her lip for a moment before she spat it out. The day after you went to the Infernal Underground, I was at home with Mav. I was making dinner when I heard a sound like thousands of wings beating. We hurried outside. It was angels, hundreds of them flying through the sky. My mouth went dry. I imagined Maverick and Alana on the beach, her arm around him as she tried to keep them both calm, the shadows of angel wings scanning their faces from the forces above. I remember how the earth rumbled as they went on the attack. They used magical bombs, bells, whatever they could. Alana's voice was hoarse as she made the recollection. Maverick and I rushed into the basement. The whole house shook all night. It was so loud, we could barely hear each other speak. It was terrible. We didn't know if we were going to be dead or alive by morning. My body grew cold with every word she spoke. My siblings were still children, and they'd had to endure the worst completely alone. Dad showed up the next day. It was such a relief, Alana said, letting out a sigh. Luckily, the angels missed our house, but so much of Kinpago was damaged or outright destroyed. They must have burned down half the city. The angels kept coming back, but the tribe fought them off until they finally went on the retreat. That's why it took us so long to get here. We couldn't leave until the area around Kinpago was fortified from other attacks. Alana gave a heavy sigh. Mav and I have spent the past week in a bomb shelter with hundreds of other Hawkeye, praying we'd make it out alive. Kinpago's safe for now, but we don't know how much longer it will be. But why? Why would the angels do that? I pressed. Did the Warden order them to do it?
It was a counterattack, Ez replied. Chiefess Vanessa couldn't get a hold of our parents once they'd gone to find you, because Jamin had kidnapped them. Vanessa considered it an act of war and ordered Coigny bombers to lay siege to Celestial City. My limbs were like stone, immobile on the bed. I refused to accept this. No, Chiefess Vanessa wouldn't do that. She's a Coigny chiefess with fire in her blood. She was looking for any excuse to get on the offensive and protect our tribe, Alana explained. To be honest, I can't really blame her. The war was going to start any day. It was smart of her to do something about it before we became a target. I had to see proof. Turn the news on. But, Charlie objected. I have to see it, I insisted. Before any of them could move, Oberoi put his paw on the remote that sat on the bedside table. The small television mounted to the wall began flashing pictures. It was already set to the news station. Disbelief gripped me as I observed the devastating images rolling across the screen. Celestial City had been completely destroyed. Vanessa's dragons had laid waste to the entire city. There was nothing but the remnants of blackened buildings that were still smoking as residents picked through the rubble searching for survivors. The voice of the broadcaster played over the violent display. As of this moment, 5,000 Celestial residents have been confirmed dead, with thousands more injured. Over 1,000 Celestials are missing, and the majority of the city's residents have been displaced, fleeing as refugees to other cities. The screen switched to live footage of a subway station. Hundreds of angels were clustered inside, using the place as a makeshift bomb shelter. Everyone looked confused and upset. They carried backpacks, blankets, whatever food they had. Some held onto pets, clutching their cats and dogs like they were all they had left. Nobody seemed to know what to do or where to go. A reporter began asking questions to a haggard-looking woman, whose eyes were completely dark with grief, face marred with tears. "Why are they doing this?" the woman wailed. "We've done nothing to them. My sister has children. I don't know where they are. We have no home. We have nowhere to go. Everything I had was demolished. My entire street is gone. What have we done to deserve this? Why can't the world work together? Please, we need to coexist in peace." The broadcast switched, showing footage from last evening. People pulled victims out from the buried rubble, some alive but most dead, their bodies limp like dolls. I watched as 4 angels carried out a pregnant woman on a stretcher. She clutched her belly, which had been ripped open, her limbs twisted and her eyes far away. Her entire form was covered with blood as she begged the paramedics to kill her in order to save the baby. This woman was in the maternity ward of Celestial City's hospital when Coigny bombers began shelling the building, the newscaster announced. We've just confirmed that she died from her injuries. The child was delivered via C-section, but unfortunately showed no signs of life. Pain grew in my aching middle as their words cut through me. It was easy to paint the angels as a judgmental society of religious radicals when you weren't faced with images like these. These weren't the power-hungry deacons of the Celestial Church or the deranged Warden suffering. These were average people. The broadcast switched back to the newsroom. The reporter straightened her papers as she stated, "Elementai citizens of Kinpago are suffering their own losses. Reports have come in of angel soldiers marching through villages inside tribal lines and committing acts of violence against tribal members in retaliation for the bombing of Celestial City, with victims spanning from the elderly to small children." "That's enough," Charlie said. "Turn it off." Oberoi put his paw on the remote and the television went dark. Alana sounded haunted as she said, "It's truly terrible. Mom and Dad are moving us to Hokavale once we leave. They don't want us in Kinpago." "Is Hokavale safe?" I asked. I didn't think anywhere was. "Hokavale's a place of refuge for all supernatural races, even though it's an Elementai city. Chiefess Luana has already said that all refugees of war are welcome there, and that the Anachi tribe will help everyone heal. If the angels attack Hokavale, they'll be killing their own," as said. "They wouldn't do that unless they were desperate." Alana stood. "We should find Mom and Dad. Tell them you're awake. Mav will want to see you."
Ezekiel followed her out. I swallowed down a lump in my sore throat as I said, "This is our fault, Charlie. This wouldn't be happening if we hadn't gone to the underground." "It was going to happen anyway, Pidge. We just struck the match." "And that means we're responsible." "What were we supposed to do? Let Eddie and the other elves be tortured and delivered to those concentration camps without trying to do something about it?" I was wrecked with remorse for everything that had happened, but guilt was worthless. It wouldn't stop this. We had to find a way to change what was happening out there while we were still locked up in here. Callie and Marcus entered almost immediately after my siblings left. If anything could ease the sadness in me from what we'd done, it was seeing their faces. Marcus knelt by my bedside, while Callie immediately embraced me. It wasn't the tight hug I knew she would give, but a gentle touch, as if she was a mother wolf protecting me from the outside world. "We're so glad to see you, Ava," Marcus said eagerly. "We really thought for a minute we'd be planning your funeral." Charlie sucked in a sharp breath, and Callie socked Marcus on the side of the arm. "Ow! That hurt," Marcus whined. Callie ignored him and said, "I'm so proud of you. You're one tough bitch." "I guess the Great Spirit thought so too because I came back," I agreed. "I'm grateful we all made it." Rishi jumped up on the bed and lay beside me, purring loudly. I stroked his fur. "Did you guys learn anything while I was out of it?" "I did," Charlie said. "Professor Takahashi came and spoke with me yesterday." "We shouldn't be talking about this where people can overhear," Marcus said nervously. "I'll put a silencing ward on the room," Callie said. "It won't hold for long, so we should be quick." Callie worked the spell. Once she was done, she said, "Okay, Charlie, what did you learn?" "Takahashi has an idea of where we can start looking for the merfolk key," Charlie began. "He thinks the key was stolen by an assassin, and that Kallie might be the way to figure out where she hid it." "Hold on," I said. "Start from the beginning." Charlie went over everything Takahashi had told him, and Callie was contemplative as he finished. "If this woman's story is a treasure map to the merfolk key, and my origins are the way to discover who she was, then I'll bet anything she had to be a fae. I can start researching fae assassins right away so we can get on the right track. There has to be a legend among the Arcania connecting one of our assassins to the Atlanteans." Charlie handed over the book of children's tales to Marcus, who subconjured it immediately. Marcus conjured another book entirely, a small leather-bound journal with thick pages. "By the way, Ava, we stopped by your cell and grabbed your journal. We figured we should go over it again since it's been a while since we looked at it." Marcus laid the journal beside me and began turning pages for me to look at. "By the drawings and inscriptions your Aunt Maddie gave us, we can see that some of the events she predicted already occurred. The drawing of Forevermore symbolizes its downfall, which already happened, and the page of black ink has to symbolize the infernal underground." Marcus turned to the middle of the journal. "Then there's this, which Callie and I realized already took place." "The drawing of the girl in the tunnel of light and the phoenix on the following page?" I mumbled. I reread the words ancestral lands and destined meeting. Things started becoming clearer. "My aunt must have known I would die and come back," I said. "That's what one of the lines in my prophecy means. She dances the line both dead and alive." "This journal is scary accurate," Marcus said as he shuddered. "So what's left?" Charlie asked. "What hasn't happened yet?" "Well, the Institute hasn't yet caught fire, and there's definitely confirmation in this journal that's coming," Callie said. "What makes it scarier is, if this journal's laid out in chronological order, that's next." "Then we have the drawing of the elven ships, the page of blood, the sketch of the half-man, half-woman, the crystal cave, and the Institute symbol," Marcus said, "along with a bunch of scribbles around all of them that don't make much sense." My eyes narrowed as I contemplated the drawings. "Let me read my prophecy again." Marcus went back to the front of the journal, to the page with the prophecy's wording. I read it aloud, looking for clues. "The balance between the light and the dark will be brought together by the light of the new dawn. A discovery of the ancient ones on the island of Shadow will change the course of our universe. A second war breaches the horizon. Mountains will fall and villains will stand. the heavens will crumble and hell will open wide, unleashing the demons that fester within. The path she will walk determines our fate. She dances the line both dead and alive. A new world formed from gods of old, one from ashes or one from light. The choice is hers alone. I scowled. Half of the prophecy's meaning seems obvious in this light, but the rest of the lines are still unclear. My prophecy isn't any clearer either, Charlie said. We have more keys, but we're farther away from helping the elves reach the blessed haven than we've ever been before. Did you guys try getting a hold of my aunt? I questioned. I know she said before that she can't interpret what her visions meant, and she gave us everything she knew, but maybe she's figured something out she didn't realize earlier. We tried, and so did your dad, Marcus confessed. But, here's the thing. Don't be mad. I mean, you have the right to be mad, but... Spit it out, Marcus, I complained. Your aunt's gone, Kallie said. We can't find her anywhere. What? I coughed, struggling to get air into my lungs. Charlie reached for some water and helped me sip it before he guided me back onto the pillows. We don't think she's been kidnapped, Kallie clarified. Your dad sent someone to their house, and it looks like she and her husband left of their own accord. Why wouldn't she come here to check on Ava? Marcus asked. Because she knew I'd be fine, I said. But I don't understand where she would go or why. She knows the Warden will start looking for whoever made your prophecy eventually, and that he'd figure out it was her, Charlie said. She went into hiding to protect you, so he can't torture her to get information. That makes sense. I just hope she's safe. The faintest of memories broke into my thoughts. It didn't come from my mind, but rather from my soul. Lindsay and Miranda promised they'd help me with this, I murmured. Who are Lindsay and Miranda? Kallie asked. They were my mother's friends. They died in the Hawkeye Civil War, but before they did, they helped my Aunt Maddie write this journal. It's their handwriting that describes her visions, I said. I met them in the Ancestral lands, and they said they'd be there to help me interpret the journal, though I need a special tool to get in contact with them. And where the hell are we supposed to get this special tool? Charlie asked, sounding irritated. My mother already has it, I said. I just have to ask for it. Charlie sat back in his chair, and I caught his thoughts as they raced by. He was tired of our lives being interfered with by gods and dead people. He wanted them to leave us alone. Unlikely. We wouldn't be left alone until this prophecy was complete. I glanced at Cali and Marcus. Has war broken out everywhere? What about your people? The Miriamic coven moved to mobilize the witches immediately in defense of the elementals, Marcus said. Vampires and angels both have been attacking Octavia Falls for days, but our wards are strong, so they can't get in. My mom convinced the rest of the priestesses we had to fight back, so that alliance has already been made. And the rest of the races? I asked warily. It's not looking good. We're already outnumbered, Marcus said. The Atlanteans decided to make an alliance with the Celestials. The seas are no longer safe. What? But the Atlanteans sided with us during the last great supernatural war, I said. And we're nearly wiped out because of it, Marcus said. The merfolk don't want to risk losing more of their population in a war against angels and vampires. They've been at the bottom of the supernatural world's hierarchy for ages. They think if they can appease the angels by helping them win this war, that they'll become accepted by the other races and it'll raise their status. That's not going to work. The angels and vampires are going to dispose of the merfolk the second the war is over with, I said. As far as the merfolk see it, they don't want to become the next elves, Kallie pointed out. They think this is their only shot at survival. What about the Fae? I asked Kallie. They have to be doing something. The Fae had fought with the angels and the vampires in the last war, but they could change sides in this one. Kallie shrugged. I don't know. My brother hasn't decided who he's going to ally himself with. Certainly not the Celestial Church, I said scathingly. No, but the elementals did attack first, Kallie said. If I know my brother, and I do, he's going to want to keep the Fae out of it as long as possible, until he has no other choice. And trust me, he's not going to be able to hold out much longer. He's getting pressure from all sides to make an alliance. Kallie sighed and slumped in her chair. Not like he doesn't have enough to deal with. Our heads have already been spun sideways. What do you mean? Charlie asked, and he leaned forward. Do you guys remember when I was crying on the bleachers the other day? Kallie asked, as if she hated to bring it up. Yeah, you didn't want to talk about it, I said. Kallie scowled, and Marcus reached out to put an arm around her shoulders. I didn't, and still don't, she said. But you guys deserve to know. My brother and I, we're adopted. What? I gaped. But you look so much like your mom. Because we're still blood related. My mom isn't really my mom, she's my aunt, Kallie explained. My biological father was my mom's twin brother, and my biological mother was his mate. Ancestors, I said. Are they? I'll never get to meet them. Both of them died in the Malovian Revolution, shortly after I was born, Kallie said sourly. Kallie, I'm really sorry, I said gently. She didn't acknowledge my apology. I don't really care that I'm adopted. I love both of my parents. They'll always be my mother and father no matter what. I'm more pissed that they lied to me and my brother about it. Kallie clasped her hands. But there's more. My biological mother, she was a goddess incarnate. Charlie and I both gasped aloud, but Marcus failed to have any reaction to this news. She must have told him everything right away when she found out. It must be shocking to you guys, but to me, it wasn't unbelievable, she said. I just knew there was something different about me. I'm actually the daughter of Neva, the phantom doe of shadow and the Fae goddess of time. So that's where you get your time powers from, Charlie confirmed. Yes, I'm actually a she-fae, a descendant of one of the goddesses of the Arcanian pantheon. That's why my parents forged my birth certificate and told everyone we were their children. My birthday isn't even my real birthday. They had to fabricate it all. Does your brother show any special abilities? I asked. No, I think my biological mother's time powers only passed down to me, because I'm her female offspring and her heir. My brother couldn't inherit them because he's male, Kallie said. It still has to be a shock, Charlie replied. Kallie nodded. I was pretty pissed about it all at first, but Ava's surgery and coma put everything into perspective. I hate to admit it, but I think my parents did the right thing. The Fae world is so cruel, and if anyone knew I was the daughter of a goddess, things would have turned out bad. There's no telling if me or my brother would have survived. You still have the right to be mad at them, I pointed out. Maybe. I'm not sure. Kallie shrugged again. The worst part is that I'm not actually related to my dad. We're really close. Finding out I wasn't his biological daughter was crushing. I can't imagine. I'd go nuts if I realized Daddy had been lying to me my whole life about being his child. And I have no idea who these people are, these people that gave life to me, Kallie continued. My parents talked about them every now and then, but not enough to know who they truly were. I think it hurt my mother too much to bring them up because she and her brother were attached at the hip. She never got over his death. But I really want to know more about them. I'm just too afraid to ask. Will your brother remain king if the public finds out? Charlie questioned. Kallie bit her lip. I don't know. Adoption is fully accepted in the Fae world because our illusion magic is our intention. Blood doesn't matter much because once you proclaim a child to be yours, they are, no matter if you're blood-related or not. That's how adoption is seen in the eyes of the Fae. Kallie crossed her arms. But my parents lied about our origins to keep us safe, and worse than that, they fabricated legal documents and gave false royal decrees in order to do so. That would definitely call the crown into question. The governing body in Malovia would want to do an investigation, and that could potentially kick my brother off the throne. So we need to keep this a secret, so your brother stays in power. We don't want anyone governing Malovia that we don't know and can't trust, Charlie said. Exactly. Kallie let out a short breath. But that's not all. My mother told me that during the Malovian Revolution, when I was just a few months old, I accidentally created some sort of time portal and transported her, myself, and my brother forward 9 months in time. Ancestors. I can't believe it, I breathed. Neither could I, but my dad told me they had proof. The 3 of us vanished for nearly a year without a trace, and no one knew where we went until my mother reappeared at the same spot she'd vanished in. To her, it'd been like seconds had passed, but for the others, months had gone by. Kallie shook her head. If you've got that kind of power, we need to utilize it, Charlie said firmly. There's no telling how we could change things if you can go forward and backward months or even years in time. I don't know. I didn't think it was possible before, because time magic is so difficult. I can't understand why I was able to transport myself and 2 other people through time effortlessly as an infant, and I struggle to make time stop for even a few seconds now. Callie's voice was thick with frustration. You must have been triggered by something as a child, and it threw the magic into overdrive, Marcus theorized. That's what my dad thinks, but we have no way to confirm it. Kallie shook her head. I wish there was a way to talk to my biological mother. I've tried performing ceremonies and meditations to speak with Neva, and it's like she doesn't hear me because she never responds. She's a goddess. Why is she ignoring me? I'm her daughter. I just want to understand who I am. Marcus squeezed her shoulder. I'm sure that your mom would talk to you if she could. There must be something going on in the spiritual realm that's stopping her from contacting you. Kallie glanced at Marcus. I just hope that by investigating my biological mother, I can learn how to control my own time powers. I almost wish my brother had demigod magic too, so we could figure it out together. We've combined our magic to make spells before, but I don't think he'd be capable of helping me pull off time manipulation spells. Maybe he could. Twin magic is weird, Marcus said. Rishi and I showed that down in the underground. Rishi's a cat, I said. Rishi let out a loud meow. He is, but in Miriamic culture, we believe that the souls of our loved ones come back to us in the form of cats after they die, Marcus said. I've had Rishi for a long time. He's more than just a cat. He's actually my identical twin brother Dean. I was stunned, but tried to keep the shocked look off my face for Marcus's sake. I wanted to ask how his brother died, but that would be way too invasive. Kallie, though, was an obnoxious fae and failed to tone down her reaction. You had a twin brother? What the fuck, Marcus? Why didn't you tell anyone? It's not exactly something that's easy to talk about, he snapped back, and he pulled his arm away from her. You could have told me, she insisted. He did tell someone, Charlie added. I knew about it. Kallie huffed. Wow, you'll tell Charlie but not me? I thought we were closer than that. What other secrets are you keeping? I resisted, rolling my eyes at this fated mate bullshit. Kallie needed to tone it down and stop being a bitch. I wanted to tell you, but how could I have the words? Marcus asked. My brother died, Kallie. I didn't know if you'd understand how that felt. I know perfectly well how devastating it would be to lose your twin, Kallie said. I wish you would have trusted me, Marcus. He stared at her. My choice to tell you things is exactly that. My choice, Kallie. I'm not obligated to do anything. The rules that apply to your culture don't apply to witches. You've always had my trust, even when I didn't want friends. But sometimes I need your support more than I need your judgment on how little you think I care about you. Kallie's expression softened. Of course. I'm sorry, Marcus. There was an awkward pause. One I didn't want to get any worse with how strained things were between them, so I asked, does that mean Dean would have been a demigod too? Well, identical twins in the Miriamic Coven are rumored to share a soul, so I think so. But I also believe Dean maintains some of his demigod powers even though his soul transformed into this new body, Marcus stated. Rishi was able to fuse himself with my magic down in the infernal underground and use spells of his own. Oberoi crawled over to where Rishi lay and began licking his ears. Rishi's eyes scrunched up as his chubby face was squashed by Oberoi's tongue. I knew there was something off about that cat, Kallie commented. He's just as weird as Marcus.
I'm not weird, I'm eccentric, Marcus objected. Don't act like you don't think it's hot.
Kallie let out a too loud laugh. You, hot? Those are two words that shouldn't go together in the same sentence. Aw, your flirty banner is so cute, I said.
Huh? Marcus gaped. What do you mean? Look, if you guys want to kiss or something, we're not going to care, so you might as well do it, Charlie teased.
Kallie wrinkled her nose and Marcus blushed a deep red.
Huh? Why would we kiss? Marcus stammered.
You two like each other, it's time to get it over with, I insisted.
Ugh, I'm not going to kiss Marcus, Kallie grumbled. Yeah, guys, quit being weird, Marcus said. I mean, we only did it one time, and that barely counts with the situation that we were in.
Oh, yeah, I wiggled my eyebrows. That was after you gave Kallie CPR when you pulled her out of the Siren Lake when you two tried to break out during our first semester, right?
What? Marcus blinked. That wasn't how it went.
Marcus, shut up, Kallie growled.
No, it was the other way around. You gave me CPR after you pulled me out of the lake after I threw myself in to save you from the sirens, then you started kissing me, Marcus accused. That's why you owe me a Fey life debt. Because I made myself bleed to distract the sirens and stop them from eating you. And pulling me from the lake when I was going to drown doesn't count, because you put me in danger in the first place.
I found it funny Kallie would lie about that. She liked Marcus more than she would admit to anyone. Kallie mumbled something indiscreet, and Marcus opened his mouth again to argue about it, but they were cut short when my parents and Alana walked into the room. They were followed by Maverick. His eyes got wide as he surveyed me on the bed, looking me up and down. He was utterly quiet, remaining glued to my dad's side at the head of the room. He looked like he wanted nothing more than to turn around and go back the way he came. "Hey, Mav, I'm so happy to see you," I rasped. He didn't say anything back. Mama gave Daddy a worried look. "Go say hello to your sister," Mama said, as she gently gave Maverick a push, but he refused to take a step forward. I don't want to," Maverick said, as he stared at the floor. I felt like I was falling inward as he stood at a distance. He was clearly so uncomfortable. Charlie stood from his chair and stuck a hand out.
"You're Maverick, right?"
Maverick glanced at him, then crossed the room to carefully shake his hand.
"Yeah."
"I'm Charlie. I'm married to your sister. I guess that makes us brothers now, right?"
"Kind of." Maverick took in Charlie's tall stance. "Mom sometimes reads Ava's letters to us. You and Ez had a fight."
"Yeah, me and Ez threw a couple of punches last semester," Charlie joked.
"Ez annoys me too." Maverick nodded eagerly. "You look like you'd be good at fighting."
"I am. Want me to show you some moves?"
"Would I?"
A huge grin spread across Maverick's face.
Charlie beckoned for him to follow, and they left the room. I could hear Maverick laughing as he and Charlie horseplayed out in the hallway. Tears dotted my eyes, and I said, "He's afraid of me." "He's really young. He needs time to get adjusted. He was really scared when he found out what had happened," Alana told me. "He still loves you." I wiped away a couple of stray tears. "Mama, I need something from you. Lindsay and Miranda told me it was important." Mama's expression fell into shock. "Lindsay and Miranda, how do you—" I saw a lot of people in the Ancestral lands. Grandpa Liwanu, Aunt Stevie, even Uncle Ezra, I rambled on.
"You met my father and brother?"
Daddy gasped. "Oh yeah. Grandpa Liwanu was a little grumpy, and Uncle Ezra was so lazy and lovable," I grinned. "I can tell he and Aunt Stevie are really happy up there. I know this is dark, but Stevie had a way of making death funny, you know?" Daddy gave a wry smile.
"Yeah, that sounds just like them."
"They were all so great. Lindsay and Miranda said they could help me with my prophecy, but that I needed something from Mama to help me decipher what messages they were trying to send from the Ancestral lands."
"Your mother's compass," Daddy said.
Mama glanced at him. He nodded, and Mama fished in her coat pocket. She laid a small object on my lap. The compass was lacking the traditional cardinal markings, and had a small spinning needle. It looked ancient, as if it had been passed down for centuries through the Tawakwa tribe. "Your grandma Haloke gave this to me during my Hawkeye wife training before I married your father," Mama said. "It's a very special gift blessed by the ancestors, and it has power. The compass will always point you in the right direction, to what you need most. I don't know if I would have fulfilled my prophecy without it. I always carry it with me, just as a reminder of the Hawkeye Civil War and what happened. It belongs to you now." I knew this was exactly what I needed. "Thank you so much, Mama. I'll use it well." I visited with my family for the rest of the day, until it was evening and they had to leave. Maverick eventually warmed up, although I could tell by the crinkle near his eyes that he was still upset. My parents promised me they'd stay as long as they could, though they didn't think it'd be for more than a few days. Both of them were needed back home, and they had to do their best to defend the tribe. I insisted I was all right, that they could leave. I was strong, and I had my friends. My parents had to get my youngest siblings to safety and fight back against the angels, because I knew the Celestial Church wasn't going to let the bombing of their city go without severe repercussions. On Christmas morning, I woke to a large box on the edge of the bed, wrapped in Christmas paper with a big green bow. A bunch of people were already stuffed in the room: Charlie, Callie, Marcus, Chansey, and Ivy. They'd been waiting eagerly for me to wake up.
Happy birthday, Ava,
Ivy sang, throwing his hands up. He wore a very revealing red fur dress, complete with a Santa hat and matching boots.
Mrs. Claus has made her delivery.
Obereye barked, shaking his head. Ivy had put a Santa hat on him, too, complete with a jingle bell. "We all pitched in," Charlie said as he passed out hot chocolate from Commisary. "But it was Charlie's idea," Kallie added. "We've been collecting things since November." A huge smile spread across my face. I loved getting gifts. I started ripping apart the paper and opened the box. Inside was an incredible collection. Unicorns flooded out of the box as I turned each item over. There was a unicorn blanket, unicorn slippers, a unicorn coin purse, a unicorn sweater, and so much more. Everything in the box was pink and sparkly and had a unicorn on it. I'd never seen such a display of treasures. I gave a squeal of delight. "This is amazing," I sang. "Thanks so much, you guys." "Well, we all know how obsessed you are with unicorns," Kallie joked. "Yeah, there's unicorn suckers, unicorn stickers, unicorn folders, unicorn erasers," Marcus rambled. "And a unicorn nightlight," Charlie finished. I gave a tiny smile. Charlie was the only one who knew that I was afraid of the dark. "Are you happy you're finally 21? Chansey asked. "I don't think I'll be going on any crazy bar hops anytime soon," I said, as Charlie helped slip the unicorn sweater over my head. My Christmas joy was interrupted when 3 guards carrying knock-sight guns entered the room. My stomach churned. The guards usually stayed out of the infirmary. Something was wrong. "Can we help you?" Kallie asked scathingly, and Obereye growled. Both of them were looking to pick a fight. One of the guards rummaged in his pocket. "Warden's orders," he began. "The 4 of you are to start wearing knock-sight cuffs immediately."
Excuse me?
Marcus yelped, while Charlie immediately stiffened.
Kalina Nowak, Marcus Taylor, Ava-Marie, and Charlie Walken are all to receive knock-sight cuffs, the guard rattled off. "You've proven to be disruptive to the prison system and therefore have to be more carefully monitored. You're required to wear these knock-sight tracking devices until further notice, to observe your movements and put a restraint on your magic."
"I don't think so," Ivy hissed. "You ain't doing a damn thing." "Yeah, we ain't gonna take this lying down,"
Chansey threatened.
"You want to interfere and you're next," the guard snarled.
Chansey backed off, though Ivy didn't look like he was going to. Chansey's hand on his arm was the only thing stopping Ivy from pouncing on the guard and draining him of his blood on the spot.
"My wife can't wear a knock-sight cuff. It'll hinder her recovery," Charlie argued. "You looking for a ticket to cell block 9? The guard snarled. "Because I have orders to take you down there for non-compliance if you refuse to put them on. And rest assured,
The Warden will send both of you down there whether your wife is stable or not."
Charlie fumed, but there was nothing any of us could do. I wasn't strong enough to be out of the hospital, let alone be thrown into cell block 9 with the rest of the thugs and murderers. The guard slapped the cuffs on our wrists. My stomach churned once the cuff was on me, and I immediately knew that whatever was in this bracelet, it wasn't Noxite. From what I observed once the bracelets were on, there was no way to get them off. No gap in the metal that we could use to break it. I didn't think the metal could be cut either, due to the magical qualities. Once the guards left the room, Charlie scowled.
"These cuffs aren't Noxite. They're filled with Inferokite."
"The Warden must have used the last of what he had to make these cuffs for us," I mumbled. I couldn't really tell there was Inferokite in the cuffs, because I felt pretty shitty already, but I knew the others had to be experiencing side effects.
"I already feel nauseous,"
Kallie moaned, putting a hand to her mouth. Marcus looked similarly green.
"That's bullshit! Inferokite is poisonous to you guys. He's killing you slowly,"
Ivy protested. I closed my eyes because I felt dizzy. "I think he put enough in the cuffs to keep us sick, but not enough to kill us. He needs to keep us around so he can siphon our magic for himself." Kallie cast a small illusion spell, one where a miniature carousel horse floated around the room. It faded quickly, and Kallie snapped her fingers twice. She shook her head and added, "I can still cast regular face spells, but I can't stop time."
"So it blocks our demigod powers, but not standard magic anyone can do,"
Marcus said in a choked voice.
"That doesn't help. This is going to make us weak. If we can't use our demigod magic, we can't defend ourselves, and we can't find a way out of here once Ava gets better,"
Charlie moaned. "Yeah, and since these are tracking cuffs, the demigod guardians won't be able to break us out even if they wanted to," I said hoarsely. "The Warden would just follow us wherever we went, unless we can get these off, and as far as I can see, they're impenetrable."
"Do you think we can find a way to overpower the Inferokite, like we did with the Noxite?"
Marcus asked, before he gagged. "That's going to take time," Kallie said. "For right now, we aren't going anywhere." The rest of Christmas was kind of ruined, with how crappy everyone felt due to the Inferokite cuffs. My family didn't visit for long, because they could tell I needed even more rest than usual. Charlie had been lying on the floor of the bathroom for nearly an hour before I finally convinced him to go to the nurses and ask for some medication. He didn't want to leave me, but clearly he was suffering. Oberai went with him, guiding Charlie to the nurses' station and leaving me completely alone, for the first time since before we'd gone to the underground. I wasn't alone for long. I'd been wanting to drift off to sleep, but my eyes shot open as an intimidating figure strode into the room and shut the door. The dim lights illuminated the Warden's pallid face. He straightened his suit jacket as he loomed overhead. He wasn't the only one who'd arrived. A canine with red lines running through his blue fur sat silently in the corner of the room, observing. The Warden couldn't see him, but I sure could. Coyote Spirit was here with me. He wouldn't let the Warden hurt me. The Warden's tone was cool as he said, "So, here we are again, Mrs. Walken." "Here we are." I raised an eyebrow. "Come to deliver more empty threats?" "I'm not sure you could do anything about them in your condition. You're more vulnerable than you ever have been." "You're wrong. I'm more dangerous." My words were flat and pointed. "I've been to the other side and back. I've witnessed things you can't even imagine." I could see the greed in the Warden's eyes. He wanted that information and what I knew. To die and come back again with all that knowledge, he saw that as a rare gift, no matter what I'd given up to get it. "I'm sorry to say we nearly lost you. What a waste that would have been," the Warden purred. "I wanted you alive more than the others." "You don't get it. You kill one of us, you kill all of us," I stated firmly. "My friends and I will do anything to stick together, so we can take you down." "Your sentiments are charming, but I have no doubt you'll all turn on each other when the time is right. Criminals always do." the warden replied in a bored way. One day, the four of you will have a disagreement, a difference of opinion that'll lead to division. Then, it'll be simple to pick you apart, like picking the wings off a fly.
You want to drive a wedge between me and my friends? You're going to have to do better than this.
I jangled the cuff on my wrist.
Oh, my dear, I already have. The Inferokite cuff is only the beginning of your troubles.
You think this little bracelet is going to stop me? You're wrong,
I seethed.
Though I have to thank you for the Christmas present. I always did like jewelry.
You're entertaining. I'll give you that. The warden paused. He glanced over his shoulder, as if listening to something. Then he said, You've no doubt reasoned that it is I who has been sending dark spirits into your cell in order to demoralize and degrade you. I can assure you, that is the least I can do, and I get stronger every day. I have eyes everywhere, my child.
You may have outwitted me once, and in doing so have caused a war that I wasn't ready to fight.
But I am ready now, and I won't make such a misstep again as to underestimate just how foolish you're willing to be. You got lucky this time, Mrs. Walken. It'll only be so long before your luck runs out.
The warden swept out of the room. Coyote approached me, walking toward the bed with small steps.
The words he speaks are true. He knows Charlie is the elven heir. He has access to hell and all of its power. And he is working on learning how to use the Inferokite crystals to siphon your power for himself. You must be careful, for you're in more danger than you have ever been before.
I'm not afraid. The ancestors and the gods are on my side, I replied.
There's only so much I and the other gods can do to protect you from this moment forward. The dark gods are stirring, and soon they will be unleashed from the eternal torment. Then there will be war in the spiritual realm, as there is war here on the mortal plane, and we won't be able to defend you anymore.
I understand, I told him. I won't let you down.
You mustn't, Coyote said urgently. Whale Spirit and I put everything on the line to advocate for your return to this life. If you fail, we all do. Flames began licking away at Coyote's form as he vanished into darkness. You'll have to be braver than you ever were before. We're counting on you. All of you.
Chapter 3. Charlie. I was done with this place. I'd rather go back to the streets than be locked in the warden's prison any longer. At least out there, I could take care of my family. I knew how to hustle for money and find a place to stay. No matter how shitty our lives would be on the street, at least I could keep Ava away from the warden. Here, this man was God. I step away for 1 minute and the man comes in here like he owns the fucking place, threatening my wife. How dare he even stand in the same room as her? If I knew how to kill an angel, that man would be buried as deep into the earth as my magic could reach. On second thought, maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. But it's not like burying an angel would kill him. The other angels would just dig him up and he'd be even more pissed and come after us. Fuck! How did you fight a man who was practically immortal? I clenched my hands from where I sat in the chair beside Ava's bed. Stop trying to hide how you feel, Ava insisted. I know you're worried, but what the warden did wasn't permanent. Not permanent? Pidge, you can't walk! Hell, I didn't want to take my anger out on Ava, but she was acting like this wasn't a big deal. But I got to keep my life, she said. That's what matters. Only because you fought for it. The warden's playing dangerous games, Pidge. He's already gotten you killed once. I need to make sure that never happens again. That's not your job, she said gently. She was trying to reassure me, but I was so worked up I couldn't see a damn thing past my rage. I took her hand in mine. My fingers grazed against her Inferokite bracelet. My stomach twisted, and not just because the damn stuff made me nauseous. I can't help it after everything he's put you through. He took your life once. Now he has to take your recovery with this damn bracelet. Ava laid her free hand atop mine. You're wrong, Charlie. The Warden in the underground might be the reason I died, but he never took my life. I continued into the Ancestral lands by choice, and my spirit would have lived on there if I chose to. I did what I had to in order to save the people I love. You know that I don't do a damn thing against my own will. I came back for a reason, and nothing can stop me. Not the Warden, not my broken body. He can't break our spirits unless we let him. Screw the damn bracelets. Screw my diagnosis. It doesn't change what we came here to do, and we're going to do it together, no matter what. Pidge was right. No matter what the Warden put us through, we always pulled through. I had to believe we could manage this time, too. Ava and I didn't talk about the Warden after that. It didn't change how I felt, though. If anything, I felt worse. If I wasn't blaming the Warden for what happened here, I was blaming myself. I was the one who brought her back to a broken body and a broken world. Each day I was forced to listen to nurses and doctors come and go, with nothing more than uncertainty in their tone each time they spoke. I helped Ava to the bathroom, carrying her because she couldn't walk, and helping her with tasks she was used to doing by herself. After every meal, I listened to her heave, since she couldn't keep anything down. The hospital staff was pumping her full of morphine and pills to try and keep her pain at bay, and still, I heard her muffle the sobs at night when she thought I was sleeping. The worst of it all was what was inside her head. I caught stray thoughts of hers that she tried to hide from me. How she was so independent, but had been forced into a situation where she felt like she was dependent on everyone. She had no idea if she'd gain any sort of autonomy again over her life and body, and that, to her, was terrifying. My wife was in so much agony. I had to wonder if I'd made the right decision bringing her back. Ava had promised me this was her choice to return to this life, but I felt like my selfish actions had forced her into being with me, stealing away the one thing that meant the most to her, her freedom to live her life on her terms. Sometimes I felt I was as bad as John, and that sickened me. I was worse than a monster. I was no good for her. The only solace I had was in knowing my Pidge had defied the odds before. The doctor said she was going to die, and she didn't. Now they said she'd never have a normal life because she was bound to a wheelchair. But they were wrong again. They had to be, because Ava-Marie wasn't like other people. The rules of physics, hell, the rules of magic, didn't apply to a soul as special as hers. Once classes started up again, I was forced to leave Ava's side daily. The nurses wouldn't let me sleep in the hospital anymore, and the warden had ordered me back to my factory shift. It was absolutely maddening being forced to stay in our cell alone and go through the motions every day, knowing Ava was enduring some sort of treatment by herself. Her discomfort, both physical and emotional, came through often, and it made it hard to pay attention to what the professors were saying, even though I could tell she was trying to block it from me. I'd made Oberai stay with Ava, because she needed our familiar more, but damn if I didn't feel lonely every second I wasn't visiting her. I didn't want to be away from Ava, but if I didn't play along and do as the warden wanted, he'd take me away from her for good. I wasn't going to let that happen. So, naturally, I began scheming on how to solve this problem permanently. Ava couldn't be moved out of the hospital just yet, but once I knew she was stable, nothing could stop me from protecting my girl. I met with Takahashi for required counseling the first week of the semester. He'd asked us to meet in Professor Hemlock's classroom. Ava was asleep in the hospital, so Oberai was with me in her unicorn form. Cali and Marcus were already there when I arrived. "Thank you for meeting me here," Takahashi said calmly. "It's safest if we meet here from now on. Follow me." Takahashi led us across the room. I wasn't sure where we were going until I felt a shift in the air when he led us through a doorway. A tingle spread over my skin like we'd just passed through a magical barrier. "Professor Hemlock's illusion room is the perfect place to meet," Marcus said. "The warden will be able to hear us here." "Yes," Takahashi agreed. "That detail is critical due to the topics we'll be covering in our meetings." "Which is what, exactly?" I asked. "Demigod lessons, of course," Takahashi said. "Please have a seat. We have much to discuss." Oberai guided me forward until my hands felt the smooth wood of a chair. I sat next to Marcus. I trust that the keys you've obtained are safe, Takahashi started. We'd hidden the keys in the lair, inside a magical chest Kallie created with her illusion magic. Even if the Warden found the lair, he wouldn't be able to get inside the chest. She'd enchanted it, so only one of the four of us could open it. No one will find them, I confirmed. Perhaps it's best you don't know, so the Warden can't torture you for information. That's a wise decision, Mr. Walken, as the keys are meant for the demigods alone, Takahashi said. For the time being, the Warden doesn't know I'm on your side. I suspect he believes me to be a neutral party, and more or less assumes I don't know what's going on here at the Institute. That's good, because he thinks I'm easily manipulated. We can use that to our advantage. The Warden has permitted me to return as your counselor, under strict orders that I report everything covered in our sessions. Of course, I have no intention of doing that, and I will be forging my notes to lead him astray. But I must be careful. People on his side have already died, and I intend to assist you as long as possible. Who's died? Kallie asked, taking on a diplomatic tone. Professor Cusack has passed, Takahashi said. The official word is that he's left the school to pursue other employment. It's obviously a cover-up, I said. The Warden threatened to kill Cusack if our parents found out what was happening in the underground. The demigod guardians are aware, Takahashi replied. Our spies have confirmed his death. His body was found along the rocky shoreline on the other side of the island. All his feathers had been stripped from his wings, and evidence shows the trauma occurred before his death. We believe the Warden stripped him of his feathers so he could not fly, then pushed him off a cliff so that he would drown in the frigid waters below. My stomach twisted. The waves along the rocky shoreline had to be brutal. I couldn't imagine that Professor Cusack had died quickly. And now you want to give us demigod lessons? Marcus asked, sounding skeptical. How exactly is that going to work? These Inferokite bracelets are blocking our demigod powers. In our first lessons, I will train you to resist them, Takahashi said, yet he didn't sound entirely confident. But you don't know if that's possible, I accused rather harshly. Takahashi shifted in his chair. The demigod guardians haven't had a chance to test the theory, but from what we know about Inferokite, it is stronger in large volumes. You won't be able to resist significant amounts of Inferokite, like the remnants around the Institute, but I believe you can learn to resist the bracelets. No, Kallie said firmly. I couldn't stop time when Inferokite was in the room with Jamin during our counseling session, and then I sped it up too fast in the underground. It's clear my time powers are unreliable when Inferokite is around. I won't risk it. You must learn how, Takahashi pressed. Need I remind you what is at stake? All magic is at risk if the Elves are killed off. They were the first supernaturals, and without them, our magic doesn't stand a chance of survival. I'm asking for your help, not just to save the Elves, but to save us all. Now is the best time to begin training. The Warden lost the majority of his Inferokite when the underground collapsed. He will keep you imprisoned here until he can grow more. How's he going to do that? Marcus cut in. We destroyed the Devil's Finger he was using to grow the Inferokite. The demigod guardians believe he has alternative stores of Devil's Finger, though we suspect the fungus is not yet mature, Takahashi said. It will take him time to rebuild his arsenal, and once he does, he won't hesitate to use it against you. That was why he hadn't touched us yet, why he'd merely threatened us in the hospital. He truly had us right where he wanted us. Right now, we've bought ourselves some time to grow your powers so you can get out of here and to safety, Takahashi said. How exactly will we get out? I asked. The demigod guardians are working on a plan as we speak, Takahashi said. Great. They still had no fucking clue. I frowned. That's not good enough. We're not doing anything until you can assure us the Guardians have a plan. Where will they take us once we escape? How do they plan to fight the Warden once we're out? It's too uncertain that they can get us out at all. They will, Takahashi promised. It's going to take time and resources. I trusted the demigod guardians to have our best interests at heart, but I didn't trust a damn person to get us out of here before it was too late. They wanted to be careful and take every precaution, but we were far past that by now. If life had taught me anything, it was that if I wanted something done, I had to do it myself. We'll attend your lessons, but I'm taking precautions, Kallie said. I won't use my time powers until I'm confident I can resist this bracelet. Very well, Takahashi agreed. I want you all to feel comfortable with your abilities. Marcus scoffed. I'm not comfortable with my powers as it is. I doubt I can resist Inferokite. Marcus, you're a goddamn demigod, Kallie said. If anyone can resist Inferokite, it's you. The least you can do is try. I didn't say I wasn't going to try, he replied. In the meantime, we shall meet weekly, Takahashi cut in. I will assist you in learning demigod lore and pushing the limits of your powers. We can't meet as often as I'd like, as that would raise suspicion. So I suggest you each continue your training in private. However, you must keep doing as you were before. Dropping your extracurriculars would look suspicious, and we want the Warden to believe he's defeated you. Marcus must keep painting. Kallie must keep playing on the football team. Ava and Charlie can continue their music. I didn't know why Takahashi insisted we keep going like nothing had changed, because it was a lie. Everything had changed. We may still be locked in this prison, and I may still be married to Ava-Marie, but nothing else would ever be the same. Takahashi stood. Let's begin. You should each have access to your basic magic, as Inferokite blocks only your demigod powers, and you have built an immunity to Noxide. Charlie should still be able to cast earth and air powers. Kallie can still perform illusions, and Marcus can continue to receive visions. Marcus scoffed and mumbled. It'd be great if my visions were actually useful. I didn't think Takahashi heard him, because he continued. Our goal, then, is to use the magic you already possess to overpower the Inferokite. If your magic is strong enough, you'll be able to break the crystal inside, and it will no longer hold you back. And the Warden will have no idea, Kallie said, sounding hopeful. He'll think we're still bound by them as long as we're wearing them. Precisely, Takahashi said. Our strength in opposing the Warden will be in deceiving him long enough that he can't launch a counterattack. Okay, let's try it. Marcus's chair squeaked as he stood. Maybe a battle orb will fry this motherfucker. I heard the crackle of magic, then a high-pitched squeak. Kallie cried out the same time something heavy hit the floor. Marcus must have knocked himself out with his own battle orb. Marcus, you dumbass! Kallie screamed. Her chair knocked over as she leapt out of it to check on him. Wow, okay, that didn't work, I said. Obereye snickered from beside me. It was entertaining to watch, though. I elbowed her hard. That's our friend, jackass. Is he going to be all right? I asked. Mr. Taylor! Takahashi shouted as he slapped Marcus a few times. Marcus groaned as he came to. Inferokite is not something you can destroy with brute force, Takahashi explained. Believe me, the demigod guardians have tried. Inferokite breaks only from the inside out through strong emotion. Like it did in the underground, I realized. When Jamin started torturing me, Ava got so angry that the crystals in her cuffs exploded. The crystals were absorbing her power, Takahashi explained. But they couldn't contain the magic she produced through her anger. So all we have to do is get really angry, I stated. That should be easy. Not as easy as you might think, Takahashi replied. My understanding is that Ava was able to break the crystals in the underground because your life was in danger. Summoning intense emotions outside the underground will not be so simple. However, I believe you will be able to chip away at the Inferokite's powers bit by bit. To begin, you must surrender your power to the Inferokite. Surrender? Kallie balked. No way. Your resistance is what's making you sick in the first place, Takahashi said. The Inferokite is warring with you, trying to absorb your power, and you are fighting against it. I shook my head. Jamin tortured Ava by trying to siphon her powers. Why would we surrender to this evil thing? Because it's the only way to infiltrate it, Takahashi said. You don't break a water balloon by pouring water on it from the outside. You must fill it from the inside until it bursts. If we let it absorb our power, what's to stop the Warden from taking our bracelets off and using the crystal inside to harness demigod powers? Kallie asked. The crystals are not nearly big enough to contain the power he seeks, Takahashi assured us. I said this would not be simple, but I believe it will be easier than you think. Honestly, I didn't really care how we did it. I wanted these bracelets off. I wanted to end these pounding headaches and get Ava back on the track to a speedy recovery. Do you think it's safe to try? I asked Ava-Marie. She sounded uncertain. I don't have complete knowledge on Unification, but I believe it's worth a try. If anything is going to help you resist these bracelets, it's as Takahashi said. I'll give it a shot, I offered. I rested my wrist on the table and placed my other hand over the bracelet. My stomach lurched and I nearly gagged as the Unification worked its magic on me. I let my walls down and relaxed my shoulders. Relaxed was a relative term. As soon as I surrendered to the power of the bracelet, the world began spinning. I couldn't make sense of up and down, and I thought I laid my head on the table to steady myself, but I couldn't be sure. Charlie! Marcus's voice sounded distant. I thought I felt him shake my shoulder. I couldn't tell because my whole body was trembling. A sheen of sweat broke out across my skin, but I didn't hold back. If breaking these things helped Ava recover, then I'd keep pushing until I couldn't push any longer. Good, Takahashi said. You're infiltrating the crystal. Now cast a spell. The more power you use, the more you can chip away at the Unification's powers. I wasn't sure I processed everything he said. All I really heard was to use magic. I cast my air magic without thinking about it, and a powerful wind swept through the room. I felt my magic twist into a vortex, and something heavy got caught up in it. Rishi yowled, and I realized what I'd done. I pulled back on my magic immediately, thinking I'd let Rishi down gently, but he continued to cry out from somewhere above us. He had to be stuck in the rafters, the same ones we'd hidden in when we'd eavesdropped on Hemlock's secret meeting. Hold on, Rishi! Marcus cried. I've got this, Kallie said. She must have used her woven telekinesis to help him down because I heard his paws lightly land on the table. He scurried away to hide. I was too nauseous to say anything, so I continued to experiment with the Unification. This time I cast earth magic. The ground began to shake beneath us. My whole body convulsed in tremors, and I didn't know what was me and what was the earth. I heard a chair smash to the ground. Charlie! Kallie screamed. I had to keep going. I had to break this damn bracelet. For Ava. Charlie, cut it out! Marcus cried. He smacked my arm, but it didn't feel like much. Charlie, you need to stop! Ava-Marie snapped in my mind. Ava-Marie poked me with her horn, yet I didn't pull back. She grabbed my ear in her teeth and chomped down. Oh, fuck! I screamed. My hand slapped to my ear and I felt blood trickling down the side of my face. The ground stopped shaking, but the Unification's power didn't stop pulsing through me. I doubled over and began heaving beneath the table. Everything I'd eaten in the last 24 hours spewed over the floor, and I kept gagging until there wasn't even bile left. Everyone remained silent, and I could sense their concern from me. What the hell? I finally asked Ava-Marie. You were going to bring this whole place down and expose us, Ava-Marie said. I did what I had to do. Are you all right, Charlie? Marcus asked. I wiped my mouth. I'll be fine. Someone has to do something to figure this out, though. How are we going to overpower the bracelets? Using enough power to break them could bring down the whole school. Maybe we just need a different kind of magic, Kallie suggested. One that isn't so destructive. Like illusion magic, Marcus suggested. I scoffed. Kallie's taking the reins on that one. But elves can cast illusions too, Marcus pointed out. Except we can't make them solid like Fae can, I reminded him. Elven illusions are completely visual, and I don't understand that. It'd take a miracle for me to cast an illusion I can't feel. I opened my palm as if to demonstrate, and I tried. I really tried. But judging by the silence in the room, nothing happened. Takahashi cleared his throat. I think we have a good start. We'll continue working with the Unification. I'm confident that with practice you will learn to overpower it. I damn well hoped so, because if we didn't break through the Unification and learn our demigod powers soon, we would never escape the Warden. Takahashi excused us. Through our bond, I felt Ava wake shortly after dinner. I hurried to the infirmary before my late factory shift. Ava-Marie followed, and Ava seemed happy to see us. How are you feeling today? I asked as I sat beside her bed. I'm fine. She was lying. I could feel it through our bond. She was frustrated and in a lot of pain. I reached for her hand and squeezed it. "Pitch, please, let me help you." "I don't need any help right now," Ava said. "Honest." Ava couldn't walk and had 6-inch rods placed in the base of her spine, and she still didn't think that was enough to ask for help. It broke my heart. I sighed. "I know you're capable of anything, Pidge. I don't doubt that. But it's not always about what you need. I want to make things easier for you." "There's not much you can do," she replied. "Most days I just have to focus on not throwing up. My meds make me puke. I don't want to move too much as it is because I don't want to injure myself more. You're giving me everything I need by being here with me. Just let me take care of you. It'll give me some peace of mind. If you want to help, you could rub my legs," Ava offered. "I keep getting phantom pains. The doctor says it's because my nerves fire in a weird way that makes me think I feel something, but there's nothing actually there." Finally, I could be fucking useful. I grabbed lotion from the nightstand and gently pulled the covers off. I ran the lotion up and down Ava's legs. I found a knot in her calf muscle and focused on massaging that. "Is this helping with the phantom pains?" I asked. "It's so weird," Ava spoke curiously. "I can't feel you massaging my leg, but my thigh seems to be relaxing where I have a little more sensation." I was glad it was helping. I hummed a tune while I moved my hands over her legs. I knew music always made her feel better. "Is that my song you're humming?" she asked. "Is it?" I feigned. "I've had the melody stuck in my head all day. I can't think of the lyrics, though." "Yeah, it's my song, Summer Skies." She softly began singing along.
Clouds above my head, it's freezing rain. I'm tired of these dark nights. The sun will come, the clouds will stray. I'll be ready for summer skies.
I smiled as I listened to the soft sound of her voice. I didn't think Ava realized what she was doing. This was the first time she'd sung since she'd been in the hospital. She didn't stop either. She kept singing, moving from one song straight into the next while I gently massaged her. I rubbed her feet, then moved up her legs until my hands caressed past her knees and were on her thighs. Ava giggled, interrupting her own song. "Can you feel that?" I asked. "A little," she admitted. "It's different than it was before. It feels good." "I'll massage you as long as you want," I offered. Ava chuckled. "Charlie, it's not that kind of massage I like. Your hands are close to other places." "Oh." I drew back. "Oh."
Charlie initiates intimacy with Ava. The scene begins playful, but as time passes, Ava realizes that she has lost a considerable amount of feeling below her hips, and the passionate moment fizzles out. Ava worries she won't be able to be intimate with Charlie again, now that her spinal injury prevents her from experiencing sensation. Charlie reassures her that he is willing to accept her however she is, and that they will find a way to enjoy being intimate again, even with the loss of sensation. Chapter 4. Ava-Marie. Again. Dr. Marsh made a face as she and a neuropathy specialist assessed the results of my most recent medical test, listening for sounds and looking at a graph of electrical signals. I lay on the examination table and wished they'd get this the hell over with. An electrical current traveled through multiple needles that were inserted into my legs. These needles were hooked up to several electrical lines that were connected to a machine. I cringed, although I couldn't feel the slight pain the nurses warned me that I might experience. My muscles were supposed to contract, but so far, they'd failed to respond to the current. The procedure was called an electromyography, or an EMG test. It was meant to measure my nerve-to-muscle signal transmission and see if there were any neuromuscular abnormalities in the area that had been caused by my accident. I thought this test was pretty fucking pointless because the answer was obviously yes, there were abnormalities, but the doctors had insisted. "Ava, can you try lifting your left leg again?" Dr. Marsh asked. I don't know why she bothered. She knew I couldn't. When it failed to move as fucking expected, she gave a grim nod and stated, "I thought so.
The muscle tissue isn't receiving any information from the nerves in the spine whatsoever. Well, no fucking shit, Sherlock. Did she expect me to tap dance out of here or what? The EMG test took an hour, which felt like an eternity. Dr. Marsh promised me that the results of the test would help them determine the extent of the nerve damage and hopefully give them a path ahead to start treating it, although she wouldn't give me a straight answer on what she had in mind. I wasn't convinced these asshats really knew what was going on with me, and if they did, I severely doubted they knew how to make it better. I wished Mama and Daddy were still here. They'd been forced to return home after the first couple of weeks, but they'd been able to advocate for my care when I just didn't have the energy to. I missed them so much that it ached worse than my injuries. If there was anything worse than doing this, it was doing this alone, without my loved ones. Charlie, Oberoi, and Ez were the only family I had in this place, and I didn't want to ask more of them than what they already generously provided. Because of that, I felt like I had to shoulder the brunt of my recovery by myself. By this time, it was the beginning of February, and although I was only halfway through my stay here, I'd never been more ready to leave. I slept all day after the EMG test, before a couple of nurses woke me up the next morning and dragged my ass down to another room for physical therapy. Most of it involved stretching, improving my arm strength, and learning how to use a wheelchair. I was rough and in a hurry, so I banged the wheelchair on stuff a lot and kept knocking things over. "Patience is a virtue, dear," the therapist kindly said. "Patience is for people who don't have somewhere to be," I responded, before I rammed into a rubber ball that went bouncing across the room and knocked over an entire rack of equipment. "Sorry," I mumbled, as the therapist headed over to pick it all up. I went to help, and slowly reached out to pick up one of the exercise bands. The back brace I was wearing got in the way. I looked around for an alternative and saw there was an exercise pole leaning against the wall. I reached for it, trying to grab it so I could hook the exercise band on the end of it and help clean up the mess I'd made. Before I could, the therapist picked up the exercise band for me along with the rest of the things I'd spilled and put them away. I felt so helpless. I'd been problem solving, looking for a way to adapt, and someone else did the task for me. It really would have made me feel better if she had just let me pick it up. I was so used to just doing things. Before, I didn't have to think when I wanted a drink of water or desired to move across the room to grab something. I just got up and did it, and the task was done in seconds, seamlessly. Now I had to adapt to a brand new way. Everything in my life was completely different. Small, tiny tasks that I'd done since I was a toddler were suddenly brand new. I had to relearn life. And honestly, life was enough of a bitch without her pegging me in the ass like this. I had a smile on my face after physical therapy was over, because the rest of my day was supposed to be free and clear. I was looking forward to turning on the small TV in my room and letting the noise lull me to sleep. But the grin slid off my face as I saw another nurse waiting for me at the door to the physical therapy room. "You need another MRI," the nurse said, with a near apologetic tone. "Doctor's orders." I slumped in my chair. The constant tests were wearing on my mental health. The minute they got me out of the intensive care unit, they'd wheel me into the psych ward if this kept up. By the time the MRI got done, it was only noon, yet I felt like I'd been without rest for days on end. Even so, I couldn't sleep. I remained awake in my hospital bed, staring at the walls. Modern science wasn't the only thing the doctors had tried. They'd had angelic and Anichi healers come in to try and help me multiple times a week, to no avail. Magic or medicine, it seemed like nothing could reverse this. I didn't trust other magical healers to perform magic that I knew I could cast better myself. In secret, I'd been casting Anichi magic on my body for weeks now, attempting to heal my spine to no avail. No matter how much spirit magic I used, I couldn't gain feeling back in my legs. I tried once again, taking off my back brace and hovering my hand over my middle. A soft white glow appeared around the edges of my fingers, though I ceased to feel the magic's warmth penetrate my body. The scars I'd gained from my surgery had more or less healed over, but nothing, it seemed, could heal my spine. I let out a frustrated huff. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Not being able to walk again was one thing, but I was determined not to endure another one of these fucking tests. One more night in this hospital was too much. I wanted out, and I was leaving now, damn it. My brain worked ceaselessly to come up with solutions, and since I was in the hospital, time was what I had boatloads of. Unfortunately, my mind wasn't exactly up to capacity. I forgot everything. I couldn't hold on to a thought for more than 2 seconds before it was gone, and I was left wondering just what I'd been thinking about. I'd blown away half my brain cells along with my spine. I just wanted to find a way to walk again, before the answer slowly clicked. My legs couldn't move, but my magic was working. My Anachi powers couldn't heal my spinal injury, but that was a problem with my body, not the power itself. I'd healed Charlie's bruise the other day, so I knew my magic was still up to par. I began to theorize. I could attempt to use my water magic to walk, move the blood to my legs, and force them to maneuver the extremities. I'd seen Marcus reanimate dead bodies. Why couldn't I do the same with my living vessel? My heart began to race as I thought of the possibilities. Oberoi was off with Charlie, and good riddance, because I didn't want to lecture for what I was about to try. Brilliant people didn't find solutions to huge problems without taking risks. Maybe other people had tried this before, but I wasn't other people. I was Ava-Marie. I could do anything I wanted, and if I wanted to walk again, I'd find a way. With a tremendous amount of effort, I used my hands to lift my legs to the side of the bed, propping myself upright at the same time. It was painful and took a while, but thankfully, no one came in to catch me. I took a deep breath and focused on moving the water in my blood. I felt it begin to rush downward toward my feet. My heartbeat pounded against my ribcage, and I dared to put some weight on my right foot. It held. I couldn't believe it. Although my water magic was protesting for me to stop, I forced the magic to keep doing my bidding, moving my left foot, then the right, until I was walking again. "Ancestors, it's fucking working!" I yelped, but not before I became extremely lightheaded. The room began to spin, and my heartbeat became so quick I feared I was having a heart attack. My legs buckled underneath me, and my water magic refused to comply with my demands. The floor rushed up to meet me quicker than I expected it. "Ava!" I heard someone cry my name, then footsteps came as they rushed forward to catch me. I let out a fresh cry of pain as someone grabbed my middle before I completely blacked out. I must have only been out a few seconds because I was slightly aware that my brother was carefully carrying me back toward the bed, my feet dragging behind me against the floor. Shit. I hadn't even made it 2 steps. My experiment hadn't worked after all. "What happened?" Ez asked, clearly in alarm. "I saw you walk." I forced out the words. "I tried using Tawakwa magic." That was all I had to say. I saw the flash of his anger through my dreary haze as Ez spat. "Should have known you would have tried to pull a stunt like that." "I had to try. Please don't call for help," I begged weakly. "You severely threw off your blood pressure," Ez worried as he carefully laid me back down. My body sank into the mattress, experiencing sweet relief as my heart rate returned to a normal state. Yeah, kinda worked that out as I was falling toward the floor. "That was fucking stupid, Ava. I'm gonna tell Charlie," he threatened. "Ancestors, no! I'll never hear the end of it," I begged. He'd worry himself to high hell, and putting my husband through more bullshit than I already had wasn't my idea of a fun time. Ez was fuming, but he took the chair beside me as he said, "Promise me you won't do anything like that again, okay? That was scary." "I won't. It's clear that's not an option." Ez heard the heartbreak in my tone. He pulled the chair closer as he leaned his arms on the bed. "Don't get down on yourself. I know you're desperate, but the rest of us are desperate not to lose you again. So please be careful, okay?" "Sure." I put a hand to my temple, because I had a raging headache. I closed my eyes to get the room to stop turning. "Ez, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about. I need to apologize." "Apologize?" He seemed baffled. "For what?" I took the attention away from you again." "What are you talking about?" Ez grabbed my hand. "You didn't do anything." "Yeah, I did." I took the longest breath my aching sides would allow me to have. "You got the courage to stand up to Daddy and tell him how you really felt about being overlooked growing up. That moment was about you, and I took it away because I got hurt, and now I'm in the hospital stealing your spotlight when you really need our parents' attention." "I'm not mad at you for any of that," he insisted. "I said what I needed to, and Dad gets it now." "No, what you said about being sick too? You are, Ez, and you deserve attention and love for it. And I'll get it. Dad and I spent a lot of time talking when he was here. Like, really talking. Deep conversations. I feel like I can adjust to my illness now, instead of continuing to run from it. In a way, you being hurt has actually given us time to connect." "Well, at least that's a positive." I shifted against the bed and groaned. "Seems like I'm always the one who needs help, aren't I?" "We all need help at different times," Ez said. "I used to think some of us needed more help than others, but I recently realized I'm just really good at shouldering other people's problems, because asking for help makes me feel..." "Like a burden?" "No. Like, if I ask people to take care of me, they won't want me anymore." Ez grasped my hand tighter. "It's hard to describe this, Ava, but I take care of other people. Other people don't really take care of me. You're the oldest daughter, so you can understand what I'm getting at. But I'm the oldest son, so I felt like it was my responsibility to be a helper to everyone else. And asking for that help in return was selfish, because I was the selfless one who was supposed to keep giving and not ask for any of that in return. And I didn't understand why I did that until I talked to Dad. He told me that he has this problem too. We're both caretakers at heart. We show people we love them by taking care of them, but then we forget that other people can actually enjoy taking care of us as well. I don't have to be strong all the time. So don't feel like you have to either, because I know that you're in pain." Tears welled in my eyes as I said, "It hurts so fucking bad, Ez." I could be honest with him, because he was my brother. Telling Charlie wasn't the same. He'd get upset and blame himself. Telling Ez was easy because he had a chronic illness, and he dealt with pain every day. Though he wasn't in my position, he could identify with struggling to feel relief. "I know it does, but it's not forever, because all pain ends, or changes somehow," Ez said gently. "Someday you won't feel this shitty. Even if the pain is still there, it'll be different, more manageable. When I got diagnosed, you told me I'd feel better, and I did. So hold on, because this is the worst of it." I squeezed his hand. "Tell me what I have to look forward to." "First thing, when we get out of here, we need to start a band," Ez joked. "Why not? What did you say was a great band name? Ava-Marie and the Fuck Around Gang?" I smirked. "Hell yeah, it'd be awesome. You on vocals, me on bass, Charlie on the keyboard, and I'm sure we can teach Kallie to play the drums. Opal's already learning guitar and shit. Marcus can even wave a tambourine." I laughed. "We'd kill each other on the tour bus." "But it'd be one sick band, though." "It definitely would. We'd make some amazing songs together." Then my heart dropped as I considered the reality. Starting a band and touring the country seemed just as implausible as buying that cottage Charlie and I always talked about. Right now, the only thing that seemed like a sure thing in my life were keys, prophecies, and darkness. I couldn't imagine living a life that wasn't villainous and criminal. Even if I didn't want it anymore, that's just who we were. We couldn't avoid trouble and sadness, couldn't avoid an existence of pain, not even if we wanted to. And it sucked, because we were in our 20s. We should be out having fun and making mistakes, not worrying about fixing the problems the generations before us had created, not considering giving up, because that seemed like a better solution than continuing to fight. I shook myself out of it. I'd never been in a darker place than last semester, and I didn't want to go back there. I refused to go into that pit again. Ez noticed I was spiraling and changed the topic. Grandpa and Grandmother wanted to see you, but the Warden wouldn't let them in. Not Annie Imogen or Uncle Jonah either. They all came here, but they were denied entry. Told that since the war was getting worse, they couldn't allow any visitors for security purposes.
I suppose Grandmother Eleanor was perfectly cordial about the denial, I snickered.
Oh, ancestors. She nearly blew the place up. The entire perimeter around the Institute was on fire. Her coigni magic just erupted. It was something to see, Az said fondly. The only reason Grandpa managed to convince her to leave the island was that they'd be detained and sent to the adult penitentiary themselves if she kept throwing fireballs at all the guards. You could hear her screaming all the way inside the walls. Everyone's talking about the hot grandma who called the warden a rat bastard.
I wish I would have been there. What a legend. If I could become half the woman my grandmother was, I'd be a sight to see. I winced as I heard the door open again, my body curling in revulsion. Please, not another test. I relaxed as I saw it was only Marcus. Hey, I said brightly. I didn't know you were going to stop by. He paused.
We all agreed to meet up after dinner, like we planned yesterday?
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'd totally forgotten. Like I forgot everything. I couldn't remember a second of that conversation yesterday either, and that worried me more than a little. He stopped at the edge of my bed and looked down.
It's just weird seeing you like this.
Go on, I offered. Say what you mean.
I don't want to make it all about me.
But you think about it. Marcus sighed.
Yeah, I keep thinking that if I had tried to hold my magic back when I killed all those people before I came here, it would be me in a wheelchair instead of you. Or dead, most likely. But at least then the witches and warlocks I killed would still be alive. We don't get to choose everything that happens to us, Az encouraged.
Yeah, I agreed weakly. And sometimes even the right choices end up being the wrong ones. So how are you to know? Marcus shrugged miserably.
I guess.
I sighed. Ancestors, Marcus, you're such a little emo kid. And we love him for it. Kallie strode in, followed by Oberai, who was bouncing rather happily. Charlie followed, looking a little less peachy, though his lips uplifted into a rather slight smile when he heard my voice. What are you guys up to? Kallie asked, plopping on the side of my bed. Oberai jumped onto the mattress, tumbled off, then jumped onto it again with an embarrassed sniff.
Nothing. Just hanging out,
Ez said innocently. I had to find a way to thank Ez somehow. He was a good brother. Charlie closed the door behind him.
Has anybody made any progress in getting these stupid cuffs off?
He scratched at the area where his inferokite bracelet sat, and I noticed his skin was red with a harsh rash. I tried to heal it several times, but it returned every time, worse than it'd been before. If we had, do you think we'd still be wearing them? Kallie replied. Never mind, I just wear it because I enjoy feeling like ass all day.
We'll just have to find a way to escape regardless,
Charlie stated. Marcus and Kallie eyed each other, and Ez asked,
Escape? Yeah, we need to break the hell out, Charlie said bluntly. The demigod guardians want to get us out, but I don't trust them to take the proper risks. We have to leave by ourselves.
Hold on, I started. I'm in a wheelchair. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere fast.
It's because you're in a wheelchair that we need to get out, before you or the rest of us get hurt worse than we already are, Charlie replied.
Sorry to break it to you, pal, but we aren't going anywhere until these inferokite bracelets are off, Kallie protested, and she jangled the one on her wrist.
We'll just find a way to get out of here with them on and then get them off later, Charlie said roughly. Because that won't be impossible, Marcus muttered. They've got trackers in them. If we wait for things to be perfect, we'll never try. I'm so tired of running into a brick wall every time we attempt to do something, Charlie argued. There has to be a way to move things in our favor. We still have access to our normal magic, which means if we can get off Institute grounds and away from the wards, Kallie can cast a portal to get us off Dark Island. We can use magic to disable the trackers.
That's a great plan, except we have to get past the fence first, Marcus said sarcastically.
We've already tried, and we can't get past the Inferokite perimeter." "We're demigods," Charlie growled. "I'm sure once we break those Inferokite bracelets, we can come up with some creative solution the Warden hasn't thought of yet."
"What about waiting until next Christmas?" Kallie theorized. "The Warden let you go home for winter break your first semester, Ava. What if we just ask our parents to take us out of here during the holidays, then we elude the officers who are meant to guard us and get out that way?" It seemed ridiculous. We hadn't thought of it before, but Charlie scoffed and said, "Doubt that would work. The Warden let that happen once, but there was no reason for Ava not to come back. Now that the war started, he's not going to give the four of us a chance to escape. We can't wait that long anyhow. Ava's journal says the Institute burning is next on the timeline. Frankly, we should be out of here before that happens." "Charlie's right," Marcus said. "A new mandate was just announced this morning that inmates aren't allowed to leave Institute grounds for any reason during their sentence. No exceptions, save for if a student is under a court order. A couple of the rich kids' parents are up in arms about it, but the United Supernatural Union backed him up." "I'm guessing no more field trips into Shade Hills either," I stated. "Nope." Marcus shook his head. "Those were canceled after our second semester here. I think the Warden was using those field trips to have students look for clues to Forevermore, and we sure led him right to it." "I wish you had gotten out of here, Ava." Charlie rubbed his eyes. "If you had run away when your parents had taken you back to Kinpago for Christmas after the Dark Games, none of this would have happened." "I knew I had to come back to the Institute because there were still keys here," I argued. "Not to mention, I wasn't going to leave you. The Warden knew that. It's probably the only reason he let me go home the first time." "Yes, but if you hadn't come back." "I knew the risks of staying at the Institute, but I returned anyway because here had what I needed," I said firmly. "In more ways than one." "You mean the keys," Charlie stated bluntly. "Why not forget about them? We don't have to fulfill any of these prophecies." "Yes, we do," I argued. "We can't just give up on a world full of people." "It'd be better than giving up on you, on us." He had to let this go. This guilt that was eating him alive because of what had happened to me wasn't just hurting him. "Caring about people and trying to save them is what got us here in the first place," Charlie said. "Everything we've done in pursuit of the prophecy has only made things worse. The Warden found Forevermore because of us. We went after Eddie and the Elves in the underground, but we were too late. And look what happened to you." "We're not abandoning the prophecy," I stated firmly. "I'm not compromising on that." "Then we'll fulfill it somewhere else where we'll be safe in the meantime," Charlie offered. "Once you're stable enough to leave, we'll get out of here and portal somewhere safe." "Where is safe?" Kallie threw her hands up. "The war is everywhere." "We need to leave the magical community," Charlie insisted. "We can go to the human world. I know people in Detroit. The Warden isn't going to find us there." Kallie scoffed. "Sure, Charlie, that's an option." "We'll all go," Charlie offered. "We'll work together to survive. We can break out the others too. Ivy's street smart and Chansey knows how to run a long con. We can make some good money together." "And what's your definition of that? Because a couple $1,000s a month isn't going to be enough to get us all by, let alone pay for Ava's care without insurance," Kallie snapped. "It's better than what's going on at the Institute," Charlie argued. Kallie's knuckles cracked as she bunched her hands into fists. "Charlie, you couldn't support yourself when you were living on the streets. How are you going to take care of Ava?" "How dare you imply I can't provide for my wife," Charlie snarled. "I'm not going to let you put Ava in a situation where she's not getting what she needs because you don't think you can protect her here," Kallie yelled. The wind picked up in the room, and Charlie's body stiffened. I saw a yellow sheen pass over Kallie's eyes, and I knew the two of them were getting ready to fight. Marcus stepped between them. I knew I had to say something to calm them both down. "Either way, we still need to find those keys," I said, interrupting the argument. "Charlie, you and Marcus did that Miriamic locating spell last semester. You figured there were 3 keys on the island. We already found one in the Warden's safe. We assume there are 2 left on Dark Island. The Warden knows that what we're looking for is here. If we leave the island, he's going to have an army patrolling Dark Island shores. waiting for the moment when we inevitably have to come back and obtain what we're after. Then we'll head right into a trap.
If we're strong enough to break out using demigod powers, we'll be strong enough to come back,
Charlie insisted. I sighed. It's not that simple, even as demigods. We haven't mastered our powers yet. We're bound by Inferikite, and even if we can break these bracelets, we still have clues to find. If we're leaving for good. We need to find those clues before we make a break for it, because if we leave the Institute, I am never coming back. We already have a lead on the merfolk key. Promise me we'll stay until we find it, Charlie.
That's a big promise to make, Pidge.
Obereye reached forward to nudge Charlie's hand gently with his nose.
I know you desire to be free of this place, but our exit must come at the proper time.
Charlie turned away from him.
Seems like that day will never come.
It will, Obereye insisted.
Trust me. Once that day arrives, there will be nothing that can hold you back anymore. It is my vow.
Charlie's shoulders slackened at Obereye's words, but within me, they only caused terror to rise. It didn't feel like we were safe anywhere. But, at the same time, if we really wanted to fulfill these prophecies and set things right, we had to make the choice between remaining here and searching for the keys, or taking our chances somewhere else, where it could be even more dangerous. Charlie squeezed my hand.
I'll go wherever you want me to, as long as you promise me we're getting out of here soon.
A lump formed in my throat because I didn't know if that was a promise that I could keep. Leaving the Institute wasn't an option. Neither was staying. Unlike Charlie, I didn't think we had a choice. Fate would put us in the right place. We just had to survive wherever it took us.
Chapter 5. Charlie. I was done with the prophecies. I was done being a prisoner. I was ready to leave. Ava wasn't, though, and I'd made a vow to my wife that I intended to keep. I just had to be ready to move the second we found the merfolk key. Kallie was still working on uncovering clues, but it was my job to get us out once she found them. And I intended to make Ava keep her promise once we had the merfolk key in hand. Once we got that key, we were out of here. I wasn't sticking around anymore. I sat on the bleachers in the prison yard, listening to the sounds of Cali and Marcus tossing a ball for Obereye and Rishi to chase. Ava was sleeping, so Obereye had come down to see me for a few hours. Chansey stretched his wings above us, flying as high as the Noxite fences would allow, which wasn't more than a few feet off the ground. It was the end of February now, and the air was chilly, but not too cold. We had some free time after class, and we were waiting until Ava awoke before we could go see her. I think we should assassinate the Warden, I stated simply. My friends went silent, as if my suggestion had come out of nowhere. Even the pad of Obereye's paws on the ground had stopped. I didn't know why they were so shocked. I'd been thinking about this for a while now. Marcus was the first to speak. How do you think you're going to get away with that? I shrugged. I'm sure we could come up with something. We've already discussed this, Kallie said. Angels are immortal and nearly impossible to kill. There's got to be some way to kill them, I argued. Getting rid of the Warden would solve a lot of our problems. Chansey flapped his wings, then landed beside me. We never pull it off. My kind doesn't cork over easily. Tons of angels died in the bombings of Celestial City, I argued. Yeah, because they were torn apart so badly they couldn't heal quickly enough, Chansey said. You ain't gonna get a bomb where you're at, buddy. Ava did it, Marcus said nervously. She blew apart the underground. She barely came back in one piece, Kallie shot at him. We can't try that again without killing ourselves. That kind of magical prowess is impossible to control. If you want to survive an attempt on an angel's life, you're gonna need magic, and a lot of it, Chansey insisted. And we're demigods, so we've got access, I sneered. Professor Cusack was found dead just a while ago, drowned in the ocean after someone plucked all the feathers from his wings and tossed him off a cliff. He was an angel, so if he can die, so can the Warden. It ain't the same. Number one, Cusack died because angels can't survive prolonged damage. His body couldn't rapidly heal fast enough after his wings were plucked, so it gave up, and he drowned. To kill an angel, you've got to torture them longer than their body can heal, Chansey replied. Number two, Cusack was nothing more than a glorified grunt for the Warden. Angels got a hierarchy, levels kinda, with more access to power the higher you go. There's a big difference between some ordinary angel and the deacons of the Celestial Church, who are basically untouchable, and the Warden's the strongest deacon the church has. Where do you land on the scale? Kallie asked curiously. I got the wings that I could throw a harder punch than most soups, but that's about it, Chansey said. I took an irritated breath. I don't care if he's the Pope, deacon, Chansey corrected, of his stupid church. He needs to die. You're barking up the wrong tree, Chansey pressed. The Warden can't be killed. He's too strong. How do we know if we've never tried? I challenged. Chansey scoffed. If you're gonna kill him, you only get one shot at it, pal. So we'll make it a good one, I insisted. Fabric rustled as Chansey crossed his arms. He sounded curious as he said, All right, smart guy, let's hear your ideas. We cut his heart out, I offered. How's he going to get around without a heart? He may be immortal, but angels still need blood to function. I got excited at the thought of doing it myself. It'd give me some damn satisfaction to rip it out of his chest and squeeze it in my hand as I listened to his demise. Chansey gave a cold laugh. You think that's going to stop him? Angels heal at an incredible rate. That's not enough. He's not just going to grow a second heart, I said. Oh, he's not? Chansey replied sarcastically. I'm sick of sitting around doing nothing, I growled. If you don't want to help, fine. Charlie, you can't go after the Warden alone, Kallie argued. Even if you could kill him, his allies will go after you. The only reason we're still alive is because the Warden knows what we are and wants to use us. But his friends, they won't hesitate to kill you. Even without your Inferokite bracelet inhibiting your powers, a demigod would have a hell of a time standing up to an angel army. So we just bend over, is that it? I asked. Chansey sighed. Let me show you something, Charlie. Obereye, if you would. I felt through the bond as Obereye shifted into a fire unicorn. I nervously got to my feet. What are you doing? Relax, Buttercup. He'll be fine, Obereye said. Buttercup, I balked. I heard the sound of hooves clattering against the ground, then a hard impact. A squelching sound came, like a noise like flesh being forcefully sliced open. Gah! Chansey let out a pained cry. Kallie gasped, and Marcus gagged. What the hell? I ran over to Chansey and Obereye, and my hands landed on them both. Obereye had her head bent. My stomach clenched when I ran my hand up her horn. It was sticking straight into Chansey's chest. Obereye had impaled him. Warm, sticky blood coated my hands as it gushed out of Chansey's chest. What have you done? I yelled. Chansey sucked a breath as he took a step away from Obereye. I felt her horn pull out of his chest, and I heard the sickly squish of his flesh. Chansey grabbed my hand and placed it on the bloody gap inside of him. Something soft pulsed underneath my fingers. I realized that I had placed my hand into a hole in Chansey's heart. See? Chansey asked in a strained voice. The wound's already healing. He sounded like he was in a lot of pain, but he was right. My fingers entered the hole in his chest, and it felt like the threads of a torn t-shirt knitting itself back together. Do you believe me now? Chansey asked. The Warden's stronger than me. Way fucking stronger. So it'd be even harder to kill him. If I'm practically invincible, what are you gonna do to him? I scowled as I ripped my hand away. You didn't have to do that. Yeah, Marcus agreed. That was intense. You weren't gonna listen any other way, Chansey said. I just saved your life. Chansey's right, Kallie added. We'd never get close enough to the Warden to do it, let alone have the tools or power to pull it off. At least not at the Institute. I sighed as I wiped the blood on my pants. I wasn't giving up on my plan, but I was putting it aside. For now. All right, killing him is out of the question. Where are you at with the key? Kallie sighed. I've analyzed the Assassin's Destiny wording, and I'm trying to find what I can elsewhere. But if we really want to uncover clues, we need to talk to Ava. She's still recovering. I didn't want to bother her with talk of war. She had to focus on her rehabilitation. She's going to be recovering for a long time, Kallie said gently. You need to trust her to handle the situation. Her body may be broken, but she's still your Ava-Marie. I do trust her, I replied. Then let her be a part of this, Kallie insisted. You can't shield her from this war forever. She's Ava. She'll find out. I sighed. You're right about that. You'll have to go without me, Chansey said. I have a paper to write that's due tomorrow. I was pretty sure he was lying because Chansey had never turned in a paper in his entire life on time. He was in more pain than he was letting on, which was fair considering he was healing a hole in his heart. We walked with him all the way back to his dorm room to make sure he got there safely. I washed up in the bathroom before we went to the hospital. Obereye shifted back into a husky, and he barked loudly when we entered Ava's room. Obereye, she said in a sing-song voice. You brought me more flowers? Grew them myself, he said proudly. The hospital bed groaned as Obereye jumped onto it to snuggle against Ava. I reached out for her and found that she was propped up in a sitting position. I leaned down and placed a kiss on her lips, but they were all wet. Oh! I wiped my lips. Obereye, is that your slobber? You bet your ass it is, he replied. Ava chuckled. Obereye likes to show affection. I shook my head and sat on the bed beside Ava. I placed my hand in her lap, and my fingers met something long and wet. I realized it was the flowers Obereye had brought Ava in his mouth. I twisted the stem of the flower around Obereye's ear, then placed the rest on the nightstand. I turned back to Ava. I wanted to ask how she was feeling today, but I didn't want to discuss it in front of our friends. I wanted her to feel normal. Instead, I said, as I tuned the piano in the music room. Oh, I can't wait to hear it, Ava gushed. You corrected the B-flat that was out of tune? Yeah, she sings really well now, I replied. Except the A and G that are damaged on the highest octave. Ez is getting some parts from Professor Warbright, so it should be fixed soon. That's great, Ava said. Kallie, how'd your first football scrimmage go? My team won, Kallie said proudly. Marcus stepped forward. You'd be proud of me, Ava. I got a B+ on my necromancer essay. Ava shifted, and I heard the slap as she gave Marcus a high five. That's awesome! I knew you'd do well. I couldn't have done it without your feedback, Marcus said. I'm glad you're all doing something, Ava added. This hospital room is getting really boring. Maybe there's something you can help us with, Kallie suggested. We've been researching as much as we can about the assassin story that Takahashi gave us, but I haven't been able to draw any connections. Our library resources are limited, and we have to be really careful on the phone lines, so I haven't contacted my parents yet. Do you have any other ideas on where to start? I've obviously had a lot of time on my hands, so I've been doing my own research. Ava sounded excited, like she was glad to have something to focus on other than her recovery. I've read over the story dozens of times, but it's written like a riddle. It's hard to understand without context, but I'm thinking if we can just uncover one clue, we can unravel the story and make sense of it. Something rattled, and Ava continued. My mother's compass is supposed to help, so I was thinking you guys could take it and... She trailed off, sounding confused. What is it? I asked. The compass, Ava whispered. It always spins around in a circle, like it can't figure out which way to point, but it actually stopped this time. On Kallie. Me? Kallie took a few steps back. It's still on you. Go over there, Ava instructed. Kallie walked to the other side of the room, and Ava hitched a breath. It's following you. We already know that the story's connected to Kallie in some way, Marcus mused. But the compass has never pointed to her before. Maybe the compass isn't pointing at me. Kallie's coat rustled. It could be pointing to this. It's a family grimoire my mom gave me when she and my dad visited a few months ago, written by my grandfather. It was lost during the Malovian Revolution, but when the royal palace was rebuilt after the Fey War was over, it was found in the rubble. I'm the third generation to own it. I guess the grimoire helped my mother establish her place on the throne. It's very powerful. Can I see? Marcus asked. His footsteps sounded as he walked around the room. The needle's following the book, Ava said. That must mean our first clue is in my grimoire, Kallie exclaimed. Cali and Marcus gathered closely around the bed. Pages rustled as they flipped through the book. There must be a spell in here that can help us, Kallie theorized. Wait, go back! Kallie must have taken the book from Marcus because I heard the sound of pages flipping in her hands. It's gotta be one of these, she stated confidently. The compass is pointing to this section of locator spells. Marcus and I tried a locator spell, I reminded her. We only got vague visions. Even Ava's compass can't point to the keys. We haven't tried a face spell yet, Kallie said. A strong spell might be able to lead us directly to the merfolk key. Then why hasn't the Warden used a face spell, I wondered. For one, he doesn't have access to the right ones, Kallie said. The spells in this book belong to my family. My grandfather invented most of them. 2, the Warden's not a demigod. That's the only reason Marcus's locator spell worked in the first place. Your demigod powers are blocked by Inferokite, though, I pointed out. But the compass wants us to try it, so I say we forge onward, Kallie suggested. But not here. We can't get caught, and we definitely can't let the Warden find out I have this grimoire. If we can locate a key with this spell, so can he. You guys should go to one of the abandoned cell blocks, Ava said. No one ever goes down there. We're not just going to pursue this without you, I stated. Ava sighed. You're going to have to. I'm not getting out of here for a few more days, and we're not waiting that long. A nurse could come in at any moment. You have to go somewhere private to perform the spell. Kallie shouldn't even have that grimoire out right now. Kallie quickly shoved it back into her coat. We'll let you know what we find. I reluctantly left Ava's side. Part of me didn't want to pursue any of this without her. Another part of me wanted to leave her out of this as much as possible, for her own safety. We left the hospital and snuck toward the abandoned cell block 7. The hall was supposed to be locked down so students couldn't get in here, but the locks had been broken a long time ago. We found an empty dorm room and ducked inside. Oberei kept close to my side as we gathered around Callie's grimoire. There are a few different spells here, Kallie said, sounding thoughtful. An unseelie spell is going to be difficult, but I can definitely pull off this illusion spell. I'll create a glowing arrow that should point us toward the key, similar to Ava's compass. It says here in my mother's notes that one of her friends created it, so we can trust it. I heard a strange sound, a distinctive hum that rose and fell in pitch as it moved through the air. I felt the magical arrow spinning with my air magic, trying to hone in on something nearby. Something swished through the air, and I noticed the heat of the glowing arrow from where I stood. Kallie, Marcus said, warning her. It's getting too hot. You should call off the spell. The key is nearby. It has to be, Kallie exclaimed in excitement. The arrow is getting excited. I bet it's... Kallie! Marcus shouted, but his voice was cut off as the arrow gave a high-pitched squeal. An explosion blasted us backward as the arrow shattered. I landed flat on my back, squashing Rishi's tail beneath me. He yowled loudly, and I rolled over to free him. That was not fun, Oberei complained as he clambered off of me. Thanks for being my pillow. He stepped on my face as he got up. I grumbled and pushed him away. Kallie coughed as she righted herself. I don't know what happened. The spell was working fine. Marcus groaned as he got to his feet. Clearly, the easiest spell isn't going to work, because the keys are too strong. We need the heaviest spell we can get. Definitely, Kallie agreed. The spell must have backfired because it couldn't overpower the magic inside the key. How do we perform the other spell? I asked. It's an unseelie spell, Kallie said. There are 2 different types of fey magic. Seelie magic, which is known as light magic and is pulled from inside of you, and unseelie magic, which is known as dark magic and pulls from objects around you. Unseelie magic was banned in my country until my mother came into power. She's a powerful unseelie fey, and so was her brother. I know some of that power was passed on to me, though I've hardly dabbled in unseelie magic. Why? Marcus asked, and I agreed. It wasn't like Kallie to avoid something that gave her power. Because it's very dangerous, Kallie admitted. I'm afraid of it. Kallie never admitted to being afraid of anything. That told me unseelie magic wasn't anything to mess around with. But that must be why the compass wanted us to try it, because it was the closest to demigod magic we had right now. My mother insists that I'm strong enough, that I've got talent, Kallie continued, seemingly speaking her own thoughts aloud. Most fae can't perform unseelie magic, because you've got to have it in your blood and be descended from ancient dark fae. Her voice became soft as she turned away from us. My brother's a natural at it. He can cast unseelie spells without breaking a sweat, but it's not so easy for me. I'm different. People have considered me a monster and a freak since I was a child. I don't want to make that reputation worse. I'm worried about the dark magic taking over me and turning me into something I'm not. Something I can't control. That sounds like what happened when you tried to kill your brother, Marcus mused. Did you use unseelie magic against him? I believe so, but I can't remember, Kallie confessed. I think I must have cast an unseelie spell to gain revenge, and it took control of me. That's why I lost my memory of that night. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. I haven't touched unseelie magic since, because I don't want to lose myself. If we want to find the keys, we're going to have to make some tough choices, Kallie, I reminded her. Kallie sighed. I know. If Ava can do what she did for all of us, I could do this for her. Just promise to bring me out of it if I lose control, okay? We won't let you lose yourself. Not ever, Marcus promised. Then let's do this. Hold this, Charlie. Kallie handed me the grimoire. How does it work? I asked. I need to prick my finger and read the incantation as I bleed onto the petals of a flower. I reached into Oberei's fur and pulled the flower off his ear. Here's a flower. Thank you, Kallie said. I can create a solid pin with my illusion magic, no problem. Let's get started. We sat on the floor and Kallie placed the flower between us. She drew a sharp breath as she pricked herself. Fey ancestors of the Briar, lead me to my heart's desire. Something happened. Wind picked up and began spinning around us in a vortex around the room. I tried to manipulate it with my air magic and failed. It must be working, Marcus whispered to me. Kallie's gone into some sort of trance. Marcus didn't finish his sentence before I heard the thud of Kallie's body dropping to the floor. Marcus and I rushed forward at the same time. I reached out to find her body stiff and cold as ice. I could feel her magic rolling off of her with my elf powers, but it was like she turned from a living, breathing person into a corpse in seconds. She was still alive, but we didn't know for how long. Hell, she hadn't been kidding about unseelie magic. It wasn't something to fuck around with if you didn't know what you were doing. And of course we had no fucking clue. Kallie! Marcus yelled, but she didn't respond. She remained immobile and silent, like a statue. Her worst fear had already happened. She'd lost control of the spell, and her mind had gone with it. Marcus, do something! I screamed. I'm not a doctor! He snapped. You're a warlock and her bonded mate, I reminded him. Can't you get inside her head? Pull her out of this? Maybe, he stammered. I grabbed his shoulder tightly to help bring him back to the moment. We couldn't lose Kallie because Marcus was panicking. Then do it! She needs you! Marcus gulped, then positioned himself over Kallie. He laid his hands on her and his whole body jolted. Marcus? I shook him, but he didn't answer. Oberei, what's happening? He's gone into her subconscious, Oberei said. He looks like he's having a vision. I sat back on my heels, waiting. Nothing changed. How long is it going to take? I demanded. The seconds ticked by and Kallie was still unresponsive. Magic like this takes time. Not this much time, I retorted. They're trapped! Well, gods, they're not ordering a pizza, Oberei snapped. I touched Kallie's arm. If Kallie got any colder, her body would freeze. I could already feel frost creeping across her skin. This spell was strong enough to kill her. I reached out to shake Marcus and pull him out of the trance, but Rishi swiped his claws out and cut my hand. At the same time, Oberei grabbed the back of my shirt in his teeth and yanked me away. I landed on my back. Oberei, what the hell? I'm trying to help them! I yelled. I scrambled to my feet, but Oberei planted himself in front of me. Charlie, you can't! Oberei barked. Their bodies can't handle this! You have to trust your friends, Oberei insisted. The kind of work you're doing to find these keys involves risk, and if you want to do it all by yourself, you might as well turn back now, or else we're done for. I was about to argue further until Marcus coughed. It sounded like he was gasping for air after holding his breath for too long. Marcus, you with me? I held my breath, awaiting a response. Finally, he rasped. "I'm okay." Relief flooded through me. I reached for Callie's hand and found warmth returning to her skin. A small noise escaped her throat. "Kallie, thank the goddess," Marcus said breathlessly. "You're safe. I've got you." Marcus must have curled her in his arms because I heard the muffled sound of her gasps, like she was burying her face in his chest for comfort. Callie's voice broke as she said, "It didn't work." "What happened?" I asked. Kallie steadied her breath, though she still sounded shook. "I tried to locate the merfolk key, but the magic is too strong. My vision shifted, and I saw... I don't even know what I saw, really. It must have been the merfolk key, but it was like I was looking into the past. I saw a woman steal the key from a vault somewhere in Atlantis. It was almost like I was looking through her eyes. Then Marcus appeared, but he wasn't supposed to be there." "You were trapped inside the vision," Marcus whispered. "I cut you out." "Could this woman have been the assassin in the story?" I asked. "I think so, but the spell wasn't supposed to take me to the past," Kallie said. "I was supposed to be able to find the key as it is today." I pressed my lips together. We know the keys are protected by magic, so maybe the spell had to change, because that's all it could give you. Then I have to figure out who this woman was, and how to access her memories again, Kallie decided. Marcus wasn't on board with that idea. "You're not going to do that spell again. It's too dangerous." Kallie staggered out of his arms and picked up her grimoire. "There might be other spells I can use. I'm going to keep looking for clues. If I can see into her memory once, then I can do it again. If we're lucky, we just might find out where she hid the merfolk key." "We should rest before you try again," Marcus suggested. Marcus and I helped Kallie to her feet, and she swayed. "You're probably right," she admitted. "But we're starting back up at it tomorrow." She could be just as stubborn as Ava. Our lack of progress made me feel worse that she wasn't here with us right now. Ava was the heart and soul of this team. She always managed to piece things together quicker than the rest of us could. She saw patterns and clues we didn't. I was convinced the three of us weren't getting anywhere close to the merfolk key without Ava's help. No matter how badly I wanted to escape the Institute, it was clear we weren't going anywhere.
Chapter 6. Ava-Marie. It felt like a fucking eternity before I was finally released from the infirmary. My 10 weeks were up, but I'd had to spend a couple extra days there beyond what we'd planned because the damn Inferokite bracelet was slowing down my recovery. I wasn't completely in the clear. I still had to go back for physical therapy several times per week. Ugh. And I was on a constant rotation of painkillers. Yet at least now I had some breathing room. But I was out of that damn bed, and that was all that mattered. I couldn't wait to get back to my life. I knew Charlie had missed going to class with me and meeting up with me in the cafeteria for lunch. Sleeping apart from each other for over 2 months without end was absolutely grueling. It was over now, so I told myself that I never needed to stay in that hospital again, for any reason. "About damn time," I grumbled, as Charlie wheeled me out of the hospital. I drew a deep breath. Fresh fucking air. "Now that you're free, where do you want to go?" he asked. Psh, I wasn't free. Not really. We were still prisoners, as the Warden liked to remind us every fucking day. But at least in the Elementi greenhouse or the Atlantean pool, we could pretend things weren't so bad. "Anywhere, as long as it's far away from this place," I stated, flinging out an arm. "Lead the way." Oberai walked by my side as Charlie pushed my wheelchair through the school. It was such a different dynamic. I'd always been the one leading him around. Now he had to navigate for me. It wasn't easy. I told him where to go, but I was terrible at giving directions, and him pushing me around was kind of equal to Charlie driving a car. He bumped my wheelchair into 2 corners and rolled over a cat's tail. He nearly ran Oberai over, who barked and shouted a few obscenities at us. "Fucking all, Charlie. Who can't walk, Ava or you?" Oberai snapped at him. "Just go forward," I instructed. "I don't know where forward is," Charlie grumbled. I huffed. I knew I wasn't communicating well, but my brain was still foggy, and it was hard for the thoughts in my head to travel down to my mouth. "It's okay," I said. "My arms work. I can do it." "I'll get it," he told me. "I'm just getting used to it." If I was being honest, I didn't have the strength to push myself around the prison at all hours of the day, at least not yet. I depended on Charlie to help me get around now. Conversation buzzed through the halls, most of it vulgar slurs aimed at other magical races. We tried to avoid the crowds as much as possible, but we could still hear shouts coming from the cafeteria when we passed. A crowd had formed at the entry. 2 students circled each other, an Elementi and an angel. The angel had his wings out, and the Elementi had a ball of fire in his hand, ready to strike. Fights weren't exactly uncommon at the Institute, but this one seemed different. "Stop for a minute," I told Charlie. "We don't need to get involved," he said immediately. Before we could move on, the angel said, "I'm sick of looking at your kind, hanging around here like some sort of fucking disease. The world would be better if monsters like you didn't exist." This wasn't your daily Institute trash talk. This fight meant something. The Elementi laughed, but it wasn't funny at all. It sounded dark. "I'm not afraid of you. Your people were ripped apart by our firebombs." That really pissed the angel off. His face went red as he screamed, "My mother's dead, and it's your fault, you savage." "Your mom deserved it," the Elementi shouted back. "My sister was assaulted by your people." "Your sister's a dyke," the angel growled. "She deserved far worse than what she got." The angel's words made me sick. A loud growl came from the crowd. A man stormed into the center of the circle, erupting into a griffin. A shifter had taken on their animal form to defend the Elementi. "Take that back," the griffin threatened, "or you'll live to regret it." "And what are you gonna do about it, traitor? You gonna switch sides in order to win since we lost the first war?" A vampire girl stepped out of the crowd. She stood tall beside the angel, like she was certain that he was right. The crowd around the area was quickly beginning to take sides. Students paired up with either the Elementi or the angel, ready to partake in something that was much bigger than a prison brawl. These people were angry about the attacks and battles that were happening in the world out there, and they wanted blood. This is what we'd done. We'd caused this division amongst so many people. Screams erupted throughout the room and into the hallway as the Elementi pulled out a knife. Who knew where he got it? When I looked closer, I saw it was some sort of homemade shiv, one the inmate must have put together from stuff he'd cobbled around the prison. Charlie knew when to get the hell out of situations before they got bad, so he wheeled me away before chaos erupted. Oberai guided him down the hall as the group behind us erupted into a vicious free-for-all. A couple of girls screamed that someone had been stabbed, and my stomach dropped. I heard the click of Noxite guns as the guards scrambled to end the fight. "Don't pay attention, Pidge," Charlie told me. "This happens a lot lately." My stomach dropped. The inmates were all worked up over the war, and they couldn't stop arguing about who should win. "We should do something. Break it up," I suggested. Charlie paused, like he was thinking about it. Then he shook his head and stated, "I'm never leaving your side again." Oberai nudged my hand with his nose. "Let's get out of here, before they bring the fight to us." I didn't say anything more about the fight. Usually, I'd rant about how unfair it was that the rest of the supernatural world called us savages, and go on about the social injustices of the prison system. I'd want to get involved and find a solution that would bring everyone together, despite this war tearing us all apart. But I let Charlie wheel me away without another protest. Something was very different about me now, and I hated it. I thought about the fight for the rest of the day and throughout the night. At 5 a.m., I'd hauled myself out of bed and into my wheelchair. It'd been difficult. I was still tired most of the time, and using what little strength I had to pull myself into my chair was excruciatingly painful. Our cell was dark, and for once the prison was quiet. Charlie had stirred, but I'd managed to get into my chair quietly enough that he didn't wake. He needed the sleep. And these days, it seemed it was only then he managed to find a semblance of peace. Ava-Marie watched me, ruffling her feathers. I stubbornly waved her off, insisting I didn't need help. I could still do things by myself, just had to find a different way. Thankfully, the doorways in our apartment were big enough for my chair to get through, but the place was still tiny, and maneuvering around it in my chair was aggravating. I kept running into things. I was exhausted, but the ache in my stomach clearly told me I wasn't getting any sleep. So I went into the other room and rummaged through our stuff for two things, my mother's compass and my journal. I sat with both in my lap, trying to decipher what was coming next. The compass needle did nothing but spin relentlessly when it touched the journal, twirling in a mad circle like it was overcharged. I scowled. My mother had told me that if the compass was spinning, I already had the answer, which was absolutely infuriating. I didn't know how to work this thing, and I wasn't sure what clues anyone could send me with an object that seemed unpredictable at best. I didn't get it. Lindsay and Miranda said they'd help me, but this compass wasn't working. I fiddled with it for another hour, but couldn't get the arrow to slow. Around 6, I heard a loud thump from the other room. I startled as I realized Charlie must have fallen out of bed.
Pidge, where are you?
I'm fine, I called out. Just in the other room. His voice had been frantic. His steps were quick and heavy as he came into the other room.
Don't scare me like that. I had no idea where you went.
I'm right here, I said calmly. Just didn't want to wake you. My first day of class was today, so we'd be forced to separate. I could already tell the thought made him anxious. Me too, honestly. I didn't feel safe spending a single moment away from my twin flame. Not anymore.
How'd you get out of bed by yourself? You shouldn't push it, Charlie worried.
I just wanted to mess around with the compass, I explained. He made a non-committal noise, but didn't say anything further. Ava-Marie flew past me and settled on the back of my chair.
Let's get to it. We have a big day today.
I was dreading the thought of getting through classes, but we had to start somewhere. I was able to take down a few bites of French toast, along with a protein shake, before Charlie wheeled me off to class. He hesitated when he dropped me off at Ancient Magical Societies. He didn't want to leave, and I didn't want him to go. My gaze scanned the room until I caught Ivy's familiar white locks peeking out at the back of the class. My shoulders fell. Charlie wasn't in this class, but Ivy was, so I'd be okay. My vampire friend would tear anyone apart who dared to try and hurt me.
Ava, come sit back here,
Ivy called. Charlie seemed less tense once he heard Ivy's voice. He squeezed my shoulder and asked,
"Are you going to be okay?"
"I'll be fine," I said, though my tone wavered. "We'll meet up in an hour." Ava-Marie flew ahead of Charlie, flapping her wings. She seemed the least concerned out of any of us. Her faith in me was inspiring, but I couldn't feel it in myself yet. Ivy's fashion choices today were glamorous. He wore glittering gold eyeshadow with flared yellow eyeliner, purple lipstick, and a million gaudy costume rings on his fingers. None of this stuff was allowed at the Institute, but he'd wear it for as long as he could get away with it. Ivy leaned against his desk.
"How them legs working for you?"
My voice got quiet as I said, "They're not." He frowned.
"Well, what do doctors know anyway?"
I shook a steadying breath. "I can learn to live with this. I can get around it, but I can't handle this affecting the relationships with the people I love." Ivy's expression slackened.
"What do you mean?"
I teared up. "Ivy, I can't."
"It'll be okay, precious. I promise."
He reached out to squeeze my hand. He understood what I meant without me having to allude to it. "It's important," I insisted. "We tried messing around and nothing happened. I could barely feel anything. I can't be intimate with my husband and it's killing me."
"Don't be afraid. Charlie loves you no matter what,"
Ivy said.
"I know it's hard to hear, but your silver lining's coming, you got me? You just gotta be brave enough to look for it."
I nodded, but didn't get to add anything because Hemlock walked into the room. Her expression didn't change as she recognized me. She merely gave me a short nod before she came to the head of the room.
At least Hemlock wasn't treating me any differently. She still had faith I was more than this broken thing. "Good morning, everyone," Hemlock began. "Today, I'd like to move on to a new module discussing—" She didn't finish her sentence before a guard walked in. He stood at the back of the classroom, holding a Noxite gun and remaining silent. Hemlock's tone was flat. "May I help you?" "Just here to observe, ma'am," the guard replied. "Act like I'm not even here." Hemlock's eye twitched. They were dictating what she could teach in her classes. "Very well. Everyone keep up. We've no time to dally." Hemlock diverted her lecture to speak loudly about overbearing tyrants who had damaged magical history by going mad with power. I really thought she was pushing it, but the clueless guard didn't appear like he made any connections. She didn't assign any homework before dismissing us, slamming papers down on her desk before the guard walked out. Ivy snickered as he pushed me out of the classroom. "Ooh, Hemlock is pissed. I bet she's coming up with a plan of revenge against the Warden as we speak. I can't wait to see it." A guard grabbed Ivy's sleeve as we roamed by. "Hey, you. Your old man's come to see you." I hated how the guards treated Ivy like he was a thing and not a person. They always refused to use his name. The Ampherikite bracelet warmed against my skin as my fire magic came to the surface. Ivy's gleeful mood instantly evaporated. "Right now?" "He's not a patient vampire," the guard replied shortly. Ivy gulped. "Just give me a couple minutes." Ivy took off in the other direction without a goodbye, racing to his cell block. The guard followed. Well, fuck. I didn't like how he'd left me in the middle of the hall like this. I decided I'd wait for Charlie and rolled myself to the wall so I wouldn't be blocking traffic. I saw Chansey come down the hallway, making his way over to me. He carried a small brown box. Somebody knocked into him, but he shoved them aside and they flopped onto the floor. "Hey, Ava. I was down at the mailroom and they had a package for you. I, picked it up," Chansey said, handing it out to me. "And who said you aren't a sweetheart?" I teased. There was a letter attached to the outside of the package. I opened it, recognizing my youngest brother's handwriting. "Hi, Ava. I hope you're okay wheeling around a bunch of tough guys. I know you can handle it because you're scarier than the rest of them. Charlie was so awesome. He's the best bro-in-law ever. Mom said the prison can be mean about helping him with his classes. These should help. I made them. They're glasses that will analyze and read any text on a screen or piece of paper out loud. And don't worry, I crafted them so they'll resist the magic around the prison, so they'll work right. That should make things easier. Can you send me some stories about what goes on at the prison? I want to know all the gnarly details. It sounds way more interesting than middle school. Also, tell Ez I'm taking his surfboard because he's not using it. Your awesome brother, Maverick." I laughed. Maverick was the only one I knew who'd think going to prison was cool, but I guess he was a little boy, and anything extreme interested him. Maverick was extremely smart when he tinkered with things. He had a talent for rigging up all kinds of mechanical objects, but it was incredible that he'd managed to invent a piece of technology that was able to resist magic, something the best magical engineers of our time hadn't figured out how to do. The kid was practically a genius. I observed the glasses in awe and slipped them on. When I put the letter in front of my face, it read the words out loud to me in a robotic voice. These were wonderful. They'd really helped Charlie. I was so grateful to Maverick. I intended to get started on a plethora of prison stories right away for him, embellished, so he'd think they were even cooler. I slipped the glasses into my bag before Chansey asked, "Have you seen Ives?" "We were just in class. He got called down to visit his dad," I said. Chansey's face became hollow. "Oh, fuck. That was today?" Chansey's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. "He wasn't supposed to show his scummy ass up until tomorrow." I didn't know much about Ivy's dad. I knew he hadn't particularly wanted Ivy, and that he was the leader of some vampire gang in Chicago, but Ivy had avoided giving any other details. Apparently, he wasn't Chansey's favorite guy. An announcement came over the intercom. All students are to report to the Hall of Mirrors for an assembly immediately, by order of the Warden. That was it. Both of us looked around nervously for our significant others, but didn't see them. We should go, I said as a crowd began forming in the direction of the Hall of Mirrors. Can you push me that way?
Yeah.
Chansey put his hands on the back of my chair.
Maybe Ives will already be there.
We didn't find Ivy, but Charlie, Marcus, and Kallie were at the front of the hall. Oberai flew above them in circles while Rishi batted at the feathers she dropped.
Thanks for getting her here,
Charlie said, clasping Chansey's hand and slapping him on the back.
No problem.
Chansey turned in a circle.
What's this meeting supposed to be about anyway?
Nobody had an answer, and apparently the Warden wasn't in a big hurry to get on with the show. We waited for over an hour for everyone on campus to show up, and the crowd was getting restless, shoving each other and trying to pick fights. Where the hell is Ivy? I asked, looking around. The visit with his dad shouldn't have taken this long.
Dunno.
Chansey seemed worried.
He'll get an infraction if any of the guards realize he's missing. We gotta come up with a cover story for him.
I opened my mouth to start making suggestions when the sound of the Warden clearing his throat echoed through the room. The area went dead silent. 2 figures stood on the balcony wrapping around the edge of the room. One was the Warden, the other a spindly-looking girl I'd never seen before. She had to be at least 17, but couldn't be older than that. It was almost like she was too young to come here.
Welcome, students. I'd like everyone to get to know my niece, Miss Esther Torres,
the Warden said, as he made a sweeping gesture toward the girl.
She's new here at the Institute, and will be a valuable asset to our school, as no doubt you all are.
Esther gave a huge white-toothed smile.
I'm absolutely thrilled to be accepted into the Institute. I'm so excited to meet you all, and can't wait to attend the academically challenging courses I've heard so much about.
Murmurs went up around the room, like everyone thought she was kidding. Nobody was ever excited to come to the Institute. People had to be dragged here against their will. As for academically challenging, it was hardly fucking Harvard. This girl was faker than press-on nails.
What's her charges?
Jeffrey Johnson shouted out from the crowd. It was meant to be a joke. A few people laughed, but the laughter instantly died when the Warden turned his beady eyes on them. He fixed his gaze on Jeffrey, who paled under the Warden's cold stare.
My niece is the first student in the history of Dark Institute to attend willingly, the Warden hissed. She has chosen to do so in order to raise the prestige of this school, and as a full honor student, we are lucky to have her.
Jeffrey gulped, and I felt bad for him. The Warden was going to make him pay for his comment eventually. The kid had a ticket to cell block 9 now. Esther cleared her throat and gave a little tee-hee noise before she tapped her shoes and said,
Dark Institute is a wonderful place to be. When I first heard about this incredible school, I knew it was my calling to attend this establishment and serve the poor, unfortunate souls who found themselves within its doors. I truly believe that anyone can be redeemed and that any sin can be cleansed. It is my mission to minister to the students here and bring them into the holy light so that my Lord's will be done and not my own.
She was talking about doing her Lord's work, and by the proud look on the Warden's face, I was pretty sure it had nothing to do with the God of the Celestial Church. Esther threw her arms out wide, posing like some virtuous saint, and a couple inmates nervously clapped. If anyone looked out of place at the Institute, it was Esther. With her blonde ringlet curls and dimpled cheeks, she appeared more like an ornament you'd put on top of a Christmas tree than a juvenile offender. Then I looked again. Her eyes didn't have anything in them. They were as dead as anything, void of any emotion except the desire to cause pain. I didn't know this girl, but I immediately sensed that we must have despised each other in a past life, because something about her rubbed me entirely the wrong way. She looked down at me, and the sides of her lips curled upward in delight. The gloating smile was eerily similar to the Warden's.
I got the firm sense she enjoyed seeing others in pain. Oh yeah, make no mistake about it, she definitely belonged here. Esther moved forward on the balcony, putting her in closer proximity to us. When she did that, my entire body vibrated with some kind of frequency. It was a subtle shift, similar to the feeling we all got when Kallie stopped time. A pit formed in my aching stomach and sat there. Esther was a demigod. She had to be. Charlie put his hand over mine to tell me he felt it too. I didn't know why he didn't just speak to me telepathically, until I realized we didn't know what this girl's power was. If she was like us, she could read minds, or something even worse. We had to be careful. Marcus and Kallie automatically moved closer to me, and though the movement was small, the warden noticed. He gave a smirk as he said, "We're happy to have you, Esther. I'm sure once you get settled in, this place will feel just like home." I sneered. The Institute would never be home to people like Esther. This place belonged to us. The warden had control here, but we owned the school. This bitch was going to learn that sooner rather than later.
"I'm delighted, truly," Esther replied in a bubbly tone. "It's an honor to be one of your students, Uncle."
"The pleasure is all mine, my dear. I know every student at the Institute will offer you a warm welcome."
He didn't add, or suffer the consequences, but it was clearly implied. The warden turned away, and the assembly began to disperse. As he turned to leave, Esther reached out to touch him, grazing her fingers along the small of his back. I blinked. Did she just... I shook my head. No, I was imagining things. Chansey tugged on Charlie's arm.
"We gotta get out of here."
A sweat had broken across the top of his forehead. He was pretty serious. We followed Chansey to an empty staircase. It wasn't the greatest place to hold a conversation, but we couldn't be sure our cells were completely safe, and there were few other places in the prison where we wouldn't be overheard, save for the lair, which we were doing our best to keep concealed. "What the hell was that?" Kallie asked once we were alone. He didn't call up the entire prison to introduce them to his niece. "He wanted to show her to us," Charlie said. "She's his new weapon, like Jamin was."
"Why do that, though?" Marcus asked. "Isn't it a better move to conceal her identity, get us to trust her so she can infiltrate the group and ferry back information?"
"He wants us to feel intimidated," Charlie said flatly. "Getting us to comply is more important than finding out whatever we know, because if we manage to get out of here, there's no controlling us from that point."
"Yeah, but why'd it have to be her?"
Chansey complained, giving a sigh. "You know her?" I asked.
"Oh yeah, Esther's one of a kind," Chansey said darkly. "We used to run rackets together back in the day."
"She looks more likely to sing in a church choir than run a gambling scam," Kallie said.
"She's got a dark side, and tough as it is to believe, it's blacker than ours," Chansey assured us. "But I never knew her to be one to get caught. She knew how to slip out of trouble, and with all these connections her family has, no way she would have been sent here unless the warden called her in to fulfill a purpose."
"He wants her to spy on us," Kallie said. "Or something worse," Marcus added with a shiver. "What's she like?" I asked curiously.
"She's nobody you want to get involved with, that's for sure. She helped me set up that little gambling den of ours, but she sure left me to take the heat when the fuzz came pounding on our door," Chansey scowled.
"There's something else," Charlie said reluctantly. Kallie and Marcus nodded, and we all knew. "She's a demigod," I told Chansey. "She has to be. Something about her set the four of us off. She gave off some kind of signal or something." "I'd say it was more like a resonance," Charlie said. "Our powers are getting stronger, so we're able to seek out those of our kind that much more easily."
"If she's like you guys, that ain't good."
Chansey shoved his hands in his pockets. "Her powers must have recently awakened, otherwise she would have been here sooner," Marcus theorized. "But why wouldn't the warden experiment on her, instead of going after all of us? He cares more about his plans than he does his family." "Because she's useful to him," Charlie said. "Her loyalty is more valuable to him than her power for now. She's a tool he can use against us. He's using one demigod to get four. It's a better deal for him." Yeah, but why is she here now? Kallie pressed. It's the middle of the semester. If the warden's telling the truth, which he never does, I grumbled, and she chose to be here, she shouldn't have arrived until the start of fall, Kallie pressed. Then the warden must have been impatient to get her here, I suggested. He doesn't want to wait until the fall to put her up to whatever she's got planned. Or Warden already gave her a job and she completed the mission he gave her early, Marcus worried. That's absolutely terrifying, Charlie stated. We have no idea what kind of task he asked her to do. Is there any possible way we can get her on our side? I pressed. Chansey shook his head. Doubt it. She'll do what it takes to be at the top, and she ain't gonna help you out of the kindness of her heart. You're not gonna be able to beat whatever the warden's offering her. Maybe we could trick her, Charlie said. I wouldn't try, Chansey warned. She's a master manipulator, and will see right through it. I gave a cold laugh. She hasn't met me yet. I know it don't make much sense, but she's very religious, and she doesn't mind whipping out any verse our holy book has as a weapon against people. That makes her more dangerous than most of the prisoners in here, Chansey insisted. She probably thinks serving the warden is her duty to the celestial church, Kallie mumbled. I gave a scoff. I'm not worried about some choir girl attempting to convert inmates with her fire and brimstone sermon. You should be, Chansey warned me. Religious texts in the hands of bad people can be used to start a lot of chaos, especially when it's being preached to some angry individuals. And there's a lot of angels in this prison who are really angry about what happened to Celestial City. You sound like you know, Marcus asked curiously. My parents left Celestial City for New York before I was born, and I never would have gone back to Celestial City if the church hadn't forced me to return, Chansey said. Let's just say, before I got sentenced, what was being preached in the halls of the church was enough to make my blood run cold. And I ain't an easy guy to scare. All I'm saying is, you guys better be careful. Real careful. Marcus ducked his head out of the entrance to the staircase. We better get back to class. Don't want anyone to notice we're missing. We went to the main entry hall. Chansey stopped dead in his tracks, causing Charlie to push me into him. Chansey stumbled forward, catching the attention of two people standing before the fireplace. I had to look twice because I didn't recognize him. He'd taken a potion to dye his hair black, and his makeup and rings were gone. The skirt he'd been wearing this morning was replaced by plain slacks and male dress shoes. That mischievous spark in his eye had been snuffed out. It was Ivy, but he looked less Ivy than he ever had before. It was one of the saddest things I'd ever witnessed, and I'd seen some sad shit. What's going on? Charlie asked. Ivy's dad showed up, I told him. Our friend doesn't look like himself. Looming in the shadow of the firelight was a tall, lithe man with slicked back hair and a tailored suit that was completely out of place amongst the filth of the prison. A pointed nose, high cheekbones, and heavy eyebrows accentuated his masculine features. Everything about the man was staunchly vampire. Dude could call Dracula a poser and get away with it. Ivy for sure looked like his mother. Ivy's father hardly shared anything in common with his son. Ivy saw us coming. He faced us warily and gave a nod toward his father. The movement was so out of place. Ivy flowed like a dancer, but this gesture was firm and stiff. Hey guys, this is my dad, Salvatore Bianchi. Salvatore didn't say anything, merely looked us up and down. He was surveying us like we were merchandise. Oh goody. I met two new people I instantly hated today. I gave Salvatore a heavy glare, though Ivy was pleading with me not to. Salvatore must have thought he couldn't make a profit off any of us, because he pulled his eyes away almost abruptly, quickly becoming bored. His gaze leveled Chansey, though. Who's this? Salvatore could pick out the one person in the whole group he knew Ivy liked, though I'm certain Ivy didn't tell him. Everything got really tense. He's my friend. Ivy's tone was instantly defeated. All he could do was give Chansey a pleading glance. Yeah, we're good pals. Chansey took the hint instantly.
Angels are good company, Salvatore commented. Walk with me, son.
Salvatore didn't even give us so much as a goodbye before he walked off. Ivy hurried after him, casting an apologetic look at Chansey behind him. Wow, Kallie said. Ivy's dad is a dick.
You okay?
Charlie asked, reaching out to nudge Chansey.
It's fine, Chansey insisted. Whatever he needs. That couldn't have been easy, Marcus stated. That don't mean nothing, Chansey insisted, before giving a huff. I'm sure Ives can't tell his dad he's screwing a man.
Chansey, come on, Charlie moaned. But Chansey had already stormed off. I frowned, feeling awful for both of them. It was terrible that Ivy had to deny himself the authenticity of who he was, not even for acceptance but for safety. I made sure to add Salvatore Bianchi to my list of individuals I'd like to make suffer. When it was time for lunch, we decided to take our food out to the bleachers to eat, as it was a fairly warm day for March. Ez was out on the basketball court with Opal, shooting some hoops. Charlie fed me a couple of blueberries, my favorite fruit, out of a fruit salad we'd picked up from the cafeteria. As we ate, an annoying giggle wafted over the prison yard. Esther sat on a bench between Naya and Mad Dog, laughing loudly at something one of them had said. Looks like Esther found some friends, Kallie said sourly. Esther caught us staring at her and gave a big smile. She stood from the bench and approached us, her grin more deranged than welcoming.
Oh, damn it, she's coming this way, Marcus said.
He hastily tried to hide himself behind a sketchbook and fumbled with the papers so they went flying everywhere. Esther bent down to pick them up, handing them back to him.
Do be more careful, she said sweetly. It's not nice to litter.
Thanks,
Marcus said, but he cringed as he took the papers from her.
Ugh, Obereye complained. She smells like soup, and not a good kind.
Apparently, she didn't care if Esther could overhear her, but Esther didn't react, so I checked mind-reading powers off the list.
I just wanted to see how you're doing. I've heard a lot about you, so no introductions are needed, Esther gushed.
We're sure you have, Kallie growled.
I came over to see if you guys had any suggestions for the Institute. I'm sure I can pass them along to the Warden since I'm his niece, and he gives me whatever I want.
Esther silently mouthed the last part of the sentence, which I thought was stupid, considering Charlie had no idea what she was doing. He got the concept, though, because my husband instantly launched into a complaint.
I mean, if you really want to know, he can make it accessible for people to get around. There are no elevators, and my wife's wheelchair doesn't fit through half these doors. Not to mention, he didn't exactly make it easy for a blind guy like me to pass classes.
Well, actually, Esther began, the proper term is a person with visual impairments. You shouldn't call yourself blind, Charlie. It's offensive.
Charlie's mouth fell open. Cali and Marcus appeared similarly nonplussed. I had a shorter fuse now than I had before I went into the underground, and Esther lit it immediately. What the fuck is offensive about him determining what he wants to call himself? I burst.
Ew, language,
Esther said, and she wrinkled her nose.
There's no need to use vulgarity. It's a sin.
What's wrong with being disabled?
Charlie asked.
You're still using the wrong language. Disabled is a really negative and outdated term, Esther purred.
I identify with that term and I don't have a problem with it, Charlie said slowly.
But the world doesn't revolve around you, Esther replied. We should be using words everyone's comfortable with.
I was gonna jump out of this wheelchair and pound this cow into the ground. My fist still worked, and she was about to catch these hands, even though I was only strong enough to get one good smack in. But Charlie already had his hands on my shoulders, and I couldn't budge his firm grip on me. I took a breath. Look, it's perfectly fine to use the term people with disabilities, but the word disabled itself isn't a bad word and shouldn't have a negative connotation associated with it. and is especially ableist to tell a disabled person how they're allowed to refer to themselves. Esther sniffed. I'm on your side. I want to be a good advocate. Oh, she was a social justice warrior, just like I was. But she was the worst kind. The type of person who liked using big words and talking points to act like she was smarter than other people. She had no real interest in being an ally to marginalized people. She just wanted to look smarter than everyone else. Chansey was right. This bitch was dangerous. She was intelligent enough to twist someone's advocacy for themselves against their own self-interest. All she had to do was plant the wrong idea in someone's head, then let it run wild. If you want to be a good advocate, you'll listen to what disabled people have to say, I pressed. Everyone with a disability deserves validation, no matter if they're chronically ill, need mobility aids, or have to take medication for mental illness. Esther gave a little laugh. We all know mental illnesses don't count. Bitch, I swear to the ancestors I'm gonna hit you, I snarled. Ava, Charlie warned. No, she's an able-bodied person and she's dictating to us how we're allowed to identify. That pisses me off, I shouted. Excuse me, Ava, but you don't know my life or what I've been through. I know what it's like to have a disability, actually, because I have loved ones who are differently abled, so I get what you feel completely. And it's so offensive you would think otherwise, Esther sneered. Every disability is different, Charlie said calmly, trying to level the situation. I don't expect Ava to understand what it's like being blind because she's in a wheelchair, and vice versa. Esther puffed out a breath. She went to say something back, but I heard a low growl from behind me. Kallie looked ready to shift into her wolf form. She hadn't yet, but her eyes had taken on a yellow sheen, like she wanted to. Charlie could hold me down, but Kallie was a shifter, and he couldn't hold her back unless he used his elf powers to siphon her magic, which the Inferokite bracelet made difficult. If I didn't start a fight with her, Kallie sure would. A brawl on her first day would ruin her honor student image, so Esther shook out her curls and said, I was trying to help, but as Uncle tells me, you can't save people who don't want to save themselves. If any of you want a listening ear, trust me, I'm here for you. I hardly waited for her to be out of earshot before I mumbled. If she really gave a shit about your blindness, she would have made sure you could understand what she was communicating when she was mouthing words like a moron. She just came over here to pick on us, Marcus said. She's trying to get into our heads, Kallie agreed. The Warden probably filled her in on all our weak spots. Charlie shook his head. She's a distraction. We have to focus on what's important, which is meeting with Takahashi tonight. We can't afford to let Esther get under our skin, because that's what the Warden wants. If she can keep us busy with drama, we won't be able to work on what matters. She's already out of my mind, I grumbled as I turned my wheelchair around so I didn't have to face her. The prison yard began to clear out as people went back to their classes. Eventually, the yard was nearly empty. We were going to move, too, until a loud noise boomed through the air. It was a deep bray, like the sound of a deer in pain. What's that? Kallie asked. I made a gesture for Oberai to check it out. Oberai flew upward. Her wings beat in a panic as she said, There's a familiar tied up in the fence line. My throat tightened. That barbed wire was sharp. Anything that tried to get through the fence would be cut to ribbons. Ez and Opal had been finishing up their basketball game when the bray echoed through the yard again. Ez had been standing completely still the first time the animal cried out, but when it screamed again, he began to move. I'd never seen my brother run so fast. Opal tore after him in the direction of the noise. Marcus and Kallie hurtled after them, but Charlie had to push my wheelchair through the grass, so that took forever. Hurry, hurry, Oberai said nervously. Rishi kept dancing around my wheels, and we almost ran over him, so Oberai flew down to pick him up in her claws. The cat yowled loudly as Oberai carried him through the sky. The trees eventually broke. I caught sight of my brother looking upward at a gorgeous creature that was dangling 20 feet up from the top of the fence line. It was a massive male periton, with white fur and curling golden lines running through his coat. He had giant antlers which glowed with a golden light, though that light was pulsing, as if it was beginning to fade. The Periton's pink nose quivered as he continued to cry out for help, and blood ran from his blue eyes. The winged deer had an arrow shot through one of its wings and could no longer fly. Barbed wire tangled in its antlers. The Periton hung from it, twitching as he attempted to twist his neck to escape. It looked like the Periton had attempted to fly over the prison, then fallen from the air after someone had shot through his wing. The knotted metal around the Periton's antlers created a deadly barrier. The more it struggled to break free, the harsher the wire cut around its face, and the deeper the creature bled. We couldn't get close to the fence line. With the inverikite lining the property's edge and the bracelets on our wrists, the closest any of us could get to the fence without passing out was 10 feet. The 4 of us were forced to watch as Ez and Opal took action.
"We need to help him!"
My brother's tone was full of panic as he reached up, seemingly wanting to touch the deer with a trembling hand.
"He's struggling to breathe." "Ez, we can't get any closer," Charlie called out.
He was holding a hand to his head, pushing off what I knew was a splitting headache, like I had.
"You don't understand. He's dying," Ez shouted.
He wouldn't know that unless he was connected to this deer. The Periton's appearance only meant one thing. Ez was bonded to this creature, and if we didn't get him free, Ez would die just as soon as the Periton bled out. Without warning, the barbed wire holding the Periton captive suddenly snapped. The Periton let out a bray as it tumbled through the air, landing harshly against the ground. Ez immediately ran forward and began untangling the barbed wire from around the Periton's antlers and neck. My brother cut open his palms trying to set the Periton free. It was tedious work, untangling each line of wire away from the Periton. But the animal stopped moving once Ez's fingers skimmed his coat, like he knew he was trying to help. Once the Periton was free of the line, Ez struggled to help the deer up. He wasn't strong enough to lift the creature, but at his pleading, the Periton staggered onto his hooves and walked a few feet. The Periton managed to fall in a heap before us, but he couldn't move any farther. My Anachi magic could feel the life draining away from this creature. Ez had freed the Periton, but it didn't matter. The poor thing had lost so much blood.
"We're far enough away from the fence line that you should be able to use magic," Ez pleaded.
He panted with the effort of freeing the deer.
"Ava, you've got to heal him."
I steeled my resolve. Marcus and Kallie helped me out of the wheelchair and onto the ground, so I could put my hand over the Periton's body. "Careful, Ava," Oberai warned, like she was worried I wasn't well enough to do this. I tried. I attempted to draw power from her and Charlie, but I immediately felt some kind of pushback and I nearly threw up. "I'm sorry, I'm too weak," I said frailly. "Oberai, please." Oberai flew above the Periton. She landed at his head, but before she made a move to lay a feather upon the creature, she spoke softly.
"If I attempt to heal this creature while you are so fragile, we could lose you all over again. I draw my strength from our bond, and therefore work best when you and Charlie are at your greatest strength. This is a high risk."
I was about to tell her to go ahead and do it anyway, but Charlie cut that off immediately.
"No," Charlie said sharply. "We aren't doing that." "What's going on? Why isn't Oberai helping?" Ez asked weakly.
Tears welled out of him at the overwhelming experience of bonding with and potentially losing his familiar all at once. I told Ez what Oberai had said, and he shook his head.
"I won't accept this. He's my familiar. If he dies, I die too."
Ez knelt beside me, barely containing his sobs.
"Whatever happens, I'm going with him."
Ez spread both of his hands across the animal's pelt to bury his hands inside the bloody fur. When he touched the Periton, his body ignited with a golden light that matched the halo coming off the Periton's antlers. I was awe-inspired, as I'd never seen anything like it. I watched as the smaller cuts on the deer's coat stopped bleeding and started to fade away. "Ancestors, Ez! You're a dual caster," I gasped. "You can heal." Ez's expression went wide with surprise, but there was no time to sit and marvel.
What do I need to do?
Healing wounds and broken blood vessels is easier than curing an illness. You just have to knit what's cut back together, I told him. You're doing just fine now, but try to speed it up. You can encourage the body to regenerate the blood he lost by giving your familiar some of your magic. You share a connection, so the transfer should be easy. Ez nodded firmly, then put all his concentration into healing his familiar. I observed as the harsh wounds and deep gashes that the barbed wire had delivered vanished completely at the touch of Ez's light. The rattled breaths the Periton gave became healthy and strong. Ez broke off the shaft of the arrow and carefully removed it from the animal's wing. I watched as Ez's Anachi magic knitted the hole the arrow had made back together, sinew and bone regrowing until it was as good as new. I never thought my brother was a gifted caster. He was always behind in our elemental class, and he'd never been very good at any spells I'd seen. But he was able to use Anachi magic effortlessly, despite all the struggles he had casting Tawakwa magic. No, better than effortlessly. He was talented. Healing had to be his primary gift, while water was just a secondary trait. It just hadn't shown up until his familiar arrived. Eventually, the Periton was able to get back up. He stood tall, tossing his antlered head and letting out a bray. Ez scratched the Periton behind the ears, and the deer gave an affectionate snort.
Stop touching my merchandise.
The snarly voice of an ugly old man beckoned from the other side of the fence line. Through the metal and barbed wire, I saw that he was carrying a crossbow. I snarled. He had to be the one who'd shot the Periton. What was more, this was the guy who ran the magical creature shop in Shade Hills. Precarious Pets. I knew he had to be because I'd seen him on our field trip into town during our second semester. The Periton must have been trying to escape, and this despicable jackass had shot him down.
He's not merchandise. He's a living creature, one that breathes just like we do, Ez replied cruelly. And he's staying with me.
The shopkeeper's lip twisted.
The hell he is, boy. That deer is my property, bought and paid for. Yeah, and I just bonded with him, Ez snapped. Get lost, loser. I don't care if he's your long-lost lover. I paid good money for that Periton, and I spent my morning chasing after him once he broke out of the shop. Busted up half my stock, too. I'm going to turn him for a profit, whether that be by selling him on the black market or to a meat factory.
The shopkeeper sneered.
I'll pay you for him. Just leave us alone,
Ez said. The shopkeeper snorted.
You inmates don't have any money.
I'm the eldest son of the Tawakwa chieftain.
Contact him, he'll give you whatever you ask for, Ez said firmly. But you're not walking back to town with my familiar.
Daddy was going to be broke by the time all us kids got done asking for money, with the kind of trouble we got into. The shopkeeper narrowed his eyes, but he ceased to throw out a comeback as he saw a group of 10 guards approaching, carrying Noxite guns. Clearly, he didn't want to deal with the warden any more than the rest of us did, because he said,
Your father better pay up, boy, or I'll be looking for you the second you set foot outside this hellhole, if you ever do.
The shopkeeper hustled back into the woods. Immediately, the guards set on making the entire situation our fault.
What are you kids doing? A guard barked. Trying to escape? No, Ez replied harshly. I was rescuing my familiar. Quit lying, Maito. You don't have a familiar on record, the guard snapped. I just bonded, and if I hadn't gotten here in time...
Ez rubbed the Periton's head, and the deer gave a snuffling noise.
We'll see, the guard replied. We're taking you and this animal in for a bond evaluation to make sure you aren't lying. The rest of you are going down to cell block 9 for trying to break out.
We weren't trying to break out, dipshit. The only part of the fence that's broken is the barbed wire at the top, Kallie replied dryly. And if you haven't noticed, none of us can get close enough to get over it.
We'll be the judge of that, a guard replied. You'd better check your attitude, missy, before I decide I don't like your tone.
Kallie wrinkled her nose at him, which didn't help. 3 guards escorted Ez and his Periton back to the prison. while the rest of the guards forced us to go in another direction. I had the thought that we should fight them off and try to make a break for it, but there was no way we were getting past that Inferokite without possibly blowing a hole in our heads. Charlie helped me back into my wheelchair. The guards took us to an evaluation room where they grilled us with a bunch of pointless questions. When it was clear they didn't have anything on us, and they couldn't prove we were trying to break out, they let us go. But not without a bunch of pointless threats. We hurried along to the villain's den as fast as we could, to get some relative privacy from these assholes. Once the guards left us alone, Opal began fretting.
"Oh, I do hope Ez will be all right,"
Opal worried.
"I'm not sure what a bond evaluation is, but it doesn't sound good."
Marcus and I had one ordered by the Warden, Kallie said dully. Yeah, Marcus agreed. It wasn't pleasant. It was a while ago, right after the Dark Games. He was already watching us at that point. I didn't ask why they hadn't told us. It definitely wasn't something I wanted to go through.
"Did it hurt?"
Opal asked, and she hiccuped. No, Kallie shook her head. But it was very invasive. They have a fae cast a spell to take your bond out from your spirit and look at it, magically. It doesn't do anything, but it feels a bit like being naked for the whole world to see. But Ez will pass, Marcus assured me. They have a true bond. It just makes you feel really vulnerable. I never wanted that to happen to Charlie and me, and I hoped the Warden wouldn't bother. Nobody needed to go prying into the connection we had. Our next class was elemental magic, so we parted from Cali and Marcus so we could practice under the instruction of Professor Summers. We cast small spells to keep Professor Summers happy, though she mostly ignored us. She knew we were talented spellcasters, so she devoted most of her time to helping others in the class. Though we could use our normal powers under the influence of Inferokite, the magic was dull and unimpressive. We had to get these cuffs off somehow. Ez didn't show up. The bond evaluation must be taking a long time. I wasn't sure why, as it was clear he shared one with the Periton. The prison board had to be arguing if they were going to allow Ez to keep him at the prison. I assumed they were fighting about Ez using the Periton to escape. But if the Periton couldn't fly over the fence due to the Noxite surrounding the school, there was no reason to not let him keep his familiar. Charlie was quiet most of the class period. I couldn't read his thoughts, though I was more or less scared to try. "What's on your mind?" Charlie waited for a moment before he replied. "Did it seem like Ez secured his bond with his familiar right away?" The question was gutting. "I don't know. Maybe he did." I'd observed Ez carefully as the guards had led him and the Periton off. They'd practically been breathing in sync, their attention diverted toward the same place, even looking ahead at the same spot. When Ez moved, so did the deer, to mirror him. It was uncanny, something I'd only seen in bonded partners that had been together for a long time. Though Charlie couldn't witness any of this, he'd sensed it. Magically, something very strong resonated between Ez and the Periton. And it was unmatchable to what we had with Oberai. "How is that possible? I thought you had to build a relationship with your familiar before that happened," Charlie stated. "Some bonds can be secured almost instantly upon meeting," Oberai commented. "And the situation the two of them found themselves in certainly pushed them together." Charlie's emotions flooded into me, and he didn't bother to block them this time. He was jealous. I felt a little envious, too. The three of us had been through a lot in the past 2 years, and our souls still hadn't found complete unification. Elementi who had secured their bond with their familiar could perform stronger magic. They had a deeper connection with their magical creature that other Elementi did not, which enabled them to protect and serve each other better. It was more like the feeling of being one soul in 2 different bodies, rather than being 2 separate entities living apart. The sensation, as it had been described to me, was fluid and seamless. The 3 of us weren't even close to that. Sure, we could communicate telepathically, and our magic was strong, but it was difficult getting all 3 of us on the same page at the same time. We argued and had disagreements constantly, and I knew Oberai always felt like she was pulled between Charlie and me. That wouldn't happen when our bond was secured. She wouldn't have to make decisions to pick and choose who to side with. because Charlie and I would truly be one soul. Despite all the work we'd put into our relationship, there was a constant tug-of-war we experienced that left Oberai confused, feeling like she wasn't doing her job to unite us. The disagreement about breaking out of the Institute was a prime example. Charlie and I both wanted to save the world, but we couldn't agree on how to do it. That wouldn't happen when our bond was finally secured, because whenever we made a decision, it would be a unified one. Considering how different the three of us were, I worried we'd never get there. Charlie frowned. Why does it work for everyone else but not for us?
It's going to be harder. There are 3 of us, Oberai pointed out. That means 3 different pieces of our soul to reunite as one, and each of us have quite strong personalities that can make that difficult.
I figured our bond would secure when we got married, I said. I felt something happen when we took our vows.
We definitely came closer, Oberai said. But we're just not there yet.
So what can we do to make it happen? Charlie asked. If we secure our bond, we'll be able to perform stronger magic. Maybe we'll be able to get these cuffs off.
Bonds are unified through strong emotion. The Elementi tribe once attempted to force the unification through the elemental cup, Oberai mused. It worked, for a time. Life or death situations have a way of bringing souls together.
I nodded. The elemental cup had been a deadly competition, where past elders forced newly bonded college elementi and their familiars to survive against a trial of elements. My parents had participated in it when they were young, and a lot of kids had died over the years. After the Hawkeye Civil War, my parents and others had changed the competition. The cup still took place, but it wasn't deadly anymore, and was more of a coming-of-age ceremony than an actual trial.
We did that in the Dark Games and it wasn't enough,
Charlie objected. Oberai ruffled her feathers.
Clearly, it's going to take something stronger.
Being scared isn't the answer. Fear won't help us unify, I noted.
To secure our bond takes more than feeling. It takes alignment,
Oberai insisted.
There are different pieces inside all of us that are at war. Until we learn to bring them together, our bond will never be whole.
I felt discouraged. This was going nowhere. If we hadn't managed to secure our bond by now, I wasn't sure what else it was going to take to get there, or what else we'd have to go through to make it happen, and that terrified me. We dicked around in our classes for the rest of the day, and waited until after dinner to meet Takahashi in the secret illusion room. We got there before he did, so while we were waiting, Charlie tried out his new glasses. He was super excited about them, turning pages of books that were spread out on the round table.
I've never gotten to read before. I can read Braille now, but the glasses will give me access to things that haven't been converted, he said.
He talked about reading like it was a marvel. Something so simple that so many people could do was a rare gift for him. It was wrong that the world had robbed him of that experience for so long.
It'll definitely make research easier, Marcus said.
He kept having to yank books out from under Rishi, who lay on every tome Charlie opened. I'd been feeling a little down, so Charlie had gotten me a caramel macchiato from Commissary. It helped a little. Apparently, I wasn't the only one because Kallie didn't look happy. She was off in the corner by herself, turning pages listlessly. She didn't appear bored, rather upset. Oberai fluttered her feathers from the back of the chair she was sitting on. I jerked my head at her and she nodded in understanding.
Hey, Charlie, since we're waiting, why don't you and Marcus go dig up those books on elves that you so ridiculously hid while you were trying to conceal information about Forevermore, Oberai asked. They could prove useful now.
That was forever ago, back during our second semester. I'm not even sure I know where they are, he objected.
Well, you're the one who buried them, so perhaps you boys can put a brain cell or two together and figure it out,
Oberai said brightly.
Fuck you, Oberai, Charlie sighed. But you're right. Come on, Marcus. Oberai thinks we need to find those elf books I buried, and she's not wrong. There might be something in there we could use.
Why do I have to be the one to go with you? Marcus complained.
Because no one else wants to? Hurry up.
Rishi padded behind them with a flick of his tail. Once the boys left the room, I rolled my chair over to Kallie, while Obrai observed us keenly from a distance. "What's up? You seem bummed." She startled. "Oh, I'm not. Just thinking." "About what?" "I really don't want to talk about it," she said. "I didn't have Obrai come up with a bullshit excuse to get the guys out of here, just so you could refuse to tell me what's wrong. Something's on your mind," I insisted. "Just trying to keep my dirty thoughts to myself," she mumbled. Fireworks of excitement immediately erupted within me. "Ooh, I want to hear everything." "Better you than Marcus," she replied. "He's been working on his mind-reading powers, but it's still dirty thoughts he can hear the clearest. And mine are filthy." "Tell me." I leaned in closer, and she dropped her voice. "I've been thinking, what if Marcus's twin brother had survived?" Kallie asked. "Twins in the Miriamic Coven share a soul, and I'm bonded to Marcus. So wouldn't that mean I would have bonded with Dean too?" "Is that possible?" I asked. "Sorceresses can bond to two mates at once. It happened with my grandmother," Kallie explained. "And I was just thinking, why choose? I'm sure Marcus would share." I was absolutely giddy. "Ancestors, you're totally into the thought of having a threesome with Marcus and his twin brother." I put my hand over my mouth, thrilled with how juicy this was. "Yeah, and I haven't been able to stop thinking about it since." "It's hot," Kallie insisted. "I'm sure you could imagine how fun 2 Charlies would be." "I think I would die of happiness," I said, but left it at that. Kallie didn't know about my struggles with our sex life, because, honestly, I felt embarrassed to tell her. Sharing what little I had with Ivy had been painful, and besides, this conversation was about her. I didn't need to go rambling about myself. She sighed. "It's never going to happen, though, since Dean is dead." "But are you bonded to Rishi too? Obviously in a non-sexy way," I stated. "I think so. I share a connection with both of them." Her shoulders dropped. "I guess daydreams are all I'm going to get, though. Marcus has 0 interest in dating me, and the longer we ignore our bond, the weaker my magic gets. He either needs to reject me or admit what we have, because I can't do this for much longer." "Aren't there Arcanian ceremonies you can perform to break your bond with him?" I asked. "I could. I've tried, but I won't. I don't have the heart," she said sadly. "He's gotta be the one to do it. Otherwise, we're just stuck in limbo." I thought about suggesting Charlie's help. He could use his elf powers to break their bond, and neither one of them would have to go through the pain of doing so. But my intuition flat out rejected that idea immediately. I had an inward knowing these two were going to end up together. Just how long it was going to take, I didn't know. "I mean, it'd be easier to break it off sooner than later, since you guys haven't done anything," I pointed out. Kallie got super quiet, and I gave a loud, obnoxious gasp. "Wait, no. Oh, Kallie, you liar!" She blushed deeply before she exclaimed, "I wanted to tell you, but I don't even know what's happening myself." "Do you? Because the last thing I knew, you and Marcus weren't a thing. Now you're sexing up the place." "We didn't have sex, gods." She rolled her eyes. "We just did other things." I cannot believe this. Kallie, when did this happen? I asked. "The first time you were in the hospital." She dropped her gaze away from mine. "We didn't know if you were going to make it." "Of course, the good stuff happens when I'm not around to hear about it," I grumped. "Nobody did. I'm just telling you about it now because I can't hold it in any longer," Kallie shouted. "Okay, so go on. What steamy encounters did 2 of my best friends have when poor, broken little me was fighting for her life in a hospital bed?" Kallie's look turned sheepish as I reached for my coffee. Marcus ate me out in a stairwell." I spat out my drink. "What the hell?" "You're telling me." She shook her head. "One minute I'm sobbing my eyes out, and the next my skirt's hiked halfway up my stomach, and he's making me feel things with his mouth I never have before. Excuse me, back up. I held up my hands. That's a hell of a transition. What's the whole story? I told you. When we came back from the underground, I didn't know if you were going to be okay. I was pretty sure you were going to die, actually. I'd run off to be alone, Kallie said. She reached out to grasp my hand and squeezed it tight. I was just falling apart, and I didn't know what to do. Kallie, I'm so sorry. I clutched her fingers back. You know, I'd do anything to get back to my friends. I didn't just come back for Charlie. I fought to come back to you, too. I know that. Kallie wiped her misty eyes with the palm of her free hand. But it was rough, Ava, and really scary. For the first time in a really long one, I was so scared because I was terrified I was going to lose my best friend. I immediately started crying. I leaned forward to hug her. Oh, Kallie, I didn't know you felt that way about me. Of course I do. It's rare for me to have a female friend. Kallie squeezed me back before she pulled away. The girls in Malovia hated me. They were either jealous of me because I was the princess, or we didn't get along because I'm just too me. I knew what she was saying. Too aggressive, too blunt, too loud, too straightforward, too much. People had treated me like that too back home. They tolerated me because I was the chieftain's daughter, but it was rare for anyone outside of my family to actually like me. There was a reason I'd suffered so badly when Monica died. I didn't have anyone else. You'll never be more than I can handle, Kallie. I like you just the way you are, I promised. I know, and I didn't want to lose that. She sniffed, then laughed lightly. I didn't know what I was going to do with myself if you were gone. You say you're an asshole, but you care about and love everybody, Ava, no matter who they are. After we became friends, you accepted me without a second thought, and that's something I've never had in the Fae world. You're a really special person. The world would suffer if you were away. I know I would. I reached forward to wipe the tears off her cheeks. Well, I'm not going anywhere, so you don't have to worry about being alone. I don't know what I'd do without you. She smiled as she gave a sniff. I don't think you realize how much you mean to me. I love you too, Kallie. I wouldn't want heaven without you anyway. I gave a watery chuckle. Enough with the sappy stuff. I want the sexy details. So you were in the stairwell and Marcus came in and there wasn't any hiding it from him, Kallie confessed. When he saw me sobbing, he just held me. And before either of us knew what was happening, we got carried away. He's the one who went to take my panties off, by the way, not me. It wasn't my idea. And I'm guessing once it started, you didn't want it to stop? Oh, gods no. I'm telling you, he kissed me down there and it was game over. She let out a dreamy sigh. Then he finished me off and it was so awkward after that. Neither one of us said or did anything. He didn't leave my side, though. Not for one moment until you woke up. Poor Marcus, sitting there in a stairwell with blue balls. And it hasn't stopped since? I asked. It's not like it's all the time, she protested. How often is this a thing? Honestly, she ran a hand through her hair and tugged on the ends. We don't get together unless one of us is triggered. He gets upset, or I do, and we try to comfort each other, and that comforting leads to something else. Oh, that sounds so healthy. My voice dripped with sarcasm. It's not my fault, she insisted. I'm not the one making the moves. I can't believe that. There's no way Marcus is taking the lead on all this. I thought so too, until he had me on my back. Just how far have you two gotten? Kallie blushed. Well, we were naked on top of the witch tower yesterday. What the hell? We've never gone all the way, Kallie assured me. But we've pretty much done everything else. Please don't tell Charlie. I keep no secrets from my husband, I said coyly. Not to mention, this puts the team in jeopardy. What with you two having secret rendezvous all over the fucking prison, We need to know where you guys stand with each other. Fine, just don't go spreading it around, Kallie growled. I don't need Ivy trying to give me tips. At least tell me it's good. He worships the ground I walk on, Kallie said gleefully. It's amazing he's such a rock star at it, seeing as how he's never done any of it before. He never messed around with Anya? My eyebrows shot up. Kallie shrugged. He said it was just kissing. Nothing more than that. And he'd gotten that attached? I cleared my throat. Is it different than it was with Scarlet? She gave an obnoxious scoff. Scarlet was fun and all, but that was hollow compared to how Marcus makes me feel. There's nothing like being together with the person you're destined for. I absolutely agreed. I had experienced as much with Charlie. But her choice of words had me worried. Kallie, this is dangerous. Why? She immediately got defensive. You and Charlie did the friends with benefits thing. And it turned out horribly. Until it didn't. You guys need to have a commitment in place so it's safe for both of you, I said firmly. Messing around, especially having sex with your bonded partner, if you're not on solid ground, you're testing that soul connection. I'm not saying you need to rush to the altar, but ancestors, at the bare minimum, you should be his girlfriend. You deserve that much. Like Marcus would ever go for that. The man's more afraid of his feelings than he is his own shadow. You can't keep stringing each other along because feelings are scary. Kallie scowled. Look, Ava, you haven't even been married for a year. You can't sit here and say you're some maven of nuptials because Charlie put a ring on your finger. But it takes a lot to make a wife, Kallie. I haven't been married long, but I know that much. This isn't some fling. You and Marcus love each other. Yeah, easy to convince him, Kallie replied. Whenever I bring it up, he just goes all troubled bad boy and complains about his dark past or whatever. She did a simpering expression of Marcus with the trembling lip and everything. It was quite good. This is small stuff, I argued. There's something else holding you back. Kallie took a breath. When she finally began speaking, her voice trembled. Because at the end of the day, he's still in love with Anya. I know he is. And until he can let her go, we can never be a thing. She might be dead, but it's not over between them, Ava. Not by a long shot. I can't compete with his feelings for a dead girl. I didn't believe her. She might think Marcus was still in love with Anya, but I knew where his true feelings were. You can, I reassured her, because Marcus loves you more. He's confessed that to Charlie, and I know he's not lying. She sighed and dropped her head. Maybe. Look, you've got to give this mating thing a shot. Marcus just needs a little push. Hell, maybe things aren't as bad as you think. You sure are saying hell a lot, Kallie smirked. I shrugged. Charlie's rubbing off on me. Is that the only thing he's rubbing? I could ask Marcus the same thing about you. I knew by the spark in her eye she was about to come back with some smart-mouthed answer before the door to the room opened and cut off what she was about to say. We're back! Marcus's triumphant voice echoed through the room. We got the books! He and Charlie had returned. The books that had been buried were in their arms, covered in dirt but presumably unharmed. Yeah, and they're still readable, Charlie said in what seemed like relief. He put one of the filthy books in front of his glasses, and they robotically read a few lines. We can still gain some information from these. The books were cool and all, but I was more wrapped up in the Marcus and Kallie drama. Fuck, I couldn't look at him now without picturing what Kallie had told me. Our Marcus, a true stud. I wanted to shake his hand and congratulate him myself, but if I did, he'd melt into a puddle on the floor. Marcus glanced at me, and the second he saw the expression on my face, he turned red. Oh shit, I was bad at hiding it. He totally knew what Kallie had told me. His gaze landed on Kallie, and she stiffened beside me. They didn't say a damn word, but I knew they didn't have to because their eyes had a whole conversation. Charlie noticed the tense silence and went to speak to me privately. Did something happen? Charlie asked me telepathically. You are not going to believe what Kallie just told me, I gushed. But our mental conversation was interrupted when Hemlock strolled into the room, followed by Takahashi. She made no effort for a greeting as she stated, "Professor Takahashi has told me you four are having trouble resisting the Inferokite cuffs, and we simply can't have that. We're making progress in breaking the hold these cuffs have on you today, one way or another." Okay, it was clear she wasn't letting us out of this room until we figured this out. "We've determined that the key to destroying Inferokite is using strong emotion," Hemlock began. "I'm sure, with enough determination coupled with practice, the four of you will be able to harness enough energy to shatter the Inferokite binding you. Let's begin." Hours passed. We worked tirelessly at attempting to damage the Inferokite, but our efforts didn't put a crack in the stones. Callie, Marcus, and Charlie got more frustrated with every minute that passed, attempting different spells and theories, but the Inferokite resisted whatever strategy they came up with. At least the others were doing something. As far as strong emotion, I just couldn't harness any. I tried, I really did. I thought about how angry I was that we were in this situation, how desperately I wanted to protect Charlie, and how much I hated the Warden. Usually when I thought of the Warden, heavy feelings came up. That man could get an inferno of rage stoked up in me quicker than gasoline thrown over a bonfire. Not since the underground, though. I was still mad at him, don't get me wrong, but I felt my anger was being blocked somehow. I just couldn't be bothered to care. It sucked. "I can't do this, Oberai," I said tiredly. "There's nothing left in me." "Don't worry. I think cheerful Charlie over here's got it handled," Oberai grumbled. Charlie was losing his fucking mind. He tried everything to break the bracelet's hold. He attempted to rip it off with roots he grew from the ground, smashed bricks onto it, even borrowed some magic from me so he could attempt to freeze the bracelet off using water or melt it off using fire. The room was a mess, and the bracelet didn't look damaged in the slightest. I was starting to get worried he'd try sawing off his arm next. "Charlie, I think it's time to calm down," Takahashi said steadily. "Calm down? How can I calm down when the entire world's going to shit?" Charlie screamed. "We're not going to get anywhere when you're acting like a psychopath," Kallie snapped, and she dropped the illusion blade she'd been bashing over the bracelet. "Get it together." Marcus hurried to defend Charlie. "Who are you calling a psychopath? You're the sociopath. You went around assassinating whoever you felt like back in Malovia. At least Charlie's only killed people who've tried to kill him." Kallie slammed her hands against the table. "I am not a sociopath. Contrary to popular opinion, I have fucking feelings, and I can feel sympathy for people." "You sure aren't feeling sorry for me," Marcus spat. The subcontext in this argument was huge. Marcus knew exactly what we'd discussed, and was pissed at Kallie for telling me what was going on, and because of it, he was going to take out his feelings on her about something else. But she needed support. How could he expect her to keep hiding what was between them and be satisfied with what he was giving her? It was wrong. "Because I'm not going to chime in on your pity party," Kallie said. "You've done your share of bad things, so don't go there." "What I did was an accident. You're a serial killer by choice," Marcus shouted. "I kill monsters who fucking deserve it, to protect innocent people," Kallie growled. "You're a menace to society. That's why you're locked up in here," Marcus spat. "Well, look in the fucking mirror because so are you," Kallie shoved Marcus. "Enough of this," Hemlock snapped, coming between them. "Clearly, we need to reassess at another time." "I think we should take a moment to rest," Takahashi said soothingly. "We'll retire for the night. Things will look better in the morning." Kallie punched the door on the way out and left a hole, so she clearly didn't think so. Marcus sat in a chair and pouted, though Rishi yowled at him to go after her. I didn't think they'd argue like that unless both of them were feeling entirely helpless. This was my fault. My friends wouldn't be wearing these bracelets if I hadn't destroyed the underground. After our practice, Charlie had a late-night factory shift and didn't get back until it was close to curfew. He was still fuming as he helped me into bed. I had wanted a shower,
but I couldn't get one because I still needed help washing up and Charlie wasn't allowed in the girls' bathrooms. We'd have to wait to go back to the infirmary tomorrow and use one of the private showers there. I knew he was frustrated about all the obstacles we had to get around now because I couldn't walk. The weight of responsibility fell even heavier on me. I pulled one of Charlie's shirts over my head to sleep in before I lay back. It was huge on me, more like a dress, and was really soft from years of use. I loved it because it smelled like him and was comfortable, but he hardly had anything new. I was getting this boy some damn clothes the next chance I had. No husband of mine was going to walk around looking raggedy.
"What are you thinking about?"
Charlie asked as he lay beside me. Oberai had changed into a husky and jumped up to spread out on the foot of the bed. "What colors go best with your skin tone?" I replied. "Do you prefer wool or cashmere?" His tone was full of disbelief.
"You're worried about clothes at a time like this?"
"Well, yeah. Is that wrong?" He appeared perplexed.
"I don't know how you're not overwhelmed with everything that's going on."
"What can we do about it? We're working on finding a solution, but one isn't available right now. I'm not going to beat myself up when we're doing the best we can." The answer sounded very Oberai. I wonder if more of him had bled into me since I'd returned from the ancestral lands.
"We could do more."
His voice ached. "More to make ourselves feel bad, probably. But we can't blame ourselves for information we don't know."
"There has to be a way to get these Inferokite bracelets off,"
Charlie insisted. "I'm not just talking about the Inferokite," I said. "Charlie, I know you still feel horrible about everything that happened in the underground." His words were thick.
"I can't stop thinking that I could have prevented this, and I didn't. You didn't have to lose your ability to walk, but you did, because I didn't do my best to protect you, not even close."
"What would we have done differently? We didn't know going down there was going to kill me. I didn't know when I cast that spell it would take away my ability to walk. How do you expect us to be angry at ourselves for knowledge we didn't have at the time?" I sighed. "And even if I had known, I don't think my decision would have been any different. I gave up something to save all of you, but that sacrifice was worth it because we all got out. So be happy that we all survived, and stop getting upset because you have to help me."
"I'm not upset that I have to help you, but I didn't want this for you."
Charlie stroked back my hair. "You being sad because I'm in a wheelchair makes me feel less than. I don't want pity. I just want to get back to living, whether I'm walking or not. I understand it's something to grieve because losing the ability to walk is a huge loss. But being in a wheelchair isn't the part that bothers me. It's all the struggles I have to face, because the Institute isn't accommodating and it sucks how people look at me now. It's not like I'm any different inside, but you treat me differently, and I hate it. I want to be your equal again, not some fragile fucking flower you have to dance around." He sniffed.
"I didn't want to make you feel like that. I've been doing the best I can. I don't regret the position we're in."
"Stop lying. I know what you're thinking. Sometimes you wonder if it would have been better to let me go."
He started to tear up. "I'm glad that you're here, but I hate to see you in so much pain."
You made the right choice. You're not a monster for wanting me to stay with you, and you shouldn't feel guilty for bringing my soul back, I insisted. If I didn't agree, I would have stayed in the ancestral lands. I figured coming back here to party on Earth was the better option.
"Wish it was under better circumstances," Charlie mumbled.
"I want to get to a place of acceptance, at the very least. Yeah, this is traumatic and new, but it doesn't mean my life is over. It's scary because I have to learn how to ask for help for the first time, and that's terrifying because I'm so independent." I looked toward the ceiling. "I'm determined to help myself. I've grown up around people with disabilities, so I know I can still do everything I want to. I'm not angry that I'm in a wheelchair. I'm angry I have to relearn everything in my life. I'm angry at how people treat me. So don't be one of those people. Just be Charlie. That's all I ever wanted from you. A sense of normalcy." Charlie gave a skeptical noise.
"Or anything but normal."
"Normal for us. And I mean, look at the positives," I said. "I get to do wheelies whenever I want.
I get to cut in line. My upper body strength is going to be amazing. And I can accidentally roll over people I hate. Those are all huge benefits. He laughed through the tears.
Those are pretty good points.
He swallowed.
I'm sorry I put you through this. The surgery, struggling to learn how to live again, all of it. I know how difficult it is to learn how to navigate the world when you don't have the same tools as everyone else. And I didn't want that for you.
Well, in my mind, there's nothing to say sorry for. But I forgive you anyway. And I think you should forgive yourself, too. Charlie drew a deep breath and promised,
I'll try.
He laced his fingers through mine. I called fire to my skin, just enough to warm his fingers and show him I cared. A light breeze made my hair flutter in front of my face. Charlie was thanking me without having to say a thing. A cracking sound met my ears, and the bracelets on our wrists shook. I gasped. I lifted the cuff up to my eye level, observing the inferokite trapped within. The stone had several cracks running through it.
What just happened?
Charlie asked. The inferokite broke, I said in wonder, grabbing his wrist to check his bracelet as well. The crystal within his cuff had turned to powder, leaving an empty slot where it had been.
You severed both, Oberai said in awe, gazing at me. It was your magic. I feel so much better, Charlie said. How'd we do it?
It must have been our power of forgiveness, I explained. I think we're always looking for negative feelings to fix things. Rage, desperation. But there are stronger emotions than that, more powerful ones. I realize now that I didn't break the inferokite in the underground because I was angry. I broke it because I loved you. And all that love, the inferokite couldn't hold.
Aw, how sentimental, Oberai purred. You're incredible, Pidge.
Charlie swung his legs out of bed.
We still have some time before curfew. Let's sneak out to the fence line and see if we can break that inferokite too.
He went to grab my wheelchair, but I grabbed his arm. We'll get harassed by the guards if we take the chair. It's too slow and we can't avoid them as easily. Let me ride on Oberai and you can ride behind me. Then you can make sure I won't fall off. He frowned.
You could get hurt.
Please, Charlie. I miss riding. His shoulders slackened.
It's a good compromise. I guess it's okay.
Oberai changed into a unicorn. Charlie lifted me onto her back once we were out of our cell and into the hallway. Charlie rode behind me. He wrapped his arms around my middle because my legs weren't capable of gripping her sides to keep me on. Once outside, we stuck to the shadows and the trees, avoiding the sight of the guards. They're going to know we snuck out here. The trackers and the cuffs are still active, I told Charlie.
It doesn't mean anything. Not as long as we get back to our room before 10. We're not breaking the rules, Charlie said.
We approached the fence line. The guards had already fixed the barbed wire that Ez's familiar had torn, making it seem like it'd never been disturbed at all. 10 feet out, a nauseous pit formed in my stomach. Stop, I said, and Oberai halted in her tracks. I can't get any closer without getting sick.
Can you affect the inferokite from here? Charlie asked.
I cast out my magic, but now that I was actively trying to mess with the inferokite, performing spells was harder. I already knew I wasn't going to be able to break what was underneath that fence line with the energy I had. You try. I can't do it, I said tiredly. A couple of moments passed. There was a sharp noise that was muffled by the ground, like a minor explosion had gone off underneath the earth. I heard something break, I noted.
You heard something shift. I was able to disturb the crystal, but I couldn't shatter it like the ones inside the cuffs, Charlie said. Those crystals are a lot bigger than the ones inside our cuffs.
I frowned. Looks like we only have enough magic to break minimal amounts of inferokite. What's buried under the fence is still too overpowering. The Warden must have put whole inferokite bricks under the property and lined the entire fence.
Doesn't matter. We've proven we can do it, Charlie insisted. This is a huge breakthrough. If we can learn how to break small amounts of inferokite, eventually we can become strong enough to get through the fence line.
Then we're home free, I whispered. Charlie drew me closer to him as he kissed my head.
I love you, Pidge.
I love you too, Charlie. I let my head fall back on his chest. Someday we'll get out of here. That someday was soon. Hopefully the Warden didn't have any plans for us before then, though I knew whatever he wanted to do with us would come when we were least expecting it. When it did, we had to be ready.
Chapter 7. Charlie. We'd broken our Inferokite bracelets. It was progress. But breaking the Inferokite was just the first step. We still had to learn our demigod powers if we had any hope of getting out of here. We knew Ava had healing magic and Kallie could manipulate time. But me, I didn't even know where to start. And Marcus, well, he had to break his Inferokite first if we wanted to learn what his demigod powers were. At the very least, Ava was with us again, and she'd only been back for a short while before making a huge breakthrough. Ava was such a vital part of our team, and that became increasingly apparent during her time in the hospital. We were already halfway through the semester, and we hadn't gotten anywhere investigating the keys on our own. I had the thought that if Ava had died in the underground, we'd all be totally fucked because we weren't finding those keys and saving the Blessed Haven without her. The bed beside me was empty when I woke on Saturday. My heart gave a start until I heard Ava humming from the next room. Over I clacked her beak. I didn't know what was going on, but they both sounded content. I rolled out of bed and walked over to the dresser to pick out clothes for the day. It was the weekend, so I could wear whatever I wanted, thank the ancestors. That scratchy uniform had been nice at first, but nothing could compare to the soft t-shirts Ava's mom had brought me over winter break. My knee slammed into something hard. I tripped and toppled over. "Everything all right in there?" Ava called. I felt for what I'd run into and realized it was the middle drawer of our dresser. Ava must have left it open when she was looking for clothes this morning. "You forgot to shut the dresser drawer," I told her. "Oh, sorry. Whoops," she said. I frowned as I shoved the drawer back into place. As I got up, the top of my head slammed into something hard. I cursed and felt outward. The top drawer was open too. As I felt around, I realized all our clothes were tangled in a big heap. My stomach lurched because I was always careful to arrange my clothes perfectly. Ava. This was one of the big struggles about living together, because I was a neat freak and there was really no nice way to say this. Ava was a slob. She threw stuff everywhere, and wherever it landed, that's where it stayed. Which was annoying, because that made it difficult for me to find things. It had gotten a little better, because we'd worked on it a lot, but sometimes I still tripped on random shit she left lying around. Not to mention she had a bad habit of wearing my shirts to bed, which was fine, I didn't care, except that she never quite put them back. I pulled the clothes out of the drawer and spread them out on the bed, folding them into neat piles and placing them back into the drawer. Once I felt better that things were back in order, I slipped on a t-shirt and jeans. I wiped the blood on my knee away, there wasn't much, and put on my socks and shoes. I reached for my comb and my shower caddy, but it was gone. I frantically ran my fingers over the top of the dresser, but there was nothing. Pidge, I asked. Ava stopped humming. "Yeah? Where's my shower caddy? I'm using it." I counted my footsteps as I left the bedroom and emerged into the main room of our apartment. "Using it for what?" "I'm dyeing one of your old t-shirts. You don't mind, do you?" Ava-Marie was the only person who I let touch my things, but I didn't like my stuff being moved. Order was the most effective way to navigate my environment, and without it, I'd have no idea where my possessions were. "It's an old t-shirt," she assured me. "That one with the hole in the side? I'm going to sew up and make it look better, though." "All right, but how are you dyeing it?" I asked. "We're not allowed to take supplies out of the crafts room." "Oh, simple," she said chipperly. "Oberoi took me down to Commissary." I furrowed my brow. And we got a smoothie. You know, fruit makes a really good fabric dye." "You used your commissary points to buy a smoothie so you could soak a t-shirt in my shower caddy?" It didn't make sense to me, but this was Ava. I'd learned to roll with it. "I'm done dyeing it. I'm just soaking it in cold water now. It should help the color set." I yawned. "You've done all that this morning? What time is it?" past 10, she said. Holy crap, I hadn't realized I'd slept in that long. Though it had been a hard factory shift last night. I'd come back really tired. I really like how the shirt's turning out, she said. It's a very pretty pink. I went over to the counter where we kept bottled water. I reached for one, but my hands met nothing but air. Everything was out of place. I tried to keep my voice steady as I turned back to her. Where's the water? I'm using it, she said innocently. Don't worry, we can get more. That's not what I'm worried about, I snapped. I didn't mean to, and I felt bad the instant I said it. I pushed my fingers through my hair. It's just, this is the one place I have control over my environment, and nothing's together this morning. You should have asked me before digging through my drawers and dyeing one of my shirts. I thought it'd look nice, she said. It's not about the t-shirt, Pidge, I insisted. I know how much you love fashion. I'll let you cut up one of my t-shirts if it makes you happy. I'm bothered you didn't put stuff back. I need organization in my space. A beat passed before Ava said, I was just trying to help. Her voice was so small. I hadn't realized she'd been trying to help me. I thought this was one of her fashion pieces she was experimenting with. I realized then that her parents couldn't send us more clothes right now because the Warden probably wasn't allowing them to come through. She was trying to repair the shirts I had because she knew I didn't have much, and what I did have was worn and years old, if not falling apart. This was her way of trying to help me feel better about what I wore. I ruffled her feathers, and it suddenly occurred to me that maybe Ava couldn't put things back in order. Organizing the top drawer of the dresser from her chair couldn't be easy, and she must have had trouble bending over to close the other drawer because it put pressure on her surgery scars. Now I felt like an asshole. If it's too much trouble, you have to tell me, I pleaded with her. No, you're right, she said. I should have accommodated you. I hesitated. Ava never gave in so quickly. Usually she'd fight. Tell me I was being an asshole for not considering her limitations. But today she just let me win the argument. This was so unlike her. Ava hadn't had a problem fighting with Esther. I had felt through our bond she was ready to smash that bitch's face in. But with me, she didn't even try to put up a fight. Something drastic had changed between the two of us, and that worried me to the very core. I should have apologized and told her I understood, but I had to be sure of what was really going on. Was she backing down because she couldn't admit she needed help, or were things really different between us? I cleared my throat and leaned against the counter. I could get an infraction for manipulating my wardrobe, like you did last year. Ava sloshed the t-shirt around in the water. I expected her to argue, but instead she said, You're probably right. What the hell? She wasn't even going to mention that it didn't matter since it wasn't a uniform? I wanted to ask Oberai what was wrong with her, but I worried she'd hear me. Instead I said, Chancey wanted to get the guys together today to work out. I held my breath, awaiting her response. I expected her to mention Fight Club. I knew that was a sore spot for her. I thought I'd have to explain that this was nothing like Fight Club, just some friends getting together to keep our strength up. But all Ava said was, Sounds good. You don't have a problem with that? I asked curiously. Because if you want me here, I'll stay. No, it sounds fun, she said. I have homework to work on anyway. You should hang out with the guys. It almost felt like Ava wanted me out of the room. It made me really sad that she didn't need me around, but if she needed her space, I'd honor that. I'll see you this afternoon? I asked. Yeah, sure, Ava said in a tone that was difficult to read. I hesitated. It didn't seem right to leave her here, but it didn't seem right to stick around either. My stomach sank as I left the room. I didn't know what was going on between us, but something wasn't right. I was a nervous ball of energy when I met up with Chancey outside the cafeteria. Charlie, good to see ya, Chancey said. Ready to hit the weights? Was I ever? I had to do something to process the weird encounter I just had with Ava. Where's everyone else? They went on ahead, he said. They're waiting for us. Chansey led me down the hall while he spoke in soft whispers. Now, don't go snitching on me, you hear? If Captain finds out I snuck a few weights out of the gym, I'm dead meat. He's already got it out for me now that his best bookie is gone. The mention of Captain left a bad taste in my mouth. Well, he's just going to have to live with it. We made a deal with him. And a fine one at that, Chansey said proudly. We wove through a maze of hallways until I couldn't tell where we were anymore. Where exactly are we headed? I thought if you'd built a secret training room, it'd be in the Devil's Playground. Nah, Ives doesn't want to give the wrong impression, you know. I've got a better place. Even the guards don't know I'm there. Oh? I asked curiously. Chansey opened a door and guided me through. It sounded like a heavy metal door, like the ones at the end of each cell block. I ran my hands along the wall as we walked and realized we were in a long hallway. Up ahead, I could hear the muffled sounds of a conversation going on, but that was it. It didn't seem like there was hardly anyone down here. Cell block 7, Chansey said proudly. Snagged us an old dorm room no one's using anymore. What do you think? Chansey opened another doorway, and the muffled conversation I'd heard earlier became clearer. I'd shove a battle orb up that man's ass, Alistair said. Marcus quickly chimed in. Look, I'm not shoving anything up anyone's ass, but he'll take a battle orb to the face from me. I heard someone grunt, like they were lifting too many weights. I'll send Tahoma after him, Ez said. His familiar puffed a heavy breath, like he agreed. He'll get an antler up the ass, that's for sure. Who's getting one up the ass? Chansey asked nonchalantly, like we talked about assholes all day. Come to think of it, the topic came up more than I cared to admit. Ivy's father, Alistair practically spat. His cat Pig hissed, like just the thought of Ivy's dad made her uncomfortable. I heard he came around the other day. Thanks for the offers, but you don't have to worry about it, Ivy assured us. Things are different around my dad, but it's fine. Chansey scoffed. Fine? Ives, he dead-named you every chance he got. Yeah, well, Ivy didn't quite sound like themselves. It's easier to be that dead person around him. I can raise my old self from the grave every now and then. You could get away with joking about that if you were a necromancer, but you're not, Marcus said, sounding concerned. That isn't funny, Ivy. Your dad's a real piece of work. You think I don't know that? Ivy demanded. They stood from whatever piece of furniture they'd been sitting on. I couldn't be quite certain of the layout of the room yet, and started pacing back and forth. Ivy fidgeted so loudly I could hear it. You guys don't know my dad. You think the vampires in this prison are bad? You have no fucking idea what's out there and what kind of power my dad has. Something wasn't right with Ivy, and it wasn't just nerves. They held it together when their father was around. I'd heard how Ivy spoke around him. This was different. Everyone calm down, I insisted. If Ivy doesn't want to talk about their father, then let's respect their wishes. Ivy immediately stopped pacing, and an awkward silence ensued. What? I asked innocently. You called me they, Ivy said timidly. You said you wanted to try out different pronouns. If you don't like it... I was caught completely off guard when Ivy slammed into me, squeezing me into such a tight hug I couldn't breathe. I didn't know Ivy had that kind of strength. They were a lot smaller than me. But then again, they were part vampire, part merfolk. Thank you, Ivy gushed. You don't know how much that means. Chance that I tried different pronouns in private, but to hear it in casual conversation? Oh, it's a delight. Ivy's choice of words sounded odd, even for them. They drew away, and that's when I caught it. A sickly sweet scent that didn't seem to have a place inside these four walls. It was reminiscent of an alchemy room. Whatever was on Ivy's breath had magical properties to it, and I suspected it wasn't the kind of potion an inmate could find in their classes. A dark heaviness shrouded me, instantly bringing me down to a dark reality. I had suspected Ivy was using for a while now, ever since my wedding, really. It explained Ivy's odd behavior and the smell on their breath. I wondered if Chansey knew. You smell nice today, I remarked, testing their reaction. Ivy loves perfume, Chansey said. Yeah, it's my favorite, Ivy added. I think it smells awful. It's gotta smell different to a vamp merfolk nose, Chansey said. Chansey didn't have a clue Ivy was using. That, or he was actively denying it. He had to be, because he knew what addiction looked like. Ivy was being unfair. Using drugs didn't just affect them. It affected Chansey and all the people who cared about them. The least they could do was tell someone, so they could get the help they needed. I wanted to rush back and tell Ava immediately, but it would crush her. I didn't know where she was at mentally right now, and I couldn't risk hurting her like that. And telling Chansey? Well, that wasn't my place. I needed to talk to Ivy before I told anyone. Ivy turned back to the others. Anyway, we're not here to rag on my dad. We're here because Marcus is a string bean and needs to bulk up. Hey, Marcus whined. If I can do it, so can you, Ez said. I heard a light thwack as he playfully punched Marcus. Ow! Marcus complained. All right, Chansey called. We're not here to spar. We're here to keep up our strength. Give me some weights, Alistair said. I'll show you what a real man can do. You think you can outlift me? Marcus challenged. Let's go. As the others competed with each other to see who was the strongest, Chansey walked me around the room to give me the layout. We've got a few dumbbells we stole from Fight Club, a bench we found in a classroom, and a bar above the window we've been using for pull-ups. And if you're really ambitious, Ez and I dug this boulder out of the yard. It was one hell of a time getting it back here, but we managed. Chansey groaned as he lifted the rock, then dropped it into my arms. It was heavier than I expected and practically the size of my chest, but once I got over the initial shock of its weight, it felt as light as a feather. Do you think I'll have trouble lifting rocks? I asked. Brother, you're forgetting who you're talking to. Just to play with him, I let go of the rock and used my earth magic to hover in midair. Wow, I'm impressed, Ez said, taking his attention off Marcus. I thought you'd struggle now that you've got those cuffs on. I shrugged. Noxite doesn't affect demigod powers, and Ava and I broke the inferokite inside it. I'm stronger than ever. Sort of. Cuff or not, I still didn't know how the hell to utilize my demigod powers. Then why is Stringbean over here still struggling with a 10-pound weight? Alistair cracked. You'd think as a demigod he'd have super strength. First of all, that's not how demigod powers work, Marcus said diplomatically. Second, I haven't broken the inferokite yet. His voice got really quiet at the end. You'll figure it out, I encouraged. How'd Charlie and Ava do it? Alistair asked. Just do that. It kind of just happened, I admitted. Inferokite can't handle big emotions. We were talking about our feelings, and it just broke. All right, I'll just talk about my feelings, Marcus said sarcastically. It's worked out so great in the past. Yeah, fuck feelings, Alistair agreed. That shit ain't gonna save the world. Or maybe it is, and that's why we haven't saved the world yet, I snapped. I'll say it. I'm not ashamed. I talk about my feelings with my wife, and we've made progress. Fuck anyone who thinks it makes me less of a man. The room went dead silent. All right, wow, I was just making a joke, Alistair said. It was a bad joke, I replied. I know you want to lighten the mood, but now's the time to get serious about this shit. Ava and I found a way that works, and until Marcus and Kallie talk it out, we're sitting on our potential without doing something useful with it. Hell, Callie's time powers could get us all out of here, but she can't access it until she figures stuff out with her mate, with Marcus. You think I want this for us? Marcus demanded. The last thing I want to do is to hurt Kallie. I have my reasons for not being with her. And all of your reasons point to avoiding the inevitable, I growled. You think putting it off will make things better? Damn it, Marcus! It's only going to make the moment worse once this all comes to a head. You don't want to hurt her like you hurt Anya? Then make an effort to fix it before it's too late! If I thought the room went silent before, it was nothing compared to now. Nobody breathed. Finally, I heard the rustle of fabric as Marcus crossed his arms. Perhaps we should talk about this in private. All right, I said, taking him up on his bluff. He wanted to act like a tough guy? I sure as hell could play. Marcus fumbled with his words for a second, and when he couldn't find them, he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me toward the door. I nearly tripped over Rishi, and I ran into the bench on my way out. It should have hurt like hell, but I was too worked up to care. I heard the door slam behind us as we entered the hall. "You're being a real ass, you know that?" Marcus snapped once we were alone. I gritted my teeth. I'm aware. I didn't give excuses, but I had 100 on my tongue. I was worried about Ava. Oberoi was no help. Ivy was on drugs, and I didn't know if I could tell anyone. We were running out of time to figure out our magic. This whole charade with the Warden was nothing more than a shit show. I pressed my fingers to the corners of my eyes. I'm sorry. There's a lot going on right now. I just don't want to see you get hurt. Marcus took a long breath. That's the last thing any of us want. Look, Callie's a fae, and we can't get around that, I said. She'll never be able to access the full height of her abilities if she's not mated, and we need her to do that if we're going to do everything we've been planning on. You share a bond with her. You either need to fulfill it or break it and have it over with. I don't want to do that either, Marcus whined. You can't keep leaving her in limbo. It's selfish and it puts the team at risk, I insisted. Her magic keeps getting weaker the longer this drags on, and if she can't use her powers, dude, we're fucked. If you can't be her partner, you need to let her be with someone who's willing to step up to the plate. Marcus made a strange sound, like the thought of her being with someone else was unfathomable. His jealous behavior when Kallie had dated Scarlet last semester made everything so obvious. You don't want to be with her, but you don't want to let her go, I stated. Have you given one single thought to consider what she wants? This isn't fair to her. Who are you to talk? You and Ava put everyone through so much drama last semester because you two couldn't figure out how to get back together until you were forced to, Marcus accused. Yeah, and it was fucking stupid dragging it on for as long as I did, I insisted. I should have put in an effort to work things out with her before the wedding happened. I caused both of us so much unnecessary pain because I thought it was easier keeping us apart, but it wasn't. Instead, I gave up, and that's exactly what you're doing now. You're too afraid to make a decision, so you've decided not to try. And that is a decision, Marcus, no matter how far you run from it. Rishi meowed, and Marcus mumbled. I don't know what to do. Secure your bond, Marcus, I demanded. I know you and Kallie have been screwing around. You love her, no matter how much you try to deny it. Yeah, and that's the problem! Marcus yelled so loud his voice echoed down the empty hallway. I loved Anya too, but what I feel for Kallie is so much deeper. Losing Anya nearly did me in, and I can't go through that with Kallie. Worse, I can't put her through that. If she has a mate, she can lose a mate, which is worse than hell for a fae. With everything we're facing, we're bound to lose each other. It's better to stop loving her altogether than to lose her. I crossed my arms. I don't believe that for a second. If you truly thought that, you'd have broken your bond. I can't, Marcus insisted. Believe me, I've done everything I can to fall out of love with her, but my feelings for her aren't going anywhere. If Callie's going to lose me, then she'll lose an unbonded mate. It will be easier that way. I saw how fucked up you were when Ava died. I'm not putting her through that. So you're just going to keep your mating bond hanging in limbo? I demanded. Eventually, you and Kallie aren't going to be able to resist it any longer. You've already acted on your bond with Kallie. You're going to have a hell of a time coming back from that, if you even can at this point. Marcus huffed. You don't know anything about what's happened between Kallie and me. Whatever details Kallie spilled to Ava doesn't cover what's really happening. So tell me, I pleaded. Let me help. So you can guilt-trip me into making a decision about my own life? Marcus snapped. I sighed. That's not what I'm trying to do, Marcus. I'm trying to help you see the situation for what it is. What makes you think I don't know what's happening? He growled. Because you started something with Kallie that you can't stop, even though you want to leave that door open. Push any further, and that door's gonna come slamming straight shut behind you. Your mating bond will secure before you're ready for it, and then there won't be any going back. You think I've done this all on a whim, without thinking about the consequences? Marcus demanded. I overthink every damn move I make. The moves I made on Kallie, I could not stop. Don't treat me like an idiot. My stomach sank and my tone became lighter. You're not an idiot. Why do I feel like it sometimes? Marcus's voice cracked. Love makes you feel crazy shit, I told him. I'll tell you one crazy truth, Marcus. If I had to choose between losing Ava all over again or never loving her in the first place, I'd lose her 1,000,000 times, because the time I got to love her meant everything. Marcus swallowed. Do you really mean that? I nodded. With my entire soul. I think you and Kallie deserve a shot together. Ava and I could be there with you. We'll go on a double date. That'll make it easy. I'm not sure, Marcus started. I'm not asking you for results, I said. I'm just asking you to try. He gave a defeated sigh. I guess we could give it a try. So we're good? I asked. Marcus groaned. Oh, man, don't make me talk about my feelings. You'll get used to it, I told him. We returned to the workout room. Az groaned on the bench while he lifted dumbbells above his head, and Alistair grunted as he tried to lift the boulder. I could feel with my magic that he got it a few inches off the ground. Air swirled around Chansey's ankles as he did chin-ups on the bar. Ivy didn't work out, just sat there observing. If I keep this up, those vampires won't know what hit him, Alistair said as he struggled with the boulder. And he's gonna think I'm so hot when he sees me next. Guilt rattled around in my gut because despite our best efforts, we still had no idea where the Warden's concentration camp was. And even if we did, we'd have to get out of this place first to rescue Eddie and the other elves. Hell, we didn't even know if they were still alive. My magical connection to Eddie grew weaker by the day. Since he was my sworn guard, I should be able to tell if he was still out there or not. I really had no fucking clue, and that terrified me. This was why we had to expedite our demigod training. The elves didn't have time to sit around and wait for us. Their time could already be up. Alistair's comment must have made Marcus really uncomfortable because he suggested, maybe it's time to call it a day. Nobody argued. We'd barely gotten here, and I was already over it. We all were. Yeah, I'm starving, Ivy agreed. I didn't believe them. Ivy just wanted to ditch. Everyone began filing out of the room. I planted myself between Ivy and the exit. Someone hesitated in the doorway. It must have been Chansey. Can I get your opinion on a gift for Ava? I asked. Absolutely, Ivy said. What are you thinking? Well, she likes dresses, I said slowly. That was enough to get Chansey out of the room, because the door clicked shut, leaving Ivy and me alone. Ava would look sexy in a red. Cut the crap, Ivy, I snarled. Ivy snapped their mouth shut. I know whatever I smelled on you wasn't perfume, I accused. You haven't told Chansey. I don't know what you're talking about. Ivy sounded so confident. They denied this so many times that they were a master at it, but they couldn't fool me. Yes, you do, I said. Let me help. I don't need help, Ivy insisted. For fuck's sake, Charlie. I'm not some low-life vagrant who can't get clean. I was screwing this up again. I'm not here to judge you. I just want to help you get better. Ivy's voice was flat. I appreciate that, but I'm fine. Really. It's only a little every now and then. It's not like it's dangerous. There's nothing you can do. I can, I insisted. I've been around this stuff before. Hell, there was a time I needed help. And what exactly are you going to do? Ivy challenged. Report me to my counselor? Send me to rehab for the 1,000,000th time? There's no way out of the Institute, and there's no way out of this. Let me deal with my life the only way I know how. So let's deal with it together, I offered. Ivy scoffed. You're fooling yourself. I'm sorry you had a hard life, but we're nothing alike. Then help me understand, I pleaded. You never can, and you never will. This is going to kill you if you don't stop, I hissed. What are you on, Nightshade? I knew that's what it had to be. Ivy huffed. Of course you'd assume that. You have such a low opinion of me. Ivy's deflection wasn't going to deter me. At the very least, go to the infirmary for a detox, or talk about it in group therapy. That's what it's for, I suggested. They're just going to sell me the same bullshit they always do. Tell me the same shit they tell every addict. They don't really care about me, Ivy sneered. Well, guess what? Your friends do. How's Ava going to feel when she finds out? Don't tell Ava. For the first time, Ivy actually sounded scared. She doesn't need to know about this. She's got enough to deal with. Everyone's going to find out if you keep using, and you can't stop on your own. Then what are you going to do? Ivy gave a teary laugh. Well, everyone leaves me eventually, so why do I care? My mouth got dry. We're not like your parents. We're not going anywhere. If you don't care about yourself, think about Chansey. What's this going to do to him? Ivy didn't have anything to say to that, and maybe that's because the question was unfair. I really was being an asshole today. I didn't get a chance to add anything else before Ivy pushed past me, slamming their shoulder into mine. They hurried out of the room, and I sighed as I followed behind them. I barely made it out the door before I slammed into something. It moved, and I realized it was Ivy. I thought you were walking away, I said. I was, but then I thought... Ivy trailed off. You thought what? I asked. That I was right? I thought I saw someone down the hall. I instantly became more alert. Who'd you see? I don't know, Ivy admitted. I'm sure it was nothing. I mean, what would a girl with blonde curls have business doing down in an abandoned cell block? We're the only ones who know about the workout room. My veins turned to blocks of ice. Blonde curls could only mean one thing. Esther. The warden had her spying on us. Surely she couldn't have heard anything inside the room. But what had Marcus and I said out in the hall? We had to be more careful. The week after, I wheeled Ava into rehabilitation skills. It was more or less an advanced home economics class to teach us how to assimilate back into society once we left this hellhole. Most students didn't pass. You need a haircut, Kallie said from the table next to us. I like my hair long, Marcus countered. I can almost fit it into a ponytail. Imagine if you slicked it back, though, Kallie suggested. It'd look hot. They were talking like nothing had changed. Obviously, Marcus hadn't asked her on that date yet. Girl, you don't know what you're talking about, Alistair piped up from the table behind them. Marcus is already one hot piece of ass. He doesn't have to change anything. Thanks, Marcus said. Are you hitting on Marcus? Kallie demanded, very possessively, I might add. Look, I'm taken, Alistair said. Doesn't mean I don't recognize a good slab of meat when I see it. You agree, don't you, Thaddeus? Thaddeus laughed from beside Alistair. I'm not really the right person to ask. You hear that, Kallie? Marcus said proudly. I'm a good slab of meat. You know what wolvins like myself do with meat? Kallie asked. We eat it. Ooh. Alistair and Thaddeus sang in unison. I bet you'd like to eat Marcus's meat, Ava mumbled. It was the first time she'd spoken since we arrived. It made me feel better to hear her joking around. Obereye's feathers fluttered from the back of Ava's chair as she added,
I'm sure she already has.
What was that? Kallie demanded. Ava raised her voice. I said I bet you'd like to taste Marcus's... Students, please, let's quiet down. A female voice came from the front of the room. I hadn't realized our professor had entered. Oh, fuck, she's here, Alistair hissed. Thaddeus, hide me. What are you? Thaddeus cut off. Get out from underneath the table. Pig meowed loudly. Alistair must have stepped on her tail or something. You don't understand, Alistair insisted. She pulled me aside after class last week and... Let's just say our professor hates me. I'm sure she doesn't, Thaddeus started, but the click of heels cut him off. Our professor strolled straight up to Alistair's table and stopped there. She must have had the harshest look in her eyes because all the chatter in the room died. Is something the matter, Mr. Martin? She asked Alistair sharply. No, Professor Ziva, Alistair squeaked. Everything's fine here, just, dusting off my cat. Pig gave a loud meow in protest. I expect you to sit quietly in your seat and pay attention to the lesson, Mr. Martin, she sneered. You wouldn't want to fail. It sounded like a threat if I ever heard one. Alistair shuffled back to his seat and didn't say another word. I didn't know what it was about this woman that could possibly scare Alistair. Nothing made the kid go quiet. Nothing. But something about this woman seemed to strike the fear of God into him. Once satisfied, Professor Ziva returned to the front of the room. Today we'll be learning proper etiquette, which will help you secure job interviews and schedule doctor's appointments, should you graduate. Someone at the front of the room scoffed, causing Professor Ziva to get very stern with them. Don't you roll your eyes at me, she snarled. In Astromancer society, if a woman doesn't know how to properly place a phone call, she'll be hung up on. Good luck scheduling your husband's appointments. Astromancer? I thought you were a witch, someone said. Half witch, half astromancer, Ziva clarified. I grew up in Octavia Falls, free to practice my magic. Once I graduated, I spent some time with the astromancers, learning of my heritage and how my magic connected with the stars. In Astromancer society, women are not allowed to practice magic, let alone hold down a job. An Astromancer woman's greatest asset is her ability to manage the household and serve her husband. Consider yourself lucky if you think these skills are beneath you. There's no way I'm staying home to iron your shirts. Let's get that established right now, Ava mumbled to me. Half witch, half astromancer. Why did that sound so... It hit me then. Alistair had been sent to the Institute for poisoning a visiting astromancer professor. But she wasn't just visiting Octavia Falls. She'd returned there, perhaps to apply for a position at the school. But Ziva had ended up in the hospital after Alistair slipped her the potion. She must have lost the job. She couldn't teach in Astromancer society, so the Institute was her last resort. No wonder Professor Ziva hated Alistair. He was definitely screwed. I've prepared a script for you to practice, Professor Ziva said. I've assigned you to random pairs so that you don't get too comfortable practicing with your friends. Names are on the board. Let's get started. Papers rustled and chairs squeaked as people began to move about and pair up. You're with Thaddeus, Ava said. I'm with... Danielle. Danielle was one of Naya's minions. I hated the thought of leaving Ava here with her, even if it was just one table away. Excuse me, a female voice sneered at me. You're in my seat. I didn't move right away, but Ava placed a gentle hand on my arm. I'll be all right. I didn't like Danielle, but Professor Ziva was barking at the front of the room to hurry it up. I'll be right here if you need me, I told Ava.
Don't worry,
Oberoi assured me.
if this bitch comes anywhere near Ava, I'll peck her eyes out.
Damn right you will, I replied. See you later, Charlie, Danielle cooed to me. I kept my expression flat, and it was difficult because I wanted to sneer. Danielle was awful to Ava, but she was always nice to me. Too nice, if you got my meaning. I was married, but even if I wasn't, I'd have absolutely no interest in Danielle, so she needed to leave me alone. I got out of my seat and found my way next to Thaddeus. My fingers brushed against the feathers of his hawk familiar as I passed his chair. I knew him pretty well by now, since we'd worked the mines together and had been paired up in elemental magic more than once. How do you want to do this? Thaddeus asked. I've got it, I said, pulling my reading glasses out of my pocket. I held my script in front of me, and the glasses began reading the words out to me. Wow, Thaddeus raved. Those are epic! Aren't they? Ava's brother Mav really knew what he was doing when he developed these. Maverick? Thaddeus asked. I remember him. He was my reading buddy back in high school. They'd pair us up with the kids from the elementary school, and we'd read to them every Thursday. He's really come a long way, hasn't he? Yeah, he's a great kid, I said. Thaddeus sounded really excited for Maverick, which was so different from all the other inmates. I suddenly realized I never knew why Thaddeus had been sentenced. He was young, barely 19, and had a kind heart. Even the Institute hadn't managed to fuck him up yet. I set my script aside. Can I ask you something? Sure, he said in a bubbly tone. Why are you here? I asked gently. It's in my schedule. Not this class. I mean, why are you at the Institute? I never heard the story. Oh, he became very quiet. Maybe we should get to our project. I felt a little sad that he didn't trust me. Everyone had a story to tell, whether it was the whole truth or not. I barely knew a thing about Thaddeus. If you don't want to talk about it, that's all right, I offered. Thaddeus hesitated. I don't want you to think I did anything bad, because I didn't. Well, maybe that's not true. He took a deep breath, like talking about it was hard. The truth is, my parents died a few years back in a boating accident. The tribe did what they could to help, but there's only so much you can do for whatever it was I had. PTSD, depression, I'm not sure. I got involved with the wrong people and was caught trading magical goods with some witches. Magical goods? I asked warily. You were dealing drugs? More or less, Thaddeus admitted. My stomach sank as I suddenly saw myself in Thaddeus, the lone, orphaned kid trying to find his place in the world, only for a gang of drug dealers to take advantage of him. I didn't blame him. It wasn't his fault. Thaddeus was just trying to cope, to survive. I suddenly hated that I hadn't been there, that I hadn't found the Elementai sooner. I could have mentored him, taught him how to survive on his own. Maybe I still could. I'm sorry you went through that, I told him. Sorry for me? Thaddeus balked. After everything you've been through, finding Forevermore and Ava almost dying, my problems look like a walk in the park. Just because I had it worse doesn't render your problems obsolete, I said. Thaddeus scoffed. It does in this prison. Seems like everyone's competing on who's got it worse. And well, I don't want to enter the dark games, so I keep quiet. No one pays me any attention. Consider it a blessing, I said. There are people in this prison whose attention is the last thing you want. Like the Warden? Thaddeus whispered. I nodded. Like the Warden. Thaddeus shifted in his seat and lowered his voice even further. You're going up against him, aren't you? I'm going to try. Let me help, he offered. Like I said, no one notices me. I could be an asset, a spy. I shook my head firmly. No, you could get hurt. So? He challenged. I may not seem tough, but I've been in this prison long enough to learn a thing or two. You're going to have to know a lot more than that to stand a chance against the Warden. I couldn't be responsible for this kid if he got hurt. All right, maybe I know more than a couple of things. You wouldn't want me snooping around on my own, would you? Fine, I caved. He wasn't going to back down, and at least if we were working together, I could keep an eye on him. I'll let you know as soon as I have a job for you. That's not good enough, Thaddeus argued. I want a job now, otherwise you'll just blow me off and stall. I groaned. Fine, what are your skills? I blend in very well, Thaddeus said. I can follow people and eavesdrop. They wouldn't suspect a thing. I hesitated. The last thing I wanted was to get this kid involved, but it sounded like he was going to go after the Warden one way or another. He'd get himself killed unless I kept him distracted. Keep an eye on our angel professors, I instructed. They know something, and I'm not sure what. Report back to me what you hear, okay? Yes, sir, Thaddeus said, sounding happy to be on board. I was sure the angel professors knew something, but I wouldn't be at all surprised if the Warden was keeping them in the dark. At least if I gave Thaddeus something to focus on, he'd stay away from the Warden. Thank you, Charlie, Thaddeus raved. You won't regret it. I heard the click of heels, then Professor Ziva snared. Stick to the script. Thaddeus's familiar bristled his feathers, and Thaddeus laughed under his breath. His familiar must have a sense of humor. We didn't get a chance to talk anymore after that. We read off the script until the end of class. I wheeled Ava out of the room, and my friends followed behind us. I heard a commotion down the hall, and someone ran into me as they passed. Watch it! A deep voice growled. Sounded like a guard. Another brawl must have broken out up ahead. Thaddeus walked at my side. So does this make me part of the villains club? What's he talking about? Ava asked. That's what you guys called yourselves during the dark games, isn't it? Thaddeus said. I sighed. Thaddeus is going to help us gather intel. Hold up, Alistair said. If Thaddeus is helping, I want in. You know I'm good at gathering intel. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Marcus said. You guys do know who you're dealing with, right? The Warden is ruthless. Hey, he's got Eddie, Alistair snapped. I'm not letting my man rot without doing something about it. So if you're letting people into the group, I want in. I slowed as we turned the corner. You two can work together, I offered. It was the best I could do to get them out of trouble. How does that sound? Works for me, Alistair said. I guess we could use more eyes and ears, Kallie admitted. Ava? I asked, to see what she thought of it. Ava-Marie. Someone clicked their tongue as they passed us in the hall. Footsteps slowed, several pairs by the sound of it. No, that's a name you don't want to hear while wandering these halls. What do you want, Deuce? Ava demanded. Ah, fuck. Not this asshole. We'd fought this vampire in the Dark Games, and he'd only gotten worse since then. I absolutely despised him. He'd beaten me in Fight Club once, and though I'd never admit it, I hadn't gotten over it. Secretly, I was still looking for my chance to get a rematch, so I could put him in the ground. Your head would be a good start, Deuce chuckled, and his cronies laughed along with him. By the sounds of it, there were 4 of them total. Someone cracked their knuckles and spoke in a raspy voice. I'll take Charlie. Still can't speak right after what he did to me in the games. It was Kyle, the merman whose windpipe I'd nearly crushed. A shoe squeaked and Thaddeus crouched behind me as someone approached. Take 1 step closer and I'll finish the job, I threatened. Deuce scoffed. Like we're scared of you? 2 blind guys and these 2 bodybuilders? Looks like they've never seen a weight room in their life. Yeah, well, I wouldn't test them, Ava sneered. Deuce chuckled. Oh, the invalid dogs. Like she matters. Maybe I'll take your legs first. You're not using them anyhow. It all happened at once. I heard the squeak of Ava's wheels, then Obereyes squawk the same time Ava gave an agonized scream. I felt the pain in her spine ripple through our bond, and the thud of her body as it hit the floor. Fucking hell! Ava's thoughts slipped through the bond, and I knew she was in more pain than she'd ever admit to. Deuce had pushed her out of her chair. Ancestors have mercy, because I sure as hell wouldn't give any to this bastard. Kallie, Obereye, get Ava out of here now! I screamed. Kallie could use her telekinesis to lift Ava back into her chair. I didn't have a moment to think beyond that before magic burst out of me. Air magic blasted Deuce back so hard I heard the stone wall crack as he landed against it. This bastard was going to pay for laying a hand on my wife. Deuce let out a primal roar. Air swirled past me as he closed the distance between us in an instant. My friends screamed as Deuce's gang descended upon them. I heard Ava's distant protests as Kallie wheeled her away from the danger. Rage ignited in my bones so quickly that once it lit, there was no putting it out. Air swept down the hall in a whirlwind so powerful that it swooped Deuce and his gang up and tossed them a dozen yards away. The stone walls around us began to shake, and I realized it wasn't just me controlling them. Thaddeus was pissed, and he was losing control of his earth magic. Battle orbs crackled as Alicia and Marcus conjured them in unison. Rishi and Pig squealed, and a hawk's cry echoed down the hall. Deuce was strong, and my magic barely fazed him. The gang closed in on us so fast, I could barely make sense of it. I heard a snap, followed by Alistair's pained scream. Someone grabbed me by the throat and shoved me against the wall. It was probably Kyle, judging by the strength. I gasped for breath that didn't come, then resorted to stealing the merman's strength with my elf powers. My friends cried out as the other 2 assholes delivered blows. A mere second must have passed before I was powered up enough to shove the merman off of me. By then, it was too late. Hold him down! Deuce growled. He jumped me, and I felt the sharp stab of his fangs against my neck. He didn't release any venom, but that didn't mean it didn't hurt like hell. This dick obviously didn't know who I was or what the fuck I was capable of. Magic exploded out of me, a mix of air, super strength I'd siphoned, or something. I wasn't sure. What I did know was that it was enough to blast both Deuce and Kyle off of me. I heard the crack of their bodies as they slammed against the ceiling, then the thud as they landed against the ground. Deuce groaned on the floor and didn't get back up. Good, I hope I killed him. Kyle, on the other hand, lunged for me again, but Marcus body-checked him and tackled him to the ground. All right, so I underestimated Marcus. I didn't know he had it in him to drop a merman. Get away from him, you jerk! Alistair shot out another battle orb that crackled so powerfully my hair stood up. Charlie! Thaddeus rasped. Someone had Thaddeus against the wall. My rage instantly turned to something darker, much more sinister. I didn't even have a word for it. Thaddeus was tangled up in this mess because of me. I wouldn't let him go out like this. I grabbed the guy and yanked him off of Thaddeus. My super strength was multiplied by my rage, and the guy landed on the floor next to Deuce. I held my hands up and forced the air around him to contract. I did as I'd done in the games to Kyle, pulled the air tighter and tighter around him until I felt his windpipe crush. This time I made no mistakes. I sealed that fucker off tighter than the Warden sealed us into this prison. He struggled and tried wheezing for air, but no sound came out.
Charlie!
I heard Ava's cry somewhere in the distance. She mustn't have let Kallie take her far. I couldn't make sense of her voice, though. Even Ava couldn't stop me now.
Charlie, the guards are coming!
Oberai warned. She broke through enough that I dropped my magic and took a step back. The click of Noxite darts filled the hall a moment later.
Let's get out of here!
Kyle shouted to his friend, and they scurried away.
Wait for me.
Deuce groaned, but his voice trailed off. Okay, not dead. On the edge of consciousness for sure, though. And his buddy didn't even try to breathe. He was gone for certain. Thaddeus grabbed my arm as I backed away from the two men lying slumped in the middle of the hall.
Charlie, what did you do?
He hissed. What he had to, Marcus said simply.
Everyone on the ground!
A guard shouted. They'd been preoccupied with another fight, but they were back now and hungry for blood.
All right!
Alistair yelled as Pig hissed.
You can get the barrel out of my back now! I'm getting on the ground!
I lifted my hands in surrender and lowered myself to the floor.
Speak up,
a guard snarled.
What happened here?
Fabric rustled as a guard knelt beside Deuce and his buddy. Dead, sir. I should have felt guilty. I had, after all, just taken a life. But these guys had gone after my friends. I didn't feel a goddamn thing but victory. It was the vamp, I said coldly. He chumped us while we were heading to class. I exposed my neck to show evidence of the blood trickling down my collarbone. He bit me, then choked the other guy out. Is this true? A guard asked. Yes, Thaddeus stammered. Every word, Marcus lied in an even tone. He didn't seem fazed by the whole thing either. I couldn't say the same about Thaddeus, though. I couldn't be sure he hadn't pissed his pants. Cuff him, a guard said. Take the vamp down to cell block 9. The rest of you get to class! Deuce must have slipped off into unconsciousness because there were no arguments, no protests. I heard the sound of metal clink, and then we just walked out of there. It was so easy. Good thing I can't see because my eye will be swollen for a month, Alistair said. Not sure about my arm, though. Think it's broken? Think? Thaddeus balked. Alistair, your arm is folded in half. I'm taking you to the infirmary immediately. Come to think of it, it does hurt a bit. Alistair trailed off. A thud sounded as he slumped to the ground. Fuck, Marcus grumbled.
Guards!
Thaddeus cried, but no one paid us any attention. They didn't give a flying fuck. He's gone into shock, Marcus said frantically. This was how I knew I felt zero remorse for what I'd done. Those fuckers deserved everything they got for hurting my friends. Oh, for God's sake, Kallie sighed. She'd been pushing Ava's wheelchair, but she abandoned Ava to kneel beside Alistair. Grab his cane and Pig. I'll help him to the infirmary.
Let me help first,
Oberai offered. She flew off her perch on Ava's chair and fluttered down beside Alistair. I felt the warmth of her magic in my chest as she worked her healing on him.
It's not perfect, but it will speed up his healing. Get the doctors to set the break immediately.
I quickly translated, then our friends took off, leaving Ava and me alone with our familiar. She reached out for my hand. Charlie, are you okay? Her voice was full of pain, and I knew she had to be crying. Deuce had really hurt her. It's just a little blood, I said. I'll be fine, but you need to get some help. We have to go to the infirmary. No, she rasped, her tone pleading. Don't make me go back there. My heart dropped. Ava, we need to make sure you're okay. Oberai can help me, she insisted. I don't need another doctor telling me they can't help, like they always fucking do. Oberai's wings fluttered as she hovered before Ava. I felt magic leave her, like I had when she'd healed Alistair's arm, and she said,
My magic doesn't detect any injury, just irritation and pain from aggravating the wound. She'll be all right, but she needs rest.
Good. Ava gave a light cough. Let's get out of here. I hitched a breath. I'm not sure.
She is fine, Charlie. I would not tell you she is if she was not.
Oberoi noted gently. Her reassurance was welcome, but barely enough to satisfy me. At the same time, I wasn't going to drag Ava down to the infirmary kicking and screaming. I knew she'd had a horrible time there. If your pain gets worse, we're going in, I said. Whatever, Ava breathed. Just take me somewhere I can forget about it. I wheeled her to the arboretum because her mood always seemed to brighten whenever we were there. We stopped by the small pond inside, and I took a seat on the ground while Ava gulped, steadying breaths beside me. Sorry Deuce pushed you out of your chair, I said quietly. It was horrible, she said bluntly. I heard a splashing sound as she threw something into the pond, probably a rock. Just another reminder I'm fucking helpless now. You're not helpless. Deuce is just an asshole. I'll teach you how to defend yourself, just in case magic isn't quick enough, I promised. There was a heavy silence before I added. I tried to make it right. You can't kill people for me. Well, why not? Because it's going to change who you are. It took a moment for her meaning to hit. Pitch, those guys broke Alistair's arm and tried to kill Thaddeus. If we're going to save the elves, we're going to have to do a lot worse. You didn't have to take that warlock's life. You chose to, Ava said. There's a big difference. I shrugged. The gesture would seem cold to someone on the outside, but I couldn't help it if I felt detached from it all. This world couldn't keep pushing me to my limit and expect me not to fight back. I know we've killed people to protect ourselves. I killed a lot of people down in the underground when I caused that explosion. But look at the cost, Ava stated firmly. I paid the price for what I did, and if you keep going down this path you're on, you're going to have your own consequences to face. You aren't in that chair because you killed Jamin and all the bastards who were trying to kill us. You're there because I failed to protect you. That situation never should have happened. But you're trying to change the past by resorting to violence now. No matter how many lives you take, it's not going to make me walk again. I brought my legs to my chest and draped my arms over my knees as I sat. I can't change the past, but I can stop things from getting worse. No one's going to touch you, Pidge. Not ever again. She didn't say anything more, but I let my thoughts flow freely to her across our bond so she'd understand. If we were in danger, we'd had to do everything we could to teach the people around us we wouldn't be threatened without delivering the ultimate price. What had happened in the underground couldn't happen again. We wouldn't survive it next time. So, if other people had to die in order to prevent that fate, so be it. At least Ava would be safe.
Chapter 8. Ava-Marie. Charlie, this isn't right. I dug through my bag before we left for class. A pill bottle sat on the dresser, nearly empty. My throat got tighter and tighter as I rummaged through the backpack, yet didn't find what I needed. What's wrong? Charlie asked, as he tugged his sweater over his head. Some of my pills are missing, I said. I had 3 yesterday, but there's only 1 left. That's not enough to get you through today, Charlie said. We need to get a refill. We can't tell Dr. Marsh I lost them, I moaned. I'll get into trouble. Inmates were required to obtain pills from the nursing station every morning and weren't allowed access to them otherwise. The infirmary had made a once-in-a-lifetime exception for me because there were so many different pain medications I had to take now on such a frequent basis that it was easier for both the medical staff and for me to keep them on hand at all times, instead of making multiple trips to the nursing station every day. Except, I'd been told that if I got caught selling or otherwise distributing the pills, it'd be an instant trip to Cell Block 9. They wouldn't believe me if I said I lost them. I'll have to suck it up until they give me another refill tomorrow, I said tiredly. There's no other way. I'll take half instead of the full dose. Charlie frowned and I rubbed my eyes. I must have misplaced them. I hate that I'm so careless. You've been through a lot. It's okay to forget things, Charlie said.
We'll just have to keep better track of them next time.
Okay. It helped that he was so understanding. Charlie was always patient with me. Oberai lay on the bed as a husky. His voice was flat as he said,
Perhaps you didn't misplace them. Someone might have taken a few out of your bag. I wouldn't put it past the assholes at this place, Charlie grumbled.
I shook my head. No, it's probably just me being brainless again, like always. I'd been in a weird place mentally. I wasn't exactly depressed or sad, but it was hard for me to focus like I could before. I was in a fog all the time. Oberai let out a huff.
Charlie, I need to speak with you.
We're already running late. There's no time, I said. You guys can talk later. The compass sat on the bedside table following another failed attempt to get it to work last night. After a long struggle with my intuition, I received the feeling I wasn't supposed to use the compass until I was spiritually prompted by the device. Trying to force it to work wouldn't lead anywhere. Until I had a sense of inspiration driving me to the compass, I wasn't meant to use it to help us. It went against all logic and my determination to get out of here, but I'd found that my intuition had grown even stronger since my return from the afterlife, and it wasn't like the ancestral lands made any sense anyhow. I'd have to go against logic and follow my heart if I wanted this compass to work right, and for the moment, Lindsay and Miranda didn't have any messages for me. We passed Kyle in the hallway. He saw us coming and quickly hurried out of the way, having no desire to provoke Charlie further. He'd seen what Charlie could do in the heat of anger, and Deuce had paid the price for it by ending up in cell block 9. I should have been concerned about Charlie's lack of empathy. How casually he'd lied and said it was Deuce who had ended the warlock's life, and not him. I should have been more bothered that I hadn't flinched as I'd watched my husband take the life of another inmate. But I wasn't. I hardly cared at all. We tried saving people's lives, but the world kept attacking us. We couldn't be responsible if there were morons out there who were stupid enough to get in our way. The only thing I cared about was if these murders had the potential to change Charlie into someone I didn't recognize. That's what I was worried about. I was terrified his impulsivity would one day cause him to make a split-second decision that he'd regret, one that would have unfathomable consequences for both of us. "Do you regret it?" I asked Charlie quietly. He instantly got my meaning. The emotion that came across our bond was cold. "No." Oberai patted beside my wheelchair, giving a slight nod. "You two must understand that anyone that attempts to harm you is no longer a person, but something that must be eliminated in order to protect your own lives and save the world. Nothing can get in the way of what you're destined to achieve." I thought about all the guards I'd killed in the underground, how I'd ripped Jamin to pieces with my magic. I felt nothing but a grim mark of satisfaction. That was the mark of a villain, to put their own goals and ambitions above the lives of others. We wouldn't kill for pleasure or vengeance, but we damn sure would take a life if it meant defending each other. That much I knew with a bitter resignation. I'd accepted I was a villain a long time ago. To know that I was truly turning into one and taking the label with pride was like accepting myself to the highest degree, without judgment. I'd never admit this to anyone, but honestly, it felt like a relief to look in the mirror and finally be okay with what I saw. We got a quick breakfast, then headed down to the music room near the chapel. As we passed by a window, I glanced out of it, then told Charlie to stop. "Wait," I said. I peered closer, not sure if I was seeing things. I saw a couple of guards jump into the lake and transform, their legs morphing into fishtails before their fins slapped the top of the water to go downward. "What's going on?" Charlie asked. I waited to make sure, and when I was certain I wasn't hallucinating, I said, "The guards are searching the lake." "Really?" His eyebrows shot up. "Yes, they've got stunning rods to keep the sirens away. A couple of merfolk guards keep diving in. There's a whole mess of them." "What do you think they're looking for?" I thought the answer was obvious. There was something in the lake the Warden didn't want us to find. Music class with Professor Warbright was my favorite time of the week. All my friends were in that class, and it was the one time we could let loose and allow our creativity to truly take flight. I hadn't released any new vlog posts since I'd gone down into the underground, and I was worried about explaining my new condition to fans. I hoped to make up for it by making some incredible new songs in the meantime. With Warbright's help, I was sure whatever I posted next was going to really impress my base. For as bumbling and inept as the man was at magic, he was a master at the musical arts. I grimaced as I shifted in my chair. I'd only been able to take half a pain pill this morning because I needed the other half for this afternoon. A bundle of aching nerves sat right above the base of my spine, and my middle felt seared with red-hot pain. I'd burst out into tears if I wasn't so accustomed to it. Charlie sensed my pain through our bond.
I can take you back if you want. I'm sure Warbright will let you out if you tell him you need a medical exemption.
No, I want to be here, I said, though tears beaded my eyelids. Let me stick it out, just for a bit. Charlie didn't like when I pushed myself, but he knew how much I loved this class, so he remained silent. Kallie kept glancing at me, ready to lend a hand if I needed it.
I'm very glad you're all excited,
Warbright said as he passed around sheet music.
I hope you've been working hard because I know how important this class is to all of you.
What we did in music class varied every day, though there were some consistencies. Charlie was always on piano, and I was usually head soprano. Most of the time, we acted like a choir class and sang different songs, or spent our time learning the different intervals in music theory. It was the one fucking class at the Institute that actually felt like a college course instead of a reform program, and it always put me in a good mood. The class had about 20 people in it, and besides our friends, it was filled with a variety of people who weren't cruel. People like Velma and Melody. They were normal students who you didn't have to watch your back with, like you did with Mad Dog and Naya. It made things more comfortable. Charlie played a couple notes. Oberai started to howl, and a couple of girls giggled. Warbright bent over Oberai and said, Now, little chap, you'll get your turn. On my ready. 1, 2, 3, 4. My voice shook a little as we began the opening melodies, but I tried focusing on the sound of Charlie playing the piano and Marcus singing baritone beside me, instead of how uncomfortable I felt. As time went on, I found that the music took my focus off of my pain and onto the notes. Music could always dull the ache, no matter how bad I felt. I didn't even care that the Warden had required us to learn a hymnal from the Angel Holy Book. No matter what the song was, music never failed to lift my spirits. By the end of class, I found I wasn't experiencing much pain at all. As I put the sheet music into my folder, Marcus and Charlie remained at the back of the class, speaking in quiet voices. I was curious, so I rolled myself over to listen in.
Just hurry up and ask her,
Charlie said, and he nudged Marcus. He looked momentarily frozen, as if he was terrified at what my husband was suggesting. Charlie had told me Marcus planned to ask Kallie out on a date, but hadn't done it as of yet.
I can't, Marcus insisted. I'm too scared. For fuck's sake, we're not in 8th grade, Charlie grumbled. You want to ask me how to hold her hand next? I'm supposed to hold her hand? Marcus yelped. I hate to bring this up, but you did have a girlfriend before, Charlie said. Did you completely forget? Anya asked me out, and she didn't really give me a choice about it either, Marcus hushed back. She just told me we were dating and I went along with it.
Clearly his type is dominant women, Oberai mumbled. I leaned in and whispered to Marcus, Hey, I had to ask Charlie to marry me, and that was way harder. It's just one little date.
You're braver than I am, Marcus whimpered. What if she says no?
What are you guys talking about? Kallie stood before us, clutching her books to her chest. She raised an eyebrow, appearing completely unimpressed with whatever meltdown Marcus was having. Marcus took a deep breath. He held it so long I thought he was going to pass out. Then, like a withering balloon, he asked,
Would Would you like to go on a date with me?
Callie's mouth fell slightly open in a visage of surprise. She glanced at me, as if to make sure this wasn't some kind of joke. I made a gesture for her to hurry up and say something. Yes. She gave a soft smile, which was very unusual for Kallie, and yet somehow it suited her. I think that'd be nice.
Really?
Marcus squeaked, and his cheeks tinted pink. Sure, I think it'd be fun, Kallie said. What are we doing? Marcus paled, as if he didn't think he'd get this far. I could see he needed some help, so I quickly subbed in. It's a double date with all of us, tonight, I said. And it's a surprise. I enjoy surprises, Kallie said. I'm very excited. Can't wait to see what you have planned. Kallie walked out, swaying her hips as she did. I got a very contented feeling watching her leave like that. It was nice to see her in love. Meanwhile, Marcus sank down against the back of the chair, like he'd just received some kind of death sentence. Great. Now I need to come up with something that'll impress her. What the hell can a guy like me do to impress a princess? She probably has lords and princes all around her, throwing diamonds at her beautiful feet. You can't tell me you haven't been thinking about it, Charlie pressed. Marcus got a thoughtful look. Well, I did consider singing her a set of show tunes from my favorite musical, but I don't have time to make the costume. Do you think that's too much? I cringed. That was thoughtful, but a little over the top for a first date. How about we start with dinner? Dinner? Yes, that's brilliant. Marcus gave a resolute nod. I already know her favorite meal. It can't be that hard to make. I'll get supplies from the arts and crafts room. I'll make everything look perfect in the arboretum, like a stage set. She'll walk in and be starstruck. You should make it simple, Charlie suggested. No way, it has to be perfect, Marcus emphasized. This isn't some last-minute production like your wedding. Hey, asshole, I started. Do what you think is going to make her happy, Charlie said. I'm sure she'll love whatever you come up with. Marcus let out a tiny peep and Rishi meowed in his lap. When we left music class, I saw the guards were no longer at the lake, which meant they'd either given up or found what they were looking for. Either possibility was unsettling. The rest of the day was pretty boring. I was somewhat uncomfortable, but I didn't feel pain like I had before music class, though I didn't have much medication left. By 6 o'clock, it was time for our double date. Charlie helped me into a dress, but I was too tired to fix my hair. I didn't often have the energy to doll myself up like I used to. It definitely was a huge blow to my self-confidence. My husband must have read my thoughts because he ducked down and kissed my cheek. I know you look beautiful. I smiled. Charlie pushed me into the arboretum, and we made sure to stick to the curved concrete paths within the greenhouse. Flat surfaces were easiest for me to maneuver, as uneven ground like grass, gravel, or woodland was a pain to navigate. It certainly upset me, because being in nature was very important to me, though I could no longer enjoy it unless I had Oberoi or Charlie physically take me there. I struggled to gain access to one of the main things that made me what I was, an elementai, who should have a connection to the elements. I could no longer run through the forest like I used to, and that thought was more crippling than my condition ever could be. Oh, wow, I said, as we came to the display, peering upward at the spectacular sight. What did Marcus do? Charlie asked warily. He used his mentalist powers to levitate the table and chairs 10 feet off the ground, and there's black candles floating alongside them, I noted. The entire space has been decorated with Gothic designs and skulls. There are a bunch of animal skeletons from the witch lab running around in the air that he reanimated, and it looks like they're carrying food to serve the table. There's a huge vase of black roses in the middle, and a violin playing itself. He really went all out, Charlie noted. As we came close to the table, we found that Marcus's mentalist magic levitated us upward without Charlie having to use his air power. Charlie sat in a chair, while I pulled myself up to the table. Oberoi did somersaults nearby, poking Rishi, The cat let out a yowl as he tumbled through space. Marcus nervously poured some sort of drink into wine glasses set around the table, shaking in his chair. A bit splashed onto his jeans, and he let out a curse. He'd put so much gel into his hair to slick it back that it looked stiff. A reanimated mouse skeleton skittered across the table, straightening silverware. I face-palmed as I realized Marcus was wearing his suit jacket from the villain's ball, and nothing else under it. "Marcus, where the fuck is your shirt?" I hissed. "I thought fae girls liked that kind of thing," he mumbled back. "Werewolf dudes are always walking around with their shirts off." I was almost certain he'd gotten that from a movie, because male shifters were some of the most stuck-up people I knew, who wouldn't be caught dead in anything but a silk button-up. In certain situations, I'm sure she'd appreciate it, but this is hardly the time, I jabbed back. "I don't think I have time to run back and change," Marcus whimpered, until his words cut off and he straightened. Kallie approached, holding up the edge of her black dress. It had a slit in the side which ran up her leg, and her blonde hair was unbound. Alette fluttered on her shoulder, giving cooing noises. I thought she was absolutely glowing. Kallie stopped below the table and looked up. She took in the side of Marcus's bare chest before she giggled and said, "Good evening." Her wings appeared as she flew up to the table. Marcus scrambled to help her into her chair. He lost control of his levitation abilities, tumbling out of the sky and landing face first on the ground. He brushed off his coat, embarrassed, before he levitated back up and gave a hasty bow to her. My lady." "Someone's been researching Malovian customs," I mumbled to Charlie. Marcus floundered again as he fumbled for his floating chair, landing into it with a thump. Kallie let out a small giggle. Alette waved her tiny wings in a greeting to him. Hi," Marcus stuttered. "I'm glad you came." "There's no place I'd rather be," Kallie replied. And she honestly wasn't being sarcastic. She picked up the wineglass before her, sloshing it in a circle. "What is this? It smells divine." "It's called Mattis tea. It has a calming effect. I brewed it myself," Marcus said. "Nervous?" Kallie noted. "Of course not," Marcus squeaked. "I just thought you'd like it. And I added mugwort because I thought it'd be a good aphrodisiac." Marcus stopped babbling immediately. Kallie lifted an eyebrow and said, "I didn't know it was that kind of evening." Marcus took on the color of a tomato, and I said, "I'm starving. What's for dinner?" I made you a lemon Alfredo," Marcus said, locking eyes with Kallie. "I know you miss it from home." "You have been paying attention," Kallie said. "I'm impressed." Marcus's shoulders rounded, and 4 floating monkey skeletons placed trays onto the table. They pulled the silver covers off the plates. I nearly gagged as an awful smell hit my nose. For the love of the ancestors, he'd charred it black. Nothing resembling pasta was on my plate. It appeared like a heated mess. Kallie's expression quickly took on a note of surprise, but she rearranged her features to be polite as she said, "Oh, this looks delightful." "Thank you," Marcus gave a nervous laugh. "I worked on it all afternoon." "Is that how long you left it in the oven?" Oberai commented. I offered him a bit of blackened chicken, but he turned his nose up at it. I did my best to swallow. The noodles were crunchy, like they'd come straight from the package. How he'd managed to undercook and overcook the food at the same exact time was an act of Mother Miriam herself. Silence resonated around the dinner table as each of us took a bite. The sounds emitting from our mouths resembled the chomping of bones. "This is really bad." Charlie's thought slipped into my mind. "I've dug food out of dumpsters that was tastier than this." "We can't let him down. Just eat it," I pressed. I still had trouble eating a lot anyway, but even if I could, I didn't think I wanted the rest of my meal. Kallie liked Marcus more than she was letting on, because somehow she managed to eat her whole plate. She drank the rest of her Mattis tea in 2 gulps before she leaned over the table in a feminine way and said, "This is actually really nice." She looked around at the skeleton birds that were flitting from tree to tree. It's cool that you put all this together. I've been practicing a lot with my powers, Marcus admitted. Since I'm a demigod, and I've got powers from all 5 castes, I can do anything any witch can do. I've been experimenting a lot too, seeing what kinds of different spells I can make. Your magic is exceptional. Kallie put out her hand, and Alette crawled to the end of her fingertips, batting her wings as a skeleton bird landed beside her. I had no doubt you could create such wonderful things. It was easy to make them, once I thought of you, Marcus confessed bashfully. I enjoy the dark aesthetic, Kallie said. You know me well. Charlie and I were more or less here to be a buffer, but I honestly thought this was going really well. They barely knew we were around. I made you a gift, Marcus started abruptly, and he dug in his jacket pocket. He placed a small crystal ball in her hand, one that swirled with purple magic. I used my seer powers to put my memories inside this crystal ball. It replays the day we met and all my favorite moments of time we've spent together. Oh my. Kallie raised the crystal ball up to her eyes. I couldn't see what was inside the smoke, but apparently she could, because I watched her tear up. This is lovely. I just thought you should have the right to know, Marcus said quietly, almost to the point I couldn't hear him. To see yourself like I do, through my eyes. A true romantic, Obereye commented dryly. He's got some smooth lines right now. Think he rehearsed it? Charlie added telepathically. Well, he is the dramatic type, I thought. Shakespeare himself couldn't be more amorous. I'll treasure it. Truly, Kallie said. She clutched the crystal ball like it was her lifeline. She was acting so different, but not in a way that felt fake. Rather, her responses were genuine. I had the firm notion that this was the real Kallie. Soft and sweet, with that regal fey elegance sorceresses always had. That tough girl persona she put on was just that, an act to protect herself. When Marcus stepped up, she had the ability to relax and be who she truly was, a gentle girl from a noble family. I never thought I'd seen Kallie be more authentic to who she was than right now. Kallie hadn't acted this way before around me, but I knew she must have let her guard down around Marcus more than a time or two, because he was looking at her in a way that was utterly familiar. This is who they really were. I was proud of them for letting their walls down long enough to appreciate each other. Do you like roses? Marcus asked. I enchanted these ones for you so they'll never die. Kallie inclined her head. I have a reserved fondness for them. Marcus plucked a flower from the vase, then leaned over to place it in her hair. The black rose stood out against her blonde locks, and Alette fussed over the petals. Thank you, Kallie replied lightly. It smells blissful. I dyed the petals by hand, painted each one, Marcus said with pride. Got a bit distracted with it, actually. Is that why you ruined dinner? Obereye wondered. Kallie was absolutely glowing. That's incredibly thoughtful. I always thought I'd like to craft a potion to make black rose hybrids. It'd be nice to have a garden of them outside my home someday. Marcus gave a huge smile. Yeah, I'm sure our kids will love them. Slow down, Charlie murmured under his breath, and I winced. Ancestors. Charlie and I hadn't even talked about kids yet, and we were married. Marcus was moving way too fast. I watched Kallie bristle. What do you mean by that? Marcus definitely realized he made a mistake. I just think our kids would be cute is all. Fucking hell, Marcus. One good date did not mean a lifetime of commitment. I braced myself for the worst. Kallie barely managed to hold her composure as she said, Cute. I'm sure they would be. All mutts are. Marcus's face darkened. I heard a bit of resentment come into his tone as he said, Right. Our kids would be mutts. I'm sorry I'm not a snobby fae hooked on bloodlines and good breeding, but I should know my background isn't good enough for a princess. Something shifted in Kallie. Her voice changed and her eyes were different. I visibly watched her morph from that refined, tender girl into a blighted and fractured institute kid as she snapped, "How do you expect us to raise them? We grew up in completely different societies." "Neither one of our societies want us anyway," Marcus shot back. "You're right, they don't. So where are we going to live, huh, Marcus?" Kallie sneered. "Malovia won't take you, and the Miriamic Coven sure as fuck won't accept me, so what do you want to tell these kids when they start asking why no one wants to accept them?" "We'll love them. That's all they could ask for," Marcus said. "That's not a good enough life for a child," she yelled back. "Community is important. What's important is loving yourself more than depending on other people for your identity," Marcus cried. "Guys," Charlie started, trying to break up the fight, but they were on a roll now, and there was no stopping it. I was certain this was an argument they'd had before, because the responses were just too quick to be anything other. Kallie huffed as she sat back and rolled her eyes, adding snidely, "Oh yeah, I forgot. You're a warlock. You put yourselves and what you want over everyone else. It's not like your kind needs anybody. You can get along just fine all by your lonesome." "That's not how it goes," Marcus growled. "It's selfish," Kallie shot back. "No. What's really selfish is continuing to give and give to other people until there's nothing left of you because you don't know who you are unless you're connected to somebody else," Marcus screamed. "I'm sorry that I'm a fae and my culture and heritage means something to me," Kallie shouted. "Marcus, this is who I am. I identify myself on what I mean to others, and it might be the wrong way, but it's the way I was taught and the way my people live. You can't force that out of me." "You can heal yourself to heal your community," Marcus snapped. "That's why you have to put yourself first." I really thought they were arguing about the same damn thing, and you couldn't have one without the other. I opened my mouth to say something, but Kallie shouted over me. "And how would you know, Marcus?" Kallie asked. "You haven't done a damn thing to recover from what you did, because if you had, we'd be together by now, and I wouldn't be dragged along on your ridiculous redemption parade to nowhere." "You can choose to be with me or not. It's not like you're forced," Marcus replied. "The gods give us free will to choose." "There's no such thing as free will. Our lives are predestined. The gods have our lives planned out, and all we have to do is walk the path of destiny," Kallie insisted. "I'm stuck with you, whether I want to be or not." "That sounds really stupid," Marcus said condescendingly. "Some gods you have, forcing you to take a journey you don't want?" Insulting her religion was clearly one of the worst moves he could make, because Kallie erupted. "I don't know why you even bothered to ask me on this date if you're so goddamn independent. Let's face it, I'm a shifter, which means I need you a hell of a lot more than you need me. It must be nice to only care about yourself." "I need you too!" Marcus screamed. I watched as his seer magic welled out of control, bursting the inferokite that was embedded in the cuffs on both of their wrists. But the inferokite crystals weren't the only things that broke. Cracks formed up the sides of the crystal ball that Kallie still held, threatening to erupt. "Marcus!" I yelped, crying out a warning. He saw the crystal beginning to shatter and panicked, but it was already too late. The crystal ball exploded. Kallie's palm was sliced to pieces as the crystal ball broke. A large piece flung off of it, cutting underneath her eyes and across her nose. I heard Alette give a high-pitched scream of pain, and things started falling out of the air. Charlie kept me, himself, and Oberai levitating, but everyone and everything else, including the table and chairs, dropped to the ground. Marcus and Kallie both fell hard onto the ground, and Rishi landed on a pile of dishes. The reanimated skeleton animals became dead once more, their corpses lying in a degraded heap. "Kallie!" I shouted. Charlie let me down, and my arms ached as I forced my wheelchair through the grass to get to her. She was on her knees, clutching her face as blood ran down her cheeks. I reached out my hands to heal her. My Anachi magic worked quickly as I mended the cut on her face, then stitched the cuts on her hand. As I worked, Marcus stared at Kallie with a vacant look, like he was horrified at what he'd done. And yet, not surprised, like he'd been expecting this. It's okay, I said in a rush, and Charlie and Oberai landed behind me. I mended everything. You're no longer bleeding. Alette, Kallie whimpered. She held up the little moth in both hands. Alette limply fluttered in Callie's bloody fingers, one of her wings hanging on by a thread. The glass from the crystal ball had nearly severed it off. I can fix it, I offered quickly. Give her to me. Kallie cried as she placed Alette into my outstretched fingers. I felt the moth begin to die as my healing magic connected to her body. I wasn't going to let that happen, so I forced my Anachi magic into her. Her wings started to mend, and life flooded back into the little moth as she lifted her antenna to feel the air. In a few moments, Alette was as good as new, hopping around my hands like nothing had happened at all. She's okay, I said, and I gave her back to Kallie. No harm done. Kallie didn't respond, but I knew she was thankful. She clutched Alette to her chest as she ran off sobbing, blood drying across her tear-stained cheeks. Rishi yelled at her to stay, but Kallie didn't even look back. Marcus stared after her and cringed as the door to the arboretum slammed shut. I cut her face. I could have blinded her, and I almost killed her Fakin. It was an accident, Charlie insisted. People end up dead when I start having accidents, Marcus shot back. I lost my temper for 2 seconds and she got hurt. If I had really lost control, she might have died. Marcus, the one thing I know about Charlie and me is that we can take anything we throw at each other. We're strong enough to survive each other's storms. You and Kallie are the same way, I pleaded. She's a demigod just like you. She can take it. She shouldn't have to, Marcus bellowed. I never should have let you guys push me into this. It was a mistake. Marcus turned his back to us. I was going to ask if he needed help cleaning up this giant mess, but clearly he wanted to be left alone. Charlie pushed me back to the sidewalk. I was exhausted from healing both Kallie and Alette, and I couldn't maneuver myself around. I sagged in my chair, feeling a new bout of soreness rising from my middle. Well, that escalated rather drastically, Oberai stated, shaking his fur. And it was all going so well. They have more problems than I thought, I said softly. The guilt resonating from Charlie was palpable. I shouldn't have pushed Marcus to do this, but I really thought they were ready whether they knew it or not. They can't be ready until they decide they are. We had to figure that out ourselves too, I said, and I reached back to touch his hand. Don't blame yourself. Maybe they need to fight to get through it. Charlie went silent, but I was there to meet his regret with hope. Sometimes, when you love someone, you had to go through the worst of shit in order to come out on the other side and be happy. Perhaps it was going to take something big to bring these two together. The thing was, I worried just how terrible things would have to get before they accepted that they loved each other, and if by that time, it would be too late. The next day was my first physical therapy appointment since being out of the hospital. I felt nauseous the moment I woke up. My stomach churned just thinking about going back to that infirmary again. If I never returned to that place, it'd be too soon. But I had to. The impending dread I felt the further I got into the infirmary was a crushing weight, overwhelming all my senses and making it hard to think about anything but how much I wanted to get out of there. We were able to refill my prescription just fine, but the moment I was pushed into a room by Charlie to wait for the physical therapist on staff, I got a sensation like I was about to be drowned. My heartbeat swelled in my chest, blood rushing through my ears, so I couldn't hear anything but my own panicked breathing. The walls of the hospital closed in around me. It was hard to breathe. I felt suffocated by the white paint and the smells of antiseptic. The sight of the medical machines stored in the corner caused my lungs to seize up. I recalled how pinned down those machines made me feel when I was hooked up to them, and although I'd been out for it, I vaguely recalled the discomfort I'd felt when they'd removed my breathing tube. Though I hadn't been conscious for so many of these things, my body remembered, and it was rebelling at the idea of being here at all. Charlie, she's not doing okay, Oberai said. He placed a paw on my knee, giving a low whine. Pidge, what's wrong? Charlie knelt by my side, but he was speaking to me through a fog. I opened my mouth to try and talk, but no sound came out. I ran my tongue over the roof of my mouth to try and comfort myself, a habit I'd acquired whenever I felt uneasy. But the absence of cool metal made me even worse. They'd taken my tongue ring out when they'd put the tube down my throat, and I didn't know where it had gone, because nobody had ever told me. "Change of plans," Dr. Marsh announced as she came into the room, followed by a nurse. "Her latest x-rays from last week show severe inflammation. A lumbar steroid injection should cut back on some of the pain."
"What, in her spine?"
Charlie asked. "Yes, it will help the rehabilitation process," Dr. Marsh said. She was already preparing for it, taking long needles and syringes out of drawers, not bothering to ask if I was okay with this. "It won't take long."
"You're not going to knock her out for it?"
Charlie asked. "We can't put her under complete anesthesia. It's unsafe. She needs to be partially awake for the process," Marsh stated. "I can give her a numbing agent. She won't feel much. Once the steroid is administered, we can continue with physical therapy in our next session." I couldn't take being prodded with one more needle or examined by one more doctor. I didn't care so much about the pain, but I couldn't stand being touched and tampered with anymore. I'd sworn years ago I wouldn't allow anyone to do something to my body again without my consent, not even if it was for my own good. I couldn't stomach any more of this. The nurse approached me to lift me onto the bed. I practically clawed up Charlie's side trying to get away from her. Tears ran down my face, and my whole body shook with tremors. "You need to hold her down," the nurse growled, and she came closer. "No!" I managed to get that much out. My arms locked around Charlie's torso and refused to let go. Dr. Marsh let out an impatient sigh, like she had better things to do. "Mrs. Walken, if you don't cooperate, I'm afraid we can no longer continue with your treatment."
"Pidge,"
Charlie begged. I had to speak. Otherwise, they were going to do whatever they wanted to me, whether I wanted it to happen or not. "I want to go," I choked out. "I can't do this." Dr. Marsh scowled. "I'm sure with some coaxing—"
"She doesn't consent to this,"
Charlie snapped, and he began wheeling me away. "You have to understand, if she doesn't comply with her treatment plan, the chances of her recovering fully are slimmer than they already are," Dr. Marsh said firmly.
"I'm going to take her outside,"
Charlie said. Charlie wheeled me out of the infirmary. Oberoi laid his head on my lap, and I stroked his ears as I waited. Inside, I felt a small sense of failure. On the other side of the door, my husband argued with Dr. Marsh.
"You can't just throw her out," he said harshly. "She needs physical therapy."
"She clearly has medical trauma from her time spent here," Marsh replied. "Which is understandable, but the Institute isn't equipped to handle the kind of care she needs. Our budget and resources are already stretched thin." They didn't care about me. The staff didn't want me to come back at all, because they'd never had to deal with a patient in a wheelchair and didn't know how, so it made them uncomfortable. They just saw me as another inmate, one who'd already thrown her life away.
"Nobody in this prison needs your help more than her," Charlie demanded.
"Mr. Walken, I'm sorry to restate the obvious, but your wife is never going to walk again," Dr. Marsh said shortly. "The physical therapy will help with her pain, but it won't make her mobile, and continuing to act like it will is giving her false hope." I wasn't shocked at how Dr. Marsh was acting. I'd watched my father struggle to make doctors take him seriously about his condition, and Ez often told me when he came to the infirmary for his weekly treatments, the doctors thought he was making stuff up when it came to his symptoms. If doctors couldn't fix things easily with a pill, they'd give up and act like you were a burden who was wasting their time. I'd experienced similar treatment with my plethora of rotating therapists who'd been unable to help me manage my bipolar. The months I'd spent in the infirmary had only made me feel more invalidated. I understood these people had helped me and had saved my life. At the same time, I recognized I was just a number to them, and they figured they'd done all they could. To them, I was being overdramatic about things I couldn't change.
"You can't give up on her like this,"
Charlie hissed. "I'm sorry. We have other students we need to help."
"Give me her exercises," Charlie said bluntly. "We'll do them ourselves."
Papers rustled, and Dr. Marsh said, Good luck. Charlie must have snatched the papers out of her hands because I heard a sharp sound. Heavy footsteps approached, and I watched as he punched the door open. All the anger flooded out of him as he came near. Charlie knelt down and hugged me. I'm sorry. I embraced him back, the sense of panic finally lifting from my shoulders. Charlie, promise me you'll never take me back to this hospital. Even if I'm dying, let me die. Just don't make me come back here. Charlie stiffened, but he finally said, I promise. Obereye blinked at us with big black eyes. I wrapped my arms around my middle as I asked quietly, Now what do we do? We don't need anyone. We'll get by without them, Charlie said crossly. You don't have any medical training, and I don't know anything about healing spinal injuries, I said in defeat. It doesn't matter. I can help you a hell of a lot more than they can, Charlie said firmly. Let's take some downtime before class. We'll start fresh tomorrow. I was pretty bummed out the rest of the day. I didn't pay attention at all in class and half-assed my homework. I was all but ready to crawl into bed and avoid the world as we sat in the villain's den that evening. Charlie had his reading glasses on and was working on a presentation, while I watched the news. Obereye lay over my feet and nibbled on a chew toy. Breaking news! A small boy with a curable illness who was taking refuge in the bunkers of Celestial City has died, due to being unable to access treatment, the broadcaster proclaimed. His death contributes to the thousands of lives lost in the previous weeks, with assaults on Kinpago and Celestial City continuing through the month. This morning, Octavia Falls was targeted by a celestial air raid which caught fire to half the town. The broadcaster went on to say that it didn't look like a ceasefire was going to happen anytime soon. I frowned and turned away from the television. None of this helped to make me feel better. Kallie came rushing into the villain's den, in a much brighter mood than yesterday, I saw. Marcus wasn't with her. She ignored the carnage playing across the television, which felt heartless, and yet wasn't. There was so much bad news playing across the screen day after day now. We'd already grown desensitized to it. I don't know if any of us listened anymore. You seem rather cheery, I noted. Ivy's having a powder paint party at the Devil's Playground tonight, Kallie said. The dancers are going to toss a bunch of colors into the crowd. It's going to be amazing. My heart lifted. It was the best thing I'd heard all day. Ancestors, that sounds like so much fun, I said in excitement. Charlie, can we go? Charlie leaned back in his chair. I'm sorry, Pidge, but I have to get this project done for criminal justice before my shift. It's due tomorrow. I would if I could. I'll take her, Kallie volunteered. We'll have a great time. Charlie hesitated, and I started to beg. Please, I really want to. He finally relented. Sure, you'll be fine if Callie's around. I want to go too, Obereye said in excitement. It's been ages since I've been to a rave. We should get ready now, Kallie said, before tickets are sold out. An hour later, Kallie and I had donned neon shorts and white t-shirts. She wheeled me down as fast as she could to the Devil's Playground. Obereye followed behind, shaking all the ribbons we'd tied into his fur. A world of wonder opened up to me as we entered the club. The club was mostly dark, with black lights glowing against the stage and vibrant powder paint splattered everywhere. The paint was in round pouches that were stacked on barrels placed around the room. Inmates were everywhere, dancing through the strobe lights and tossing the powder paint at each other. I heard Ivy's voice resonate throughout the club as he sang a popular song. A couple of guys had lifted Ivy onto their shoulders and were carrying him around the room. He wore a cut-off shirt and silver panties with a mesh green skirt over top. He was covered in all kinds of powder paint and had bangles running up and down his arms. He threw his head back to the music, running his hands over his body in a sexy pose. Above him on the stage catwalks, Chansey was wearing an army helmet and throwing dollar bills down to the crowd below, making it rain money. Looks like Ivy's having the time of his life, I shouted to Kallie. So are we, Kallie yelled back. Come on, let's get on the dance floor. Obereye gave a hearty woof, and we navigated our way to the middle of the club. We grabbed powder pouches off the barrels and tossed them at each other. The powder got all over our clothes and hair, and best of all, It was filled with glitter. I laughed as I tossed an orange powder pouch over our heads. It exploded, covering us with an array of paint and sparkles. Oberei looked like a multicolored rainbow, running in circles with his tongue hanging out. I couldn't dance like I used to, but I still had some moves. A smile spread across my face for the first time that day. This was so much fun. I was really glad Kallie had brought me here. It felt like old times. We stayed on the dance floor for an hour, acting silly, dancing song after song as we smashed powder paint all over each other. Eventually, we needed a drink and headed off to order at the bar. I rolled myself over and stopped dead. A singular stair led up to the bar where you had to place orders. I'd never noticed it before because I'd never considered it an obstacle. Now it was a big one. Kallie came to a halt. "Hold on, I'll give you a boost." "Sure." I gripped the armrests as Kallie used her telekinetic magic to levitate me and the chair up onto the platform. I was aware everyone at the bar was watching, and nobody gave me the courtesy of pulling away their stare. People at the Institute could be real dicks. I was truly thankful that my friends were willing to help me. At the same time, it was a little embarrassing that everyone had to help me with so many things that I used to take for granted. I rolled up to the bar, but it was taller than I was sitting down, so the bartender didn't see me. Kallie had to order for me. A horse-like laugh filled the room, and I wrinkled my nose as I looked around the end of the bar. Fucking Danielle. I didn't know how she'd gotten in here, since anyone who hung out with Naya was forbidden to set foot in Ivy's club. She must have snuck in here. She had a full fifth of vodka in front of her and was drinking it straight from the bottle. Even worse, she'd brought Esther. Of course, Esther, good girl she was, sipped at plain, sparkling water. Whatever. I just wanted a drink. But before the bartender could process our order, Danielle's pruny eyes settled on me. She gave a disgusted noise. "Do you and your stupid wheelchair always have to be the center of attention? Nobody wants you here." "It's Ivy's club, Danielle. If anything, you're the one who needs to leave," I shot back. "You should be resting," Danielle said in a placating voice. "Unless your condition isn't as bad as your stupid husband says. Where is he, anyhow?" "Cut the shit, Danielle. I'm sorry you're jealous he's fucking me and not you," I said bluntly. Danielle's face flushed, and she took a hasty sip of vodka. But Esther added quaintly, "Can you still do that? Be intimate with your husband, I mean." "She did not," Oberei gasped. I was momentarily speechless. Something that had never happened before when I was in the middle of an argument. Well done, Esther, for being a shittier person than I thought. Kallie came back holding 2 drinks for the both of us. She'd overheard what Esther had said and shouted, "Wow, takes talent to be that much of a dick."
Come now, what Danielle says has to be true. Ava must not be that sick if she can go to a club, Esther said. She can probably walk, she's just faking it.
Kallie turned toward us. "Ava, I'm sorry if you're thirsty, but this has to be done." She stomped toward Esther and dumped both of the drinks onto her head. A margarita and virgin cocktail trickled down her blonde curls and all over her face. Esther shuddered, her lips opening to form a quivering look of rage. Danielle stood drunkenly from her seat and went to storm toward Kallie, but Oberei placed himself in front of her. She tripped over Oberei and fell on her ass, spilling vodka all over her dress. Esther let out a shriek that was louder than the noise in the club. We took that as our cue to leave. Kallie had to help me down the step, and Oberei let out loud barks as Kallie wheeled me away from the bar. Esther began running after us, but she stumbled into Danielle, and the 2 of them lost us in the crowd. "That was fucking amazing," I told her, giving a laugh. "I wish we'd ordered more," Kallie said. "Gods, what a bitch." "Fuck her. Let's get out and dance again," I suggested. We immediately went to the middle of the crowd. The music changed, and I was about to ask Kallie if she had any more paint, before I was roughly jolted forward. "Ow! Hey!" I exclaimed. I did my best to turn around. Someone had accidentally run into my chair. No big deal. At least, it wouldn't be if the dick who'd done it didn't look like he was set on ruining my day. Worse, it was Edwin, one of Charlie's enemies that I couldn't fucking stand, as well as Brianna. By the way she was hanging on him, I had to assume they were dating.
You must be lost. The infirmary's that way,
Edwin sneered, jerking his thumb toward the door. His girlfriend laughed. Excuse me? Kallie belted, while I felt myself melt into my seat.
You need to get off the dance floor. You're taking up space,
Brianna whined. She has just as much a right to be here as you, Kallie snapped, placing her hands on her hips.
Yeah, right. This is a bar,
Edwin growled at me.
It's not a place for sick people who need rest.
I use a wheelchair. I don't hate fun, I snapped. Beside me, Oberoi gave a wicked growl.
Well, you're inconveniencing other people, so get lost,
Edwin snapped. I opened my mouth to say something else, but before I could, Edwin put his hands on the back of my chair and moved me out of the way. I was shocked and scared. There wasn't like I could do anything to stop it either. I was totally helpless. Back off, Baldy. Oberoi flashed his teeth, then sank his fangs into Edwin's leg. He didn't let go either. Edwin tried shaking Oberoi off, but he wouldn't let go. Oberoi, down! I grabbed his scruff and yanked him back. He came away with some of Edwin's pant leg. Kallie looked positively murderous. Fuck you, asshole. You asked for it. Kallie pulled her fist back to deck Edwin in the face, but I caught her arm. Kallie, don't. It's not worth it, I said quietly. Her eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Edwin took his chance to limp off, clutching his bleeding leg. Brianna sent me a glare as she helped him hobble out of the club. I shook, as I remembered how casually he'd moved me out of the way. I hated it. My wheelchair was a tool I used to get around, but it was also an extension of my body, and that jerk had touched it without permission. What's wrong with you? Did you get a personality transplant while they were sewing you back up? Kallie questioned. I was expecting you to rip Edwin a new asshole. My mouth ran dry. Yeah, that was me. The old me. I wasn't that person anymore. I convinced Kallie to let it go, though she shot the loser and his girlfriend the finger as we moved off the dance floor. My thoughts were dark as the bass thrummed around me. People thought that I had to be in pain all the time because I used a wheelchair. And yeah, I was in pain a lot because I was recovering from surgery. But that pain was getting better every day, and soon I'd feel better. Why couldn't I have fun at a party like everyone else could? Are you okay? Kallie asked, looking concerned. I tried to keep my voice steady as I said, I just want to go home. Kallie's face fell, but she nodded and wheeled me off the dance floor. Okay, I was getting bored anyway. Do you need to use the bathroom? I shook my head and Kallie said, Well, I have to go. I'll be right back. Kallie ducked into the club's restroom. The second she was gone, I sniffed and wiped my nose with the back of my hand. The Devil's Playground used to be one of my favorite places, but I no longer felt like I belonged here. At this point, I just wanted to go back to my cell. Oberoi laid his head on my lap, licking my fingers to try and cheer me up.
Ava!
Ivy came storming out of the crowd, a neon pink purse dangling off his shoulder. He stopped before me and grabbed my hands.
I heard what those dickwads did to you. My security team is handling it, don't you worry.
I couldn't help it. My lips started to tremble. I can't do anything I used to, Ivy.
Sure you can. I saw you. You were having a blast before those pricks opened their fat mouths, Ivy protested. Why didn't you tell them off? That's the Ava I know and love.
You don't understand. I've changed since I've come back. I put my head in my hands. I don't want to be that ugly girl I was who was mean and cruel. I just want to be a good person.
You ain't a good person. You don't want to be. Trying to save other people is what got you put in that chair,
Ivy insisted.
You keep giving up parts of yourself to other people. There's gonna be nothing left. You gotta give what you have to yourself.
I don't know if I can do that anymore, Ivy. Ivy shook my shoulders,
You listen to me. Don't ever let nobody stop you from doing what you want to do, you hear? Not Charlie or Oberoi or even me. You be the biggest scumbag that's ever walked this earth, because that's what's gonna keep you alive out there. I'm not losing you again, Ava. None of us are. And for the rest of the world, fuck 'em. Fuck 'em all.
Ivy began digging in his bag.
And, speaking of fucking, I have a little toy you and your husband may want to share.
He smirked as he pulled a plastic package out of his bag and set it on my lap. I inspected it with a bewildered look. A vibrator? What the hell? Where did you get this?
Don't worry. It's brand new, still in the package,
Ivy told me.
One of the guards was able to order it and sneak it to me after I gave him some cash. He didn't think much of it, given my former occupation.
How's this supposed to help? I asked.
It's called a rabbit. I did some research on the sexuality of women who have spinal injuries, and that particular device has been known to work wonders, Ivy said. The stimulation vibration can give has been known to overpower damaged nerves. That one in particular is made for women with spinal injuries to cause a kind of reflex arousal. I think that's the term they used.
Do you really think this will help me?
From my research, it seems different for everybody. You'll have to try it out and see if you get a response. I can't make any promises, but it just might help.
At this point, I was willing to try anything. Thanks, Ivy. You're a lifesaver.
I've got to get back to entertaining my public, Ivy said with a dramatic sigh. And you, give your man a show.
Ivy scampered back into the crowd. Oberoi eyed the device in my lap and said, I ain't helping you with that. Ancestors willing, you won't have to. I was scared, excited, worried, and thrilled all at once. If this didn't work, but if it did, Ancestors, I wanted to jump into bed right now. Kallie came out of the bathroom, then looked down. Where'd you get a dildo? A little sex fairy stopped by, I told her. Esther has the balls to ask if I can still fuck my husband. I guess we're gonna find out. You get your man, girl, Kallie sang joyously. Once we walked through the doorway of the Devil's Playground, the powdered paint vanished magically from our clothes and skin, leaving no trace of the party. When Kallie dropped me off at my cell, she gave me a wink and went cackling all the way down the hall. I'm staying firmly on the couch, Oberoi said, as he jumped onto the cushions. I pray all goes well for you two. Oh, if only dogs could wear earplugs. Then he lay on his back and promptly went to sleep. I always envied how he could drop off in just a few seconds. Charlie walked in from the bedroom and asked, What's he talking about? Oberoi's just being Oberoi, I said, trying to keep the nerves out of my voice. Makes sense. How was the party? It was fun, I said. I didn't tell him about all the bullshit that happened. It'd piss him off, and I wanted his mind to be on nothing but me tonight. Can you help me into bed? Sure. Charlie and Ava experiment with the toy Ivy gave them. Ava is delighted to find that with the help of the toy, she is able to regain sensation again, and she and Charlie can be intimate once more. Did you enjoy that, Paige? Charlie questioned, kissing the back of my head. I think you know, I said playfully. But yes, I can't feel as much as I used to, yet it's still enjoyable, and that's what counts. I'm glad. It's good that we tried. We were quiet for several long minutes. At first, I figured he was just enjoying the moment, relieved that this hadn't been ruined for us as I was. But I could sense there was something else weighing on his mind as the seconds ticked by. Curiosity demanded that I know. I did my best to roll myself over so I could face him. What are you thinking about? He swallowed as if he was nervous. This is a weird thing to bring up, but I feel guilty about lying to you. My chest tightened with all kinds of horrible possibilities. About what? Did you not like it? It's nothing like that, he said immediately. I loved what we did, really. Just, please don't be mad. I was starting to panic, but I kept my voice even as I asked, What's going on? Do you remember when I told you that I slept with 12 women when I was trying to get off the streets? Yeah, I said, vaguely remembering. That was so long ago. I wasn't really being truthful. There were so many women it got to the point I stopped counting. I don't know how many women I've been with. He sounded embarrassed. I reached out to grasp his fingers. I don't care about that. It's all in the past. You're with me now, so that's all that matters. I should have just been with you. He sounded frustrated. I wish it would have been possible for that to happen. I didn't just put myself at risk. I gambled with your health too. I mean, you could have given me something, but you didn't, so it's not a big deal. I didn't take that chance. I got tested before I even touched you. When did you do that? Over winter break, right after the Dark Games. I blinked. That's news to me. I really liked you. I thought if there was a possibility we'd hook up once you got back. I wanted to make sure I was safe for you to mess around with. He sighed and fisted a hand in his hair. I tried to lie and come up with a number that I thought was low, and then I felt even worse once I said it because 12 was the lowest number I could come up with. It's no good to shame yourself for decisions you made in the past. I used to hate sex. It was never fun, he said. I couldn't understand why everyone acted like it was so enjoyable. Then you came along and you make me so happy. His voice was choked, like he hadn't been able to understand what happiness was before, because he'd been so sad all his life. Now that it was here, it was almost overwhelming to him. I understood. Something had always been missing for me too until he showed up. We make each other happy, I said, and I snuggled into his front. I don't care what you did before. As long as I have you now, that's all I'll ever need. My mood was much uplifted as we headed to our demigod lesson the next evening. We'd woken up that morning and had gotten right back to what we'd been doing last night. Bliss couldn't describe it. It was paradise, an escape from everything that had gone wrong. Being together felt like righting our wrongs and getting things back to how they should be. Charlie definitely had a brighter spring in his step as we wandered toward Hemlock's secret room, and I had a permanent smile on my face that couldn't be misplaced. The world would right itself again, so long as everything was well between Charlie and me. On our way, we heard a bit of discontented mewling. Kallie was pushing Rishi in a baby carriage she'd conjured with illusion magic. The cat was wearing a big blue ribbon around his neck and a baby bonnet. He appeared quite surly as she cheerfully wheeled him beside us. Oberai flew around the carriage in a tizzy, ruffling her phoenix feathers and chuckling. "How was your evening?" Kallie asked, nudging me playfully. "Pleasant," Charlie responded. "Whatever you're doing to Marcus's cat probably isn't fair." "Of course not, he loves it," Kallie insisted. Rishi gave a yowl. "Rishi!" Marcus called throughout the hall, somewhere up ahead of us. "Where'd he go? Has anyone seen my cat?" Marcus came out of the crowd. He halted when he saw Rishi in the baby carriage and Kallie pushing it around. "Why are you torturing him?" Marcus asked. He reached out to lift Rishi from the carriage. Kallie yanked it back. "Well, since Rishi is technically your twin brother and I'm bonded to both of you, I think he's half mine, which means you have to share custody." "What? That's ridiculous, he's mine," Marcus said, and he tried to snatch Rishi away. Kallie snagged him from the carriage and held him tight. "You should let Rishi choose," I offered. "How does Oberai decide who to be with?" Marcus demanded. "Whichever one of you is annoying me the least that day," Oberai said dryly, and she landed on the back of my chair. "She goes back and forth depending on how she feels," I said. Marcus reached for Rishi again, but he clung to Kallie, swishing his tail and purring loudly. "Traitor," Marcus grumbled, as we entered Hemlock's classroom, sulking as we passed through the secret door. We gathered around the round table with Takahashi, who was already waiting for us. Our professor wore a bright smile as he said, "It shows exceptional progress that the four of you managed to break the Inferokite cuffs. Now that your powers are no longer bound, we should hone in on growing your demigod powers. I thought,
we should start with an assessment of what those could possibly be. We know Kallie has special abilities relating to time. If she can harness her powers to be able to go back in time, or even forward, we'll have a better chance of beating the Warden.
Kallie shifted in her seat and hugged Rishi closer. I don't know how. I only have so much access to my time powers. I can stop time, speed it up, and go forward, but the control I have over the whole thing is very limited. It seems to change day by day.
Perhaps you can only influence time on a minor scale, at the present moment you're in, Charlie suggested.
No, I think I can go back in time, Kallie said. I've already done it once.
What? When?
Marcus nearly fell out of his chair. Kallie stroked Rishi as she spoke. Before the Dark Games, I told Ava about a strange vision I had as a child. I was playing with my brother at the palace, in the middle of the day, but during the vision I was transported into some nighttime scene. I saw a woman with silver blonde hair and blue wings. She was smiling at me until the vision ended, and I was transported back to the parlor room with my brother. Up until now, the vision didn't make any sense, but now I realize that I must have traveled back in time. I saw my birth mother when she was alive. That's incredible, I breathed. Yeah. Kallie slouched in her chair. Too bad I can't figure out how to do it again. I don't recall if anything prompted it, but I don't think it took any energy out of me back then to time travel, which is so weird, because I get exhausted when I experiment with my time abilities now.
There is a missing link to your time abilities that we aren't yet aware of, Takahashi said. Once we discover it, it could mean access to a world of possibilities. In the meantime, we must contemplate what magic the rest of you may have.
How do we figure out what our powers are? I asked.
I think we may have an idea, Takahashi stated. From our research as the demigod guardians, we know that a demigod's special magic is often linked to their more banal powers. If I were to theorize correctly, Charlie's demigod abilities would most likely lie somewhere within the higher realms of elf magic, while Marcus, as he has the mark of all 5 casts of his coven, will be able to push the abilities of witch magic to its fullest.
I've been practicing, Marcus said proudly. I think I made a breakthrough with my seer powers. I've been trying to read the Warden's mind, but he's somehow protected. I realized, what's to stop him from using other seers to spy on us through visions or mind reading? If he hasn't been trying to read our minds already, then he's surely searching for a seer who can do it. I figure I can combine seer magic with ward magic to protect our minds from other witches with mind-reading abilities.
Is it safe? Charlie asked. Marcus shrugged. I guess we'll find out. You're my first test subject.
Charlie hesitated, but he didn't protest as Marcus approached him. It was important we blocked our minds from any magic that could be used against us, as long as we had the means. Marcus splayed his palm over Charlie's forehead, and sparkling purple magic emitted from his hand. Charlie tensed for a moment before relaxing.
Did it work? Think something dirty, Marcus said. It's still the only thoughts I can read.
Charlie hesitated before his thoughts came through our bond.
I fucked Ava to the high heavens last night.
A thrill traveled through my chest as I replayed the memories. I waited for Marcus to say something, but he didn't catch Charlie's thoughts.
I got nothing, Marcus said.
Kallie sighed in relief. Thank the gods. Do me next. Marcus placed the mind-reading ward on each of us in turn. The magic tingled through my head before settling. Charlie, Oberoi, and I could still communicate through our bond, but Marcus couldn't read our thoughts anymore, which meant the Warden couldn't get inside our heads either. I didn't want to cut off communication with Marcus in case we needed to use it, but he could only read our dirty thoughts for now, which wasn't any use to us. It was better if we cut off everyone to protect ourselves from the Warden.
That brings us to Ava's powers, Takahashi said.
My demigod power lies in exceptional healing, I stated.
It is as I said. Your healing ability is not that of other Anachi, for Anachi can only speed up the body's natural process and mend what nature already would with time, Oberoi stated. Ava, dear, you have the ability to surpass what is possible, and heal what no others on this earth can."
I translated what Oberai said to the rest of the group, and Charlie breathed,
"Ava, you healed your dad when he was sick with pneumonia. There was no other way he could survive. The other Anachi healers did all they could, but you were able to regrow his lungs, which is basically impossible." "That must be it," Takahashi said victoriously. "Ava has the ability to cure ailments beyond what's possible by normal magic. Ava shouldn't have been able to heal her brother from sepsis last semester, but her healing abilities are such that she is able to replace what's already been too damaged to repair. That is why her father survived his illness."
I chewed my lip. But what were those blue eyes staring at me in my father's hospital room? I thought they were the ones doing the healing.
"A teacher, perhaps, from the ancestral lands guiding your magic before you knew you had it," Takahashi commented. "You should take note to see if this teacher appears to you again."
"But if I could heal my father and restore his lungs, why can't I heal my own spine?" I asked. "Exactly. Ava should be able to heal anything," Kallie argued. "Ez should have been cured of his disease when she healed his sepsis."
"Not without proper training," Oberai objected. "And even then, there are conditions, ailments, and ways of being that we agreed to undergo in order to gain knowledge and experience before we came to Earth, as is what's stated in our soul contract. Ava would not be able to cure such conditions without a revision of such a contract and a statement of free will."
"I can't just call up my healing magic on a whim, though," I argued, after I'd explained what Oberai had said. "I've been able to heal beyond what any Anachi should, yes, but I struggle to heal a paper cut when I'm not under pressure. It's hardly easy for me. I know my demigod power is strong, but I don't know how to grow it or how to use it properly."
"Maybe there's a way to practice your healing powers without so much resistance," Oberai hinted. "There has been a time when it was easy."
Something came to me, and I was shocked by the thought. I was singing in music class the other day. When we came in, I was in so much pain because I didn't have any medication, but by the end of it, I almost felt nothing at all. "Do you think your healing abilities are connected to your music?" Kallie asked. "Yes, I think that's the way to access it without having to force myself," I said in excitement.
"We need to try out this theory," Charlie said. "Does anybody need healing? Something simple."
"I hurt myself during football practice earlier," Kallie said, and she raised her sweater to show a large mottled bruise running all along her side. "Usually my shifter blood would have healed it by now, but I got tackled by a dragon, and this one really hurt. I had busted ribs by the end of it. It's still not completely better." "It's a good place to start," I said. Kallie set Rishi on the table, who immediately took off his bonnet with a grumpy wave of his paw. She walked over to me, and I gently placed a few fingers on the bruise. She hissed at the contact, and I pulled my hand away. "Do I just start singing or what?" I looked to Oberai for guidance.
"What song comes to mind? There's always one," Oberai said. "Don't try to force the magic. See what comes up."
I looked at Callie's bruise. A couple of notes rose to my thoughts. One of my favorite songs. As I started humming the opening medley, I watched as the purple welts on Callie's side faded away. I sang a couple of the words softly, and the bruise vanished, until all that was left was brand new pink skin. I sat back in my chair with a gasp of disbelief. I didn't feel tired either. Accessing my healing abilities through song didn't make me exhausted. It gave me energy. "Oh my gods, it's all better," Kallie said, touching the new skin.
"It's like a phoenix song," Charlie said in amazement. "Oberai's spirit form fits perfectly." "This is wonderful news," Takahashi said as he stood. "I say, we go around the room and see how far we can extend these abilities of yours. Experimentation is paramount."
Charlie was giddy as he rose from his seat.
"I can't believe it. If you can heal yourself, Pidge, you might be able to walk again."
I didn't know how I felt about that. I was thrilled at the idea of being able to get out of this chair, but at the same time, I didn't know if it was truly possible. I'd been able to heal other people from terrible things, but I wasn't sure if this was something I could fix. It wasn't like I didn't know if I could. It was more like I was too afraid to believe it was possible, because the disappointment I'd experience if it wasn't would be worse than being unable to walk again. "Charlie, mind your own magic," Obereye said calmly. "Ava needs to concentrate on hers." Charlie paused before he nodded. Marcus led him to the other side of the room, where they began discussing methods they could attempt to draw out special abilities. "He's excited. Don't damper his enthusiasm," I told Obereye. "Pressuring you at a time like this is far from helpful," Obereye noted. "I am here to guide you." I busied myself with singing songs the rest of the hour, attempting to heal myself with music. I found the magic worked best when I didn't try to force it, and when I sang songs that were consistent with my mood, rather than forcing me to be in one state or another. By the end of the lesson, I managed to ease the pain in my back, but I was far from being able to get out of this chair. "Why can't I heal myself?" I asked Obereye. "My mother told me stories of the Elementai Civil War. She healed herself from terrible things, beams getting rammed through her, nearly bleeding to death. If our theory is true and my ability surpasses even what she could do, I should be able to repair my spine easily." "Indeed, it is a puzzle," Obereye agreed. "As I told you before, you must find the source of your healing, a conduit, as you would say, for your demigod powers." "But demigods don't need to draw their magic from an outside source. They can create energy from nothing." "What I'm saying is, you must find the source inside yourself," Obereye explained. "Until you find the motivation that is driving your magic, it will remain inaccessible to you at its greatest power. These things take time. There is certainly no rush." It sure felt like it. What with the war going on and the Warden looking to cleanse the earth in his tirade of insanity? But Obereye was an immortal being who was beyond the binds of time and space. I was certain she was never in a hurry for anything, save for dinner. "It's taco night," Obereye complained, and she flapped her wings impatiently. "Can we wrap this up?" Obereye was wonderfully helpful about 10% of the time. The other 90%, she was little more than a nearly omniscient nuisance. Kallie sat in a chair, wiped out. She hadn't found any success in experimenting with her time magic, though she'd stopped and sped up time at several moments throughout the hour. She was clearly beat by the end of it. Whatever her access point, her conduit was, she was far from enabling it to make this easier. Marcus seemed like he'd made some progress. Takahashi had brought a chest of items for us to practice with, and he'd gone through it, pulling out potion bottles, wands, and crystals. He'd been stuck on reanimating a skeleton, which he'd even enabled to talk, something I'd never seen a necromancer do before, because there weren't any vocal cords left to enable. "My necromancy abilities are the strongest," Marcus noted as he allowed the skeleton to drop. "I think I need to start there. Death magic is the way to go." Charlie shook his head in frustration as he attempted to cast an elven illusion and nothing happened. "Something's not right. I just don't understand illusions. And if my demigod power is connected to my elf magic, my illusion magic, which I can't understand, how am I supposed to access it with any kind of success?" "You've got to have a key to access, like Ava and Kallie do," Marcus said. "Just have to figure out what that is." "You boys are on the right path," Takahashi praised. "Let's call it a night. We don't want to push ourselves too hard, and this is good progress." Despite not making headway with his elf magic, Charlie was exceptionally cheery during dinner. I knew he was excited about my healing magic and the possibilities it had for us. I tried not to feel pushed, but I kind of did. We knew the potential to heal me was there, but what if I couldn't do it? Would he be mad at me? Obereye changed into a husky and ate his tacos, all 12 of them. Cali and Marcus had a painting for their art class they needed to finish, so they split off from us to head to the arts and crafts room. There was supposed to be a movie night going on in the villain's den, so we decided to head there. Usually the TV just had the news on, but the Warden was coming up with excuses not to play it. I didn't think he wanted us to know what was going on out there. Thus, the guards put on whatever family-friendly film they could get their hands on during weeknights, and approved uplifting media the rest of the time. Whatever. So long as I didn't have to listen to one more horrible headline without being able to do something about it. Do you even like movies? I asked Charlie, looking behind me. You can't really watch them. I can listen to them, Charlie said with a shrug. But there are special captions for blind people that they make for movies. It's like listening to an audiobook. Sometimes, when you go to the theater, they'll give out audio-assisted headphones for the blind to give narration to what's on screen. It's actually really exciting. There was so much to learn about Charlie's blindness. I was learning more every day. When we get out of here, I want to try it, I said. Loud voices came from the angel cell block up ahead. Charlie's eyebrows knitted together. That's Chansey. And that's definitely Ivy, I added. Ancestors. Half the Institute can hear them. After the disastrous date between Cali and Marcus, neither one of us had any desire to get involved with our friends' relationships. We tried to go the other way, but the voices got closer. It sounded like Ivy was trying to get away from Chansey, and he was chasing after. We were forced to halt in place as the two of them came tearing around the corner.
Just leave me alone, Chance, Ivy snapped. I'm sick of you. Me? You sick of me? Chansey gave a cruel laugh. That's real, Rich. After the shit you've put me through. You ain't no saint. You got a lot of promises, but you sure as hell can't keep them, Ivy said. What comes out of your mouth is pillow talk, nothing more. It meant more than that. I told you I was gonna set us up real good once we got out of here, Chansey started. I'm having a hard time believing you can keep your ass out of jail, Ivy screeched.
He whirled around to face Chansey and put a hand on his chest, shoving him backward.
Oh yeah? And you can't put down the drugs, can ya?
Chansey flung at him.
Take your righteous act and shove it. I fucking saw you snort coke in the bathroom, Ivy said nastily. Back when we first met, I dumped all the blow I had down the drain when we started dating, you know that? Chansey snarled. I haven't touched anything since, but I sure as fuck can't say the same about you.
Ivy made a scoffing sound.
Like you could give two shits. You make one thing very clear. All this is between us is you wanting to fuck me, and I used to be that for you, but not anymore. You gonna say that to me? After everything we've had? Chansey demanded. I caught you sleeping with her, Ivy screeched. That was a mistake. I didn't care about Scarlet. I was pissed, Chansey pleaded. So you get back at me for doing drugs by fucking around with someone else? That's a class act, Chance. You're just like every other bum that comes crawling into my life looking for a piece of ass. I'm done with it. I really am. You go ahead and accuse me of that, but you know I've always loved you. I'm sorry. I didn't know how to end it any other way, Chansey said. Bullshit. You did what you did because you wanted to punish me, Ivy spat. You're a coward, Chance. You always have been. And no matter what you say, nobody who truly loves me could do this to me.
Chansey caught my gaze and froze. Ivy spun around. Both of them became deadly silent. Neither of them had realized we were there until just then.
Ava,
Ivy whispered. Chansey shoved his hands in his pockets.
You gonna tell her, Ives? Or should I?
What's going on? I asked, innately realizing I didn't want to know.
Ivy's been using, Charlie said bluntly. He has been for months. I'm sorry, Ava. We didn't want to upset you.
Chansey looked down at the ground, and reality hit me like a brick to the face. That night at the Devil's Playground last semester, when I'd performed my song, a guard had asked Ivy about a shipment. I assumed it was alcohol, but I knew now what it had to be. Ivy was ferrying drugs through the club. Worse than that, he was using them. Ivy's eyes started to water.
Yeah, so it's all out in the open now, huh? Everyone knows I'm back on Nightshade.
Ivy started to shake.
My business can't be my business, I guess.
You need to stop, Charlie said firmly. Your life's never going to get better until you quit using.
Your judgment of me is real rich, considering I ain't the only one who sold myself to get what I needed, Ivy sneered. I'm not the only slut here.
Charlie's face was stricken, and for the first time I was really pissed at Ivy. No one should bring up what happened back then. I went to say something, but my husband beat me to it.
I did what I had to in order to get by, Charlie shot back at him. You sleeping around isn't the problem. You're going around hurting people without giving a shit if you do.
And he hasn't fucking broken my heart?
Ivy yelled, tossing a hand at Chansey. This is about more than us, Chansey said, a note of disappointment in his tone. You're missing pills, aren't you, Ava? I thought my heart went flatline all over again as I stared at Ivy. Tears welled in my eyes as I whispered, You stole them. I saw the truth when I looked deeper. He was higher than a fucking kite, even now. Ivy fiddled with his hands.
I didn't mean to, Ava. I just needed a quick fix, you know? Something to take the edge off. I wouldn't if I could have gotten a hit somewhere else. You believe me, don't you?
A coldness ran through my veins. Oberei had known. That's what he wanted to speak with Charlie about yesterday. Our familiar just hadn't found the words. Charlie grabbed Ivy around the neck with both hands and slammed him against the wall. His fingers began tightening around Ivy's throat. Ivy didn't fight back, just went limp, as if he wanted Charlie to end it all. Charlie, stop! Chansey yanked Charlie away. Charlie had enough sense to let go, and he stumbled back a few feet. I could feel through our bond it took all of Charlie's self-control to hold himself back from attacking Ivy again. Oberei changed into a unicorn and planted herself in the way, acting as a barrier. Chansey immediately moved to face Charlie, his hands already formed into fists. What Ives did was wrong, but don't go there, Chansey warned. You don't want to fight me, Charlie. Not when I'm willing to fight back. I looked between the both of them, feeling completely lost. Chansey might have cheated on Ivy out of spite, but it was so fucking obvious how in love with Ivy he still was. He'd put himself on the line if it meant defending the person he cherished, even against his friends. Charlie took a step forward like he didn't care. I grabbed his wrist. Don't, I pleaded. His arm trembled in my hold, but he remained at my side. Didn't stop him from blowing up. What the fuck is wrong with you? He spat at Ivy, completely livid. Ava's in pain. If you had gotten caught with her pills, she would have taken the fall for it. You knew that, but you didn't give a fuck, did you? All you cared about was yourself. We can't trust you anymore, Ivy. You're no friend of ours. You never have been. What you did is unforgivable. Ivy coughed and rubbed his throat. His gaze was weak as he rasped, Ava? What could I say? There was nothing. I knew I should have felt betrayed and furious that Ivy had done this to me. But I didn't feel that way. All that was in me was sadness and confusion about how it ended up this way. I need to rest, I said finally. Take me home, Charlie. At that moment, all I could think of was dissolving the situation. More words and threats wouldn't do anything to fix this. Charlie wheeled me off, hurrying in the direction of our cell. The movie we'd been planning to see didn't even register in my mind. Chansey didn't add anything, but I heard the sound of Ivy's sobs echoing down the hall for what felt like miles. As Oberei trotted after us, I asked quietly, Did Chansey really do cocaine? Charlie paused for a moment. He used to before fights. It would get him amped up for the ring. But he doesn't anymore. He stopped after he met Ivy. You didn't do any drugs in Fight Club, did you? Hell no. You know better. I nodded solemnly. Those days were far behind Charlie, long before he met me. Oberei squeezed through the door to our cell, then changed into a husky to rummage through our stash of commissary snacks. He liked to eat when he was stressed. Charlie carried me into the bedroom, then sat me on the bed. What do you need? I'd had a long day, filled with a lot of triumphs and some pretty dark lows. The contrast between the two was stark and confusing. I just want you to hold me. I think that'll do us both some good. Charlie lifted me onto his lap, and I curled desperately into his warm body. We didn't talk about what had happened, but it was just as well. I didn't want him going off the deep end again. Charlie fell asleep, but I lay against his chest and counted his heartbeats long into the night, delving deep into my thoughts. I wasn't willing to give up my friendship with Ivy, not even now. He'd rescued me from myself when I was at the lowest points of my existence. If I was being completely honest, without him, I might have done something permanent to end it all.
because I didn't know how to get through life unless I had my friends by my side. Ivy had helped me through my dark times, so I wasn't turning my back on him through this. I knew Ivy was hurting. He was an addict and mentally ill. I didn't blame him for the actions that he took as a result of his illness. I just wanted him to get help. At the same time, I didn't know if it was healthy for me to keep associating with him, or Chansey for that matter. I didn't get much sleep. I woke up around 6 the next morning, before Charlie did. I knew he wouldn't be asleep much longer, so I managed to pull myself into my chair and wheel out of the room as quietly as possible. We'd previously made an agreement that I wouldn't get out of bed without his help, and I hated going back on that. But if he knew my plan, he'd stop me from where I was going, and I couldn't have that. Obereye wrinkled his nose when he saw me roll toward the door. "And what do you expect me to tell Sir Rages-a-lot when he wakes up?" "Just keep him busy. I won't be long." I hated lying to my husband. Getting mixed up in all of this could potentially drive a wedge between Charlie and me. I had to be careful. But I also had to at least try to save a friend. I found Opal first. She was in commissary, sipping on coffee and doing her homework. My brother was sitting next to her while Tahoma lay across the rug. The Periton let out a soft bugle as I approached, and his antlers glowed a soft white in greeting. I patted Tahoma's head softly before I said, "Hey." "I already know what you're going to ask," Opal began. "It's wrong, Ava. Any way you spin it. You shouldn't even care about getting involved after what Ivy did to you." Ez nodded darkly. "Yeah, pretty fucking pissed about it myself." "We have to do something," I insisted. "I'm tired of helping him, but at the same time it's aggravating to cut my relationship off with my cousin for the millionth time." Opal rubbed her face. "This is a vicious cycle. It's been going on for years." "He can get help," I insisted. "Sure, but it never lasts. He's in rehab for a while, he does okay for a month or two, then something will trigger him and he'll be back out there with a new fix to chase after," Opal lamented. "I know this can change," I insisted. "Loving someone with an addiction is one of the hardest things I will ever do," Opal said flatly. "I can't forgive him for stealing pills from you, Ava. Not this time. I need to protect myself and think about what I need to do so I can provide a good life for my daughter once I'm out. That means getting her away from our family." She sighed, then bent back over her homework. "Ivy's just as bad as the rest of them." Clearly, she was done with it, and probably done with Ivy too. I couldn't blame her for not wanting to ride the roller coaster any longer. Yet Ivy had gotten me through some of the worst times of my life. I wouldn't abandon him now, not even if he'd done something as terrible as all this. "Do you know where he is?" Opal gave a disgusted noise. "Probably at the club, feeling sorry for himself." "I can't get there all on my own, it's too far." I sagged in my chair, my energy already spent for the day. Ez's face twisted, but he said, "I'll take you to the Devil's Playground, but don't ask me to get involved, sis." "It won't be but a moment. I just need to talk to him alone." Ez and Opal shared a glance before my brother got to his feet. "I'm probably gonna regret this, but sure. 5 minutes, Ava." "I'm not coming," Opal said bluntly. "I can't even look at Ivy right now. It's horrible, but sometimes I think that if he overdosed again, and no one came to save him this time, at least it would be." She put a hand to her mouth to hold back the tears, and I knew. For as much as Opal loved Ivy, and it was a lot, she wanted this to be over. Ez laid a hand on her shoulder, and I straightened. "I won't let that happen. Come on, Ez, let's go." It didn't take long to get down to the Devil's Playground. I saw Ivy sitting on the floor at the base of the bar. He had wine in a plastic cup, and his hand shook as he lifted it to his lips, the red spilling over onto his fingers. He looked like absolute shit. Ez didn't leave, just stood at a distance with Tahoma. He wouldn't let me be alone with Ivy, not even for this. Couldn't say I blamed him. I rolled closer to Ivy and whispered, "I know it takes a lot to make you cry." Ivy's lips slightly lifted. It was the same thing he'd said to me when he'd found me sobbing over Charlie last semester. No matter how fucked up on drugs and alcohol he was right now, he remembered that much. It hasn't been the best day. How do we make it better? I asked. I reached out so he could grasp my hand, but he didn't take it. You need to leave me alone. I'm no good for you. I coiled my hand back into my lap. How are you and Chansey? We're on a break? Ivy's voice cracked. My insides became hollow. Oh, Ivy, I'm sorry. Ivy sniffed. He doesn't want to be with an addict like me. I don't blame him. He'll give you another chance. You can beat this, I know you can. You can't forgive me for this. I stole pills from you. So stop. Not that simple. I know you've tried this so many times before, but try one more time, I said. Go back to rehab. Get treatment. I'm not giving up on you. Ivy looked away. I'll think about it. My throat got tight, but I swallowed the knot that was forming. Okay. It was pretty clear the conversation was done. Ez moved to wheel me away, and I did my best not to feel like shit for leaving Ivy in his drunken stupor. I'd done all I could. There wasn't anything more I could offer. Charlie and Oberai were waiting for me outside the dining hall. My husband did not look happy. Ez left me by Charlie's side without a goodbye, more than pleased to get out of there as soon as he could. Charlie scowled. You sneaking off is not cute. I'm sorry, I had to. I don't want you around Ivy anymore. I looked down. Probably best to stay away. Charlie gave an aggravated sigh, but he didn't berate me further. We need to get some breakfast. Kallie wants to meet us in the Fey Illusion Room as soon as we can get there. I nodded, doing my best to put the whole situation out of my mind. I couldn't think about Ivy right now. He'd made his choices. I had to do what I could to make the decisions that were best for me. I'd never been to the Fey Illusion Room on campus. Naturally, it had to be on the highest fucking floor of the prison. Oberai carried me up the steps as a unicorn, while Charlie dragged my chair behind. When we opened up the door to the Fey Illusion Room, I was struck with awe. It was a beautiful space, full of sunlight that poured from a glass ceiling. There were bookshelves lining the tower all around with spiraling gold staircases. Growing from the bookshelves were an assortment of climbing flowers, with hundreds of butterflies flitting throughout the room. They were in every color, some smaller than a tiny gem, others as large as my head. I laughed as a massive group of butterflies landed on Oberai's horn, and she sneezed. The room smelled like honey, and harp music came from somewhere unknown, along with birdsong. I was sure the elaborate array was just a bunch of illusions. It was probably some ugly institute room like any other. But what the Fae had done with the place was incredible. What was underneath our feet wasn't really carpet, but moss. In the center of the room were a variety of tables and chairs for Fae students to study at. This time of morning, none of the other Fae were here. Kallie was the only one sitting at one of the massive square desks, picking books off stacks that floated in midair. Alette hovered above her, giving chase after monarch butterflies. After I described the room to Charlie, he said, Sounds very elaborate. Definitely the prettiest room on campus, I agreed. Marcus was already here, sitting on a levitating armchair while Rishi batted at butterflies. He read Callie's grimoire, which appeared to be upside down, but maybe that was just the cover, and the contents inside were right side up. Fae were funny like that. Charlie helped me down from Oberai and into my chair. I resolved to stay put. It wouldn't be easy rolling through all this moss. You must have found something if you called for us this early, I said, scanning the books beside her. They were written in Malovian, which was one language I couldn't yet read. I've been researching Fae assassins, as we planned, to find the girl in my previous vision, Kallie noted. There have been so many in history, it's been complicated going through them all. I attempted the tracking spells for my grimoire again, since I broke the Infericite cuff, and nothing much came of it, but the Unseelie spell at least gave me a direction to start looking. So you found something? Charlie asked. A bit, she admitted, and she waved her current reed in the air. The merfolk key has been lost for centuries, but from what I can conclude from history, something like it resurfaced again a few hundred years ago. I dug into ancient conflicts, stuff from before the Great Supernatural War. In one of Malovia's history books, I discovered that the merfolk began a conflict with the Fae over something the Fae had stolen from them during the time of King Minos's reign, specifically, something the sister of King Minos took. Does it mention a key? I asked. No, but it sure does talk a lot about the king's sister, Duchess Amelie, Kallie said. She was quite popular with the people, but she had a secret. I believe this is the same woman I saw in my vision. Let me guess. She liked killing people, Charlie suggested. Correct. She was an exceptional assassin, hired on behalf of the crown to take out enemies to the royal family, Kallie said. They sent her to Atlantis to eliminate a political opponent, but while she was there, she found something extraordinary. The book doesn't mention what it was, as the royal family wanted to keep it secret, but historians have guessed it was an object of great magical prowess. So she was successful in stealing the key from Atlantis, I said. Where'd it end up after that? The merfolk went through a lot of trouble to get it back, Kallie admitted. But I don't think they ever did. And get this, once she stole it, she refused to hand it over or tell anyone where she'd taken it. Whatever Amelie took from the merfolk was lost, and she couldn't give it to the crown as they'd asked. Eventually, the king was forced to behead her on grounds of treason. She must have realized what she had and sacrificed herself to keep it safe, I said quietly. That's what I figure, Kallie said with a nod. Unfortunately, all clues end there. If we're going to find out where the key is, we have to learn more about Duchess Amelie and where she might have hidden it. What else do you know about her? I asked. Not much. Besides her assassinations, there wasn't much written about her, because she was ruled a traitor. Therefore, most of her historical documents are stricken from record. Kallie let out a huff. Stupid royal decrees. She shuffled through a bunch of papers. But I've been investigating her lineage, and she did have a son before she died, who had another son, and so on and so forth, until eventually I came to a common ancestor we both share, Arthur Cedric. I couldn't believe the similarities. Arthur Cedric is one of my ancestors too, on my father's side, I noted. He's an immigrant who came to California and built Arenda Academy after he befriended the Hawkeye tribe. That's amazing! You guys are related, Marcus said in awe. Very distantly, but yes. My grandfather told me so, Kallie said. And although Ava and I have the same ancestor, she doesn't have enough Fae blood in her line to have any illusion abilities. But Arthur Cedric's family has a direct line to me, with very strong unseelie influences. And that's where my research comes in. Marcus shut the grimoire and hopped off the floating armchair. We can use Callie's bloodline to find out where her ancestor Amelie took the merfolk key. Can we do that? Charlie asked skeptically. Absolutely, Marcus said eagerly. He waved the book in the air. And this tells us how. My grandfather's grimoire has all kinds of unseelie spells, Kallie said. Including an ancestry recession spell, Marcus said. Memories can be passed down through the centuries from parent to child. This stuff isn't easy to access, not once you get past the next few descendants of offspring. But with Callie's demigod abilities, she should be able to dig through her ancestry and find them. And the best part is, we don't have to go through a complicated ceremony to do it. We just have to put Kallie into a trance and see where the vision takes us. Maybe Amelie can tell us where she put the key. Kallie, you sure about this? I eyed her warily. The last unseelie spell you used to locate the key didn't work. Because I didn't believe in my ability to perform it, which you must do if you're going to cast Fae magic, Kallie stated. But I trust that I can pull off this spell because the answers are already in my blood. We just have to unlock the memories. It's the only way to learn where Amelie took the key. She was already climbing onto the table. Let's get this over with. Kallie sprawled across the table on her back. Marcus opened the book he'd been reading and began to recite a verse. Phantom doe of shadow, Neva, goddess of time,
Take us back through distant past, make clear through path divine. Answers found in ancestors, hidden soon be known. Through graves of ancient ones we dig, blood to blood, bone to bone.
Callie's eyelids fluttered closed, and she went very still. At first the vision seemed fairly peaceful. Callie's chest rose and fell evenly, and Alette rested gently on her nose. Minutes passed. I wasn't sure what Kallie was seeing, but she didn't seem to be in any distress. We waited for her to awaken, hoping she'd see something that would help us. Then the room darkened. The sunlight filtered out from the windows, ending all the illusions in the room and leaving us in shadow. I lit a ball of fire in my hand so Marcus and I could see. Several things in the room crashed and broke, though I couldn't tell from where. Books started flying off the shelves, and Alette gave a cry of alarm as she fluttered upward. The room shrank as it returned to its normal size. Kallie started to convulse. Her body shook as her head slammed back against the table, like she was having a seizure, and a deep laughter infected the room. I didn't know where it was coming from, and it scared the shit out of me. Marcus immediately started to panic. Fuck, this isn't supposed to happen. What went wrong? Charlie bellowed. He had to yell over the noise. Marcus clutched the grimoire. The meditation is supposed to be performed by an unseelie sorceress, but since I'm a seer and the magic is similar, we thought I'd do just fine. God damn it! Charlie smacked his face. Should have known you two would try to cut corners. Callie's body began to levitate off the table, shaking in tremors. Marcus, make it stop! I yelled. I don't know how, he yelped, flipping frantically through pages. Oh, good goddess, help! I frantically searched the room for clues. Above Kallie, a translucent force zoomed back and forth. It was nearly invisible, but not quite. I recognized it because I knew the terrible feeling I got whenever these entities were in my presence. The insane laughter suddenly made sense. It's the dark spirits, I said, catching on. They're interfering with the ceremony. Finally, something I can handle, Marcus said frantically, throwing the grimoire down. He dug in his pockets for cedar oil and salt and immediately started screaming at the spirits. Get the hell out of here! Leave her alone! I heard their wicked cries as the dark spirits resisted Marcus's orders to leave and failed. Light came back into the room, and all the illusions returned as the area went back to the magical state it had been. As Marcus chased the spirits off, Charlie reached out and grabbed Kallie, yanking her back down to the table. She slammed down onto it, and several books toppled off. Callie's eyes shot open. She sat up on the table, and Alette landed on her head as Marcus ran the remainder of the spirits out of the hall. Marcus panted as he came back to the table. Kallie, are you all right? She blinked. She seemed to have no recollection of the dark spirits, or the scary shit that had just happened. The vision was so vivid, Kallie said. I was acting as Amelie, through her eyes. I watched as I stole the key from Atlantis. She was the girl from my first vision. What else did you learn from the vision? Marcus pressed. Kallie paused for a short moment, as if recollecting everything she'd seen. From what I saw and heard, the year was 1867. Amelie was in Atlantis and she knew about the merfolk key. She'd been contacted by Neva, the goddess of time, who told her the merfolk key needed to be kept safe until the proper individuals could take ownership of it. Demigods, I murmured. Kallie nodded. She stole the key. She had help, but I couldn't see who. Some Atlantean diplomat, I think. The memory was murky. She and her ally planned to go to Dark Island. That's all I could gather from what I saw. Did you see where Amelie hid the key? Charlie asked. I didn't get that far, Kallie complained. The vision broke before I had a chance to see where she concealed it. But you think she hid it on Dark Island? He pressed. I believe so. It's here. Amelie brought it to the island before she was captured and sent back to Malovia to be executed. Callie's face brightened up. Still, I did find a clue. Something Amelie left behind for her own reference before she was beheaded by King Minos. She burned it, but I can copy it. I need some paper, something to write with. Oberei hastily moved to give her the items she requested. Marcus and I clustered around the table as we watched Kallie draw, growing curious. She designed a set of lines, some strange depictions of monuments, and a curving path. "What is it?" I asked, completely lost as she finished the work. "It's a treasure map," Kallie said eagerly, "and it's going to lead us right to the merfolk key."
Chapter 9. Charlie. I couldn't believe this. This was the biggest clue we'd received in weeks. This map could actually bring us straight to what we were looking for. "What's on it?" I asked curiously. "It's a map of the entire island," Kallie described. "There are 3 clues to the merfolk key, and all of them are located on campus. The first spot on the map points to the Siren Lake, which the Warden is already searching," Ava said glumly. She'd mentioned the guards were scanning the lake earlier this week. I couldn't believe we were this far behind the Warden. He has to know about that clue at least. "What about the others?" I asked. "The second location is somewhere in the middle of the school, but it's hard to tell which hall. It could be one of the abandoned cell blocks," Kallie stated. "The third is somewhere in the forest, on campus grounds. A line connects each dot, starting at the Siren Lake." "That probably means we have to go in chronological order," Marcus noted. "Otherwise the clues won't make sense and we'll get confused on what they mean." "Which will slow us up," Ava confirmed. "One piece leads to the next, and you can't put together the mystery without receiving the whole picture." Marcus fidgeted beside me. "We've been gone a while. We should go somewhere people can see us, so the Warden doesn't send guards to search for us." "If he hasn't already," Kallie grumbled. "Let's check the lake," Ava suggested. "We need to dive down there as quickly as we can." We hurried outside into the campus grounds, but stopped dead in our tracks when we heard the sound of guards near the lake. "The guards are still here," Ava sneered. "Fuck," I growled before I realized something. Although if he's still looking, that means he hasn't found whatever's down there. "We better pray he doesn't," Marcus added, "because until he gives up, we can't go into the lake. We'll be caught and the Warden will take whatever we find." "Our only choice is to wait until the guards abandon the search," Kallie said. "The last thing we want is to lead the Warden to the merfolk key. Sooner or later, he's bound to give up." My guts twisted. That's if he doesn't find it first. We had no choice. The Warden had already laid claim to Siren Lake, and there were too many guards to get past to investigate on our own. Without the clue to whatever was in the lake, we couldn't be sure what we were looking for at the next 2 locations. I was a bundle of nerves the rest of the day. I really wanted to pursue these clues and get the fuck out of here. I bet the asshole didn't even know what he was searching for. He heard merfolk and went to investigate the closest body of water he could find. During our lunch break, I decided to head to Commisary for a drink to help calm my nerves. A group of inmates were discussing the war at a nearby table when I walked in. "My parents said Midnighters swarmed a building in Chicago and were arrested by Union officials on site," a girl said. "They called themselves anti-war protesters." A guy scoffed. "Anti-war, my shiny dragon ass. They're going to expose us all, which will lead to war with the humans. We all know how disastrous that can be. How is our magic going to withstand nukes?" "We could take on the nukes," another guy added. "The Union just wants us to be afraid so we don't protest." I saw the news clip. The way they shoved those vampires into those vans, we'll never hear from them again. "We?" his friend asked. "Where do you think you're protesting? You're locked in a prison." "I'm graduating at the end of the semester. When I get out, You think they actually let anyone out of here? Clearly you're insane. They'll send you to the adult penitentiary if they hear you talking like that." I ignored the argument because I couldn't take the fuckers in this prison. I stepped forward as the line moved and ordered a calming cappuccino. The girl at the counter rang up my total. A dog barked beside her and I realized it must be Heather. She was an Elementi in some of my classes, Earth like me, and she even had a husky familiar. Last week we found out we shared a birthday, and she joked that I was trying to steal her identity. I'm going to have to cancel your order," Heather said. I furrowed my brow. They must be running low on ingredients. "That's fine, just give me something with caffeine in it." "The problem is with your account. You're out of commissary points." I couldn't be out. I was careful about where I spent my points, never spending more than I earned. I refused to go back to being broke, so I budgeted meticulously. I realized this had to be a mistake. Check again, I insisted, quickly running through the balance in my head. I knew what had been in there yesterday because I just checked. I wondered if someone could possibly hack the system and use my points. I did. I'm sorry, Charlie, but your balance is at 0, she said sadly. No, this wasn't possible. I felt like melting into the floor as I realized I was once again completely out of fucking money. I had nothing. I'd been robbed. Talk about fucking identity theft, only this time it wasn't a joke. I'd stolen plenty from loads of people in my life. I was getting a taste of my own medicine, that was for sure. Everything else I thought impossible apparently existed. Why not karma, too?
Charlie, there you are!
Ava called out to me from far away. She must have pushed through the crowd because her hand was suddenly on my wrist and she yanked me out of line. She couldn't wheel herself with one hand, so I helped her out of the room. Over I ruffled her feathers from the back of Ava's chair. I stopped in the hall, already losing my shit. We're out of commissary points. Someone robbed us. That's all we have to live on. When I find out who, I'm gonna beat their ass. I couldn't help freaking out as I paced in front of her. Our commissary points were one of the few things that gave us freedom inside this prison, as well as the only ways we were able to buy things we needed. If our commissary points could be taken away, anything else could too.
Charlie, calm down,
Ava insisted.
It's not a big deal.
Not a big deal. I trailed off. She sounded like she knew what happened. Ava, what's going on? She didn't say anything right away. I tried to search her mind for the truth, but she wouldn't let me in. Her thoughts were locked down tight, and unless she gave me permission to hear her thoughts, or they slipped through on accident, I wasn't getting answers. Ava, did you have something to do with this? I pressed. Oberoi hissed with what sounded like laughter.
Caught red-handed.
I didn't mean it, okay? I didn't realize our commissary points had been combined when we got married,
she said nonchalantly.
I just thought I had extra, so I thought, why not spread the love?
My jaw dropped when I realized she'd spent them. She fucking spent them! She must have seen the incredulous look on my face because she groaned and mumbled.
Ancestors, this is worse than when I maxed out Daddy's credit card. Please don't be mad.
Don't be! I gaped. I knew you didn't have to think about money growing up, but I never had access to resources, so forgive me if I'm a little angry that's been ripped out from under me. She took an annoyed breath, about to launch into one of her long explanations.
Look, I wanted a macchiato, and Oberoi wanted a cookie, so we went to get those things. But the line was huge, and I felt bad because a couple of people ahead of me couldn't pay for their drinks because their parents didn't load up their card. So I bought a coffee for them. Or two. Then I thought, wouldn't it be so nice if I bought a coffee for everyone? I never get to do the thing where they say drinks all around. So I thought that this was my chance. And I just started buying and buying. And pretty soon I spent the 300 points we had, which is like $300. But to me, if people are happy, it's money well spent.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. You're manic again.
What if I am? This morning, I'm the coffee queen.
A broke coffee queen, I said flatly.
So what? Ava asked. I'll ask Daddy to reload our account.
I sighed. To Ava, this was a non-issue. To me, it felt like one breath away from living on the streets again. I don't want to ask your dad for money, Pidge, I said. I want to provide for you. I may only be making pennies per hour at the factory, but at least I'm providing something, even if that's just a few snacks a week and one bottle of shampoo a month. I didn't come from a place where money is limitless. It's a precious resource to me, and it scares me that it's all gone. Oh, Ava said quietly. I see. Why didn't you stop her? I demanded of Oberoi.
I'm an enabler, she said. It's not my job to prevent Ava from living her best life.
I gritted my teeth. This wasn't okay, and it brought up all types of scary things for me. Ava must have felt that because her tone softened. Charlie, I'm so sorry. Money has never been an issue for me, so I didn't think this would be a problem. If it really bothers you, we can make a budget. It's what married couples do, right? Her offer struck me, and I realized I was being too hard on her. She sounded genuinely sorry, and she wanted to work with me on this, as a team. If she said it was an honest mistake, then it was an honest mistake. Ava wanted to love and be friends with everyone, and she was just trying to be nice. She wasn't good with money, but I could help her with that. I could manage our finances so something like this never happened again. I relaxed. That sounds helpful. I like the idea of doing married couple things with you, even while we're locked up. Ava snickered. We've been doing married couple stuff all week. I smirked. Besides that, you can handle our finances, Ava offered. I'm used to it anyway, since my parents had to regulate my spending. If someone's not telling me how much I can spend, I'll blow it all. Yeah, I've noticed, I said sarcastically. But I think this will be good for both of us. Did you still want to help me with physical therapy today? Ava asked. Yeah, of course. I placed my hands on the back of her wheelchair. I have just the place. Since the doctors didn't give a shit about Ava's treatment, it was up to me to help her with physical therapy. I wheeled her to cell block 7, to the room where Chansey had stashed his stolen workout equipment. I placed my hands on her legs, and I helped bend her knee and stretch her ankles to keep blood flowing to her legs. Ava shivered as my hands traveled up and down her legs. Everything all right? I asked. Just watching you do that, it reminds me of what it used to feel like, she said. It's sexy. I smirked. It was definitely sexy, running my hands up and down her body. Right now's not a great time, Pidge. She chuckled lightly. Are you afraid we'll get caught? You certainly wouldn't mind, I teased. You'd fuck me in front of the warden if you could get away with it. Hell yeah, I would, she said. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it too. I have this fantasy where you hang me upside down from the ceiling in the entry hall and you fuck me in front of everyone. I raised an eyebrow. Upside down? I don't even know how that would work. Oh, we'd find a way. I want the warden to know exactly how much I don't give a fuck about anything he says. By giving a fuck in front of him, I laughed. Ava chuckled, and I was happy to hear she was having a good time. Exactly. It was Ivy's suggestion, really. I frowned. I thought you and Ivy weren't talking. Not really, but I still want to help him, she said. He'll get better. I know he will. Ava couldn't see the reality of the situation. What Ivy had done was unforgivable. I had no interest in helping them after what they'd done to her. Ava started rambling, talking so quickly it was hard to keep up. She really was on one of her high days. I really hoped she didn't crash later this week, because since she'd gotten in that wheelchair, her lows had been worse than ever. I'd been having trouble getting her out of them. I'm actually sure he'll be fine, Ava continued on without missing a beat. You know, Monica and I had a fight once, and we didn't talk for months, but we worked it out, and everything got better, just like I knew it would. Ivy's going through a hard time right now, like all of us. She kept talking, but I didn't hear her. When Ava drew a parallel between Monica and Ivy, it was striking. I realized Ava was trying so hard to save Ivy because she was trying to make up for not being able to save Monica. Ivy was the troubled friend she was going to rescue this time around. It didn't matter that Ivy had betrayed her, because in Ava's eyes, they could still be saved. And I admired that so much, but I feared she'd get hurt in the process. I want to believe you about Ivy getting better, but until they're recovered, I don't want you around them, I said. I didn't want to be the guy who told my wife what to do, but Ivy wasn't safe. It was my job to protect her. How can I help if I abandon Ivy? Ava replied. You're not abandoning Ivy by taking care of yourself. I'm not trying to control you. That's the last thing I want. But Ivy hurt you, and that's a hard line from me. This is not a good situation, and I'm not letting you get in the middle of it. If Ivy starts treatment, then we can revisit this. But until then, I need to know you're safe. I hated this, but I wasn't going to budge on it. Ivy had stolen pills from Ava, and she couldn't be in a situation where she was vulnerable like that again. Especially not from someone she considered a friend. All right. Ava sounded defeated, but she let it drop. I think she understood more than she was willing to admit. Hand me those weights, would you? Ava seemed to like working out, which was great for us because it gave us a thing to do together. More couple time was always a plus. Ava told stories about dance class back in Kinpago while she lifted weights, and I stretched out her legs. She didn't talk about home much. I wondered if she was trying to distract herself too. Ava and I went our separate ways for our majors. I told Oberoi to stay with Ava, and I counted my steps as I made my way to advanced criminal justice. I took my seat, and someone plopped into the seat next to me, tossing a bag onto the desk. Lucky you. I'm early enough to snag a seat by the man of the hour. I furrowed my brow. Chansey? Of course. Who else smells this good? He waved his hand through the air, fanning his scent toward me. Ancestors, he must have put on a whole bottle of body spray this morning. It was gross. I started coughing. That shit was illegal at the prison. Where'd you get that stuff? I cut off because I realized the answer before I finished. You made a bet to get your hands on it, didn't you? I won it in a card game, so sue me, Chansey said nonchalantly. Gambling's what got you here in the first place, I hissed. You said you stopped when you and Ivy got together. I did, Chansey replied. That doesn't mean I can't start up again. You know it's not good for you. If you don't stop now, you're going to take it too far. Relax, Chansey said. I know how to control myself. I don't have a reason to stop anymore. Chansey was a filthy liar. If he could control his gambling, he wouldn't be at the Institute, and he wouldn't have ended up taking bets for Fight Club. I hoped his addiction didn't send him back there. It'd have been hell getting him out. I didn't put my ass on the line with Captain to get you out of Fight Club so you could blow what little progress you've made on cards, I growled. It's not a big deal, Chansey insisted. I'm only taking good bets so I have something to show for when I get out of this place. What are you talking about? You really inspired me, you know that, Charlie? You want to be a bounty hunter. At first I figured it was kind of stupid because I didn't think you'd ever have a chance at being one, what with your record and all. Thanks for that. Hear me out. Anyway, you didn't give up on it, and so I kind of thought I could be one too. You gave me the idea that I could have a good life once I graduate, and, well, I figured I could use the gambling money I've got to get our practice off the ground. That is, if you want to be partners. I choked up. I didn't think I'd ever inspired anyone. Most people in this major didn't really care about it. They joined more or less to learn how to avoid the criminal justice system once they got out of here. Chansey actually cared about making things better in the world. Better than that, he wanted to be a bounty hunter, too. Be my partner and fight crime together. I'm honored. I'd love to start something like that with you. We'd be good partners, I said. Yeah, I had an idea that once you and me set up shop, I'd be able to put some money away for me and... He trailed off. For Ivy? I asked. I thought you two broke up. We did. But, I asked. There is no but, Chansey insisted. Ives and I are over. Then why are you still using their nickname? I asked. Chansey fell quiet for a few beats. I sighed. Look, if you want to have a future with Ivy, you're going to have to do some deep soul searching, because what you did was really fucked up. You really hurt Ivy. Ivy wasn't the only one on my shit list. Chansey was one of my best friends, but what he'd done was fucked too. You're on Ivy's side then? He accused. Hell no, I said. I'm not taking sides. Then you got to understand, Chansey pleaded. You and me, we're cut from the same cloth. I grew up around that shit. Drugs everywhere. I've seen more friends die from overdoses than killed on the streets. Too many of them corked off right in front of me. I sure thought I'd had enough of it, but clearly I didn't have my fill, because I got tied up with Ivy. You can't say it was nothing, I argued. It's definitely messed up, but you still care. You've cared about Ivy since before you guys got together. Yeah, well, I knew better. That's what you get for falling in love with a prostitute. Don't be like that, I said scathingly. How could you sleep with Scarlett? Seriously, what were you thinking? I just lost it when I found out Ives was stealing pills, Chansey confessed. The nightshade Yeah, I knew about it for a while, but I've had my fair share of it too, and I figured I could get Ives off it eventually. But then I saw Ives take those pills, and I thought about Ava. Oh, she was all hooked up to those machines and dying. We had a real big argument, but Ives made it pretty clear that the pills were more important than us. Than me. His hand shook beside me. And I got so mad thinking about Ivy stealing those pills from her. So I wanted to hurt Ivy like Ava had been hurt. Like I'd been hurt. That was the only way I could figure how to do it. So I set it all up and made sure Ives walked in. I couldn't give a shit about Scarlet. She was just a tool. I wanted Ives to see. What the fuck is wrong with you? I asked in disgust. Ava and I had our problems, but these two were completely insane. Toxic didn't even come close to describing how fucked up they were. I wasn't brave enough to break up to their face, Chansey admitted. This was easier. You could have broken up without going the abusive route. Yeah, I knew what I said, but Chansey needed some tough love. He sighed, like he knew he'd fucked up. I didn't know how. I loved them too much. That's not good enough, I growled. In fact, that makes it worse. I can't watch them die, Charlie. I'll never get over it. So don't ask me to give Ives another chance, because you never get over Ava either. I know. I saw it. And I don't ever want to be in a situation like you were in. Because if that was Ivy and I fucking found them... Chansey cut off. It sounded like he'd wiped his face on his sleeve. He cleared his throat and said, Anyway, I ain't talking about this no more. I won't say anything else about it, but nothing's right unless Ava and I are okay. I think it's like that for you and Ivy, too. I heard him sink in his chair. No way. I'm done. Professor Job cleared his throat at the front of the room, and it was obvious the conversation was done. I felt bad for Chansey, but I didn't bother talking to him about it further. I could only help these people so much. We listened to Job's lecture about the various high-profile criminals who had gone through the prison system on Dark Island. We discussed their criminal history and how they'd been caught by criminal profilers. They had all died inside the adult penitentiary, most of them decapitated by other inmates. Like most of our criminal justice material, it was meant to scare us. Job never mentioned the ones who had been reformed, only those who had met horrible deaths. Toward the end of the hour, our professor announced the details of our final paper. Criminal profiling is a department of the United Supernatural Union that seeks to identify personality traits and personal history of specific criminals who don't leave enough evidence behind to prosecute. You will be required to write a criminal report on an active criminal within the supernatural community. In your report, you will detail the history of the crimes and present a profile outlining the suspect's personality and behavioral characteristics. In cases of exceptional research, these profiles have been sent directly to the Union, and they've been used to catch criminals in the real world. You could prove to be a hero. I suggest you start thinking about the subject of your profile now. You'll be turning in your project proposal tomorrow. That didn't leave us much time. Something about the project rubbed me the wrong way. You could be a hero. They didn't want us becoming heroes, so what was this about? Cheap labor, I realized. The Union wanted us to help them catch criminals, even though we were criminals ourselves. They probably hoped we'd out our friends. Hell, they'd draw up criminal profiles for us based on our own analysis. I didn't think I had too much to worry about, considering I didn't personally know anyone in the supernatural community outside of the Institute. Now I just had to pick someone. But who? I found my way to the villain's den after class. Cartoons played on the TV, and the sound of the air hockey table whirred. I hoped she was here. "Charlie, over here," Kallie called. Bingo. I went over to her and sat down. "You look bummed," she mentioned. I heard her scribbling something down, and I wasn't sure if it had to do with her map. She didn't offer any information. "I was thinking you could help me," I said. "I have to write a criminal profile for my major, but I don't know anything about the criminals in the Supernatural Society. You used to hunt criminals before you were arrested. Would any of them work for my paper?" "Charlie Walken, you've come to the right place." Kallie sounded excited. She set her art supplies aside. "If you want to get an A on this paper, write about the doll maker." "Why is that such a sure thing?" I asked. Because I know everything there is to know about that sick fuck, she said. I could write this paper with my eyes closed. Do you know how to write a criminal profile, or even where to begin coming up with one? I asked. Kallie hesitated. Not really, but I know his history. Every victim, time of death, all of it. I've even kept up to date since I've been at the Institute. He's still killing? My mouth became dry. To think I was behind bars for stealing a boat, and this guy was still out there. It made me want to upchuck my own intestines. How many? 10 girls since I've been here, Kallie said. So that makes 22 victims. 22? I nearly choked. And they haven't found this guy yet? How's that possible? This man deserved the death penalty and worse. He's very good at what he does, Kallie said. I was dead set on catching him and putting him behind bars before I was sentenced here. He was the one criminal that managed to get away from me. God's how I'd love to take out that sack of shit. Between you and me, maybe we could piece this together, I said hopefully. Kallie knew his history, and I knew how to get into the mind of a criminal. I'd been around criminals all my life and had been studying them in class for months. After all, I was one myself, though I was nothing like this monster. Maybe we could get this guy off the streets. Here's what I know, Kallie said. He kills at night, every time. All of his victims have been young women, fey sorceresses, between the ages of 13 and 22. He cuts their wings off and takes them as mementos. After he kills them, he dresses his victims up as dolls and poses them. I almost second-guessed my desire to write about this guy. He was a real sicko. But someone had to get him off the streets, and if my profile was of any use to the Union, maybe he would be found and executed. How do you know all this? I asked. I broke into the Molovian records office when I was hunting him back home. I saw the crime scene photos, Kallie said. And one more thing. She leaned in to whisper so no one else would hear. I followed him one night. Kallie, you could have been killed, I hissed. Look, he's good at what he does, but I'm better, she insisted. Or I would have been if I hadn't been arrested before I could identify him. Anyway, I got to the body too late, but I did find evidence. I know how he kills his victims, which the police haven't released. The suspense was killing me. I leaned in closer and asked, How? He kills by bloodletting. Shivers traveled down my spine. A real sicko indeed. I hated asking this next question, but it was critical for my profile and could give us some clues on how to catch him. Does he sexually assault his victims? No, there's no signs of rape. My guess is he gets sexual gratification from the act of killing itself. I nearly gagged. I couldn't imagine how anyone could find sexual pleasure in murder. I was going to have to entertain the idea, though, because if we were going to catch this guy, I had to get inside his head one way or another. Kallie sighed. And he leaves no DNA behind either, or any magical traces that can be helpful to the investigation, which is very unusual. Usually these types of crimes are easy to trace, because the scenes he leaves behind are sloppy. But somehow the police still have no idea who this guy is. It's a performance for him, I said confidently. He likes to take his time and watch his victims die, but he dresses them up as if they're a part of the act, a participant. Kallie sounded intrigued by my analysis. It's not his way of posing them like a trophy, then? No, that's what the wings are for, I said. Dressing the victims up indicates he's creating a scene out of his fantasies. He's probably young himself, still identifying with the ages of his victims, but he's aging them down because he's fixated on a girl from his childhood. Something bad must have happened to him, and she was central to his trauma. His victims are made to be participants, and killing them is his way of fulfilling the fantasy he never got to play out with this other girl. Do you think the person committing these murders performed other crimes first? Kallie asked. I could never connect him to any other crimes. Perhaps I overlooked something. It's possible, I said. There are groups of serial rapists who move on to becoming serial killers because they no longer get the same emotional high from the domination aspect of the sexual assault, so they have to take it a step further and take the life away from the victim in order to receive that high. Then, as they keep killing, they make the murders riskier in order to get high from the gamble of potentially getting caught by police. He might have escalated to murder because he needs the thrill of humiliating his victim, like addicts need to retain the high from drugs. But maybe he's not one of these guys. That's still a lot of assumptions. Let me guess, when he dresses up the victims, it's always the same? He always puts them in a navy blue dress. It's the same girl, over and over. No, it's a doll, Kallie said. I think you're looking too deep into this. He's a sicko, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. He probably got his kicks chopping off dolls' heads as a kid, and he escalated to real people. You don't do that without some serious issues, I pointed out. This guy was severely traumatized. Kallie got quiet for a moment, then said, So he wants to kill her, the girl who hurt him. No, actually, he wants to impress her, I realized. He's not that helpless little kid anymore. He wants to show her he's powerful. That doesn't make any sense, Kallie said. He's exercising power over her. If it's a fantasy about killing her, she must be the one who hurt him. I shrugged. It's my first time creating a profile. I'm not saying it's perfect, but I'd wager a bet that I'm onto something. And when the Union finally finds him, I hope he's young enough to be sentenced to the Institute. I'll gladly bloodlet him like he did his victims. Charlie, Kallie said harshly. Don't lecture me, I replied. You were an assassin. You just admitted you've thought about killing this guy countless times. Of course I have, she hissed. But what good does it do? It feels good taking out monsters who do nothing but hurt people. You think you're doing the right thing and protecting everyone. But once you start, it's hard to stop. I've already done it before. I could do it again. And if the doll maker ends up here, I won't hesitate. That asshole is mine. But you, Charlie, she breathed a heavy sigh. I can't watch you become what I was. I've killed people before, I said bluntly. And that's what terrifies me, she whispered harshly. Killing in a time of war is an entirely different feeling than hunting people down, okay? I got addicted to acting as judge, jury, and executioner to the people I assassinated. I started assassinating people when I was 14, Charlie. Did those predators deserve it? Probably, but why was that my call? I hope to the gods that warlock you killed in the hallway will be your last, because I can't see you lose yourself in this. Kallie was always pretty serious, but this was on a whole other level. Forget Cell Block 9. Forget hell. This was deeper and darker than anything I could ever imagine. All right, I told her. I won't go there. You better not. I'll be holding you to that promise, Kallie said darkly. Problem was, I wasn't sure if I could keep it. Kallie didn't mention our conversation after that. I thought she might say something in our demigod lesson the following week, but she didn't. I couldn't tell if she knew I was lying about my promise not to kill people. It wasn't that I wanted to, but I would. If it meant protecting the people I loved and putting some dirtbags in the ground, I wouldn't hesitate anymore, because I was done putting myself and my friends in danger, trying to keep my morals intact. This was prison. You had to do what you had to do in order to survive. And sometimes that meant becoming something you didn't want to be, and choosing to kill or be killed. I put it out of my mind and focused on the lesson. We gathered in Hemlock's secret illusion room, honing in on our demigod powers. Battle magic sparked in my fingers, and I felt the heat ripple up my arms. It was an elf power I had yet to tap into, and it made me feel powerful. This has got to be it, I said. I've always been good at fighting. This must be my demigod power. I'm not sure, Takahashi said thoughtfully. We should keep our possibilities open. He walked around me, while Cali and Marcus levitated themselves around the room with their telekinesis. It was no surprise those two were meant for each other. Their powers could be so similar at times. They were supposed to be practicing simultension. They'd been trying to combine Callie's time powers with Marcus's seer powers to look into the future and influence future events. It wasn't working, and they'd gotten bored. I wasn't sure that was something we were capable of, even as demigods, but Takahashi insisted we try everything. Ava sat near me. She was humming, so I knew she was deep in thought. She and Takahashi were both inspecting me, trying to figure out what the hell my demigod power could be.
Perhaps it's best if we don't force this,
Oberai said. Easy for you to say, I told her. You're not the one destined to save the world. She ruffled her feathers.
Technically, since I share a soul with the two of you, and the prophecy is about you, it's my duty to help.
Then perhaps you can give us a hint, I suggested. You knew Ava's power before the rest of us.
That's because she had already used it,
Oberai said.
I was able to sense the difference in her magic. I've told you before, I don't know everything.
Well, that's helpful, I said sarcastically. I was getting frustrated. We'd been at these lessons for weeks, and even Marcus was further along than I was. I mean, he hadn't exactly figured out his demigod power, but his warlock magic was improving. This is good, Ava said. If Oberai can feel our demigod powers once you use them, and she hasn't felt yours yet, it means it's something you haven't used before. We can narrow it down. So not battle magic, then, I said in disappointment. What if it's not tied to my elf powers or my elementai powers? Charlie, Ava said softly, I think we already know. I was drawing a blank. I've tried everything. Earth, air, energy manipulation, battle magic. Wait, strong elves have unique powers. What if I have something like mind reading? Maybe, but there's one thing we haven't tried yet, Ava said. Illusions. My stomach dropped when she said it. No way. I couldn't create illusions. Never in a million years. Elf illusions weren't the same as Fey illusions. They couldn't become solid, which meant the magic was all in the visuals. Ava must have noticed my unease because she quickly added, I have some ideas. It's not going to work, I insisted. Without being able to feel what I'm creating, I can't do it.
Those are strong words for a guy who's destined to save the world,
Oberai said. You think it's so easy? Then you do it, I told Oberai. You're part of my soul. You have access to my powers.
If I could, I would have already, just to stop your whining,
Oberai said in a snarky tone. Ava-Marie's right, Takahashi said. Elf illusions may not become solid, but there are other elements to the illusion. Scent, for example. I paused. Scent. I could work with that. I guess we could start there. I'm going to need some help from Kallie. Did I hear my name? Cali and Marcus landed, though Kallie was so quiet on her feet I barely heard her. Marcus practically shook the whole room when he fell onto the floor. Rishi let out a scared yowl as he scampered out of the way. Any tips on creating illusions? I asked. It's all in your imagination, Kallie instructed. The way it works with Fey magic, you have to believe in the illusion you're creating. The stronger your belief, the stronger the illusion becomes in reality. That's why our illusions can become solid. But I can't do that because I'm not a Fey, I said. The concept is the same. Let's start by picking a scent. Roses? Marcus suggested, almost too quickly. Did the guy have a thing for flowers or something? Sure, I said. I could try roses. All you have to do is imagine the scent in your mind, Kallie said. Then believe it into existence. It sounded easier said than done, but I closed my eyes and tried to imagine I was in a field of roses, inhaling their scent. A whole minute must have passed, and nothing changed. It's not working, I finally said. What's going on in your head? Kallie wondered. Maybe I can help. I'm imagining I'm standing in a field of roses, I said. You've got to go deeper than that, Kallie told me. This isn't a daydream. You need to make it real. Don't put yourself in the field of roses. Bring the roses to you, into this room. Believe that it is already done, and it will be. My eyebrows pinched together. I didn't know how I could believe in something that wasn't real, but Kallie knew more about illusions than I did, so I had to follow her lead. I started by getting into my body, feeling the ground beneath my feet and listening to the sound of Ava's breathing to ground me in the moment. Then I imagined the room filling with roses, pictured their soft, silky petals and sharp thorns. I imagined what it would smell like if the room was full of roses, like a flower shop. I smell roses, Kallie said in excitement. It threw me off initially because I didn't smell anything. Could I have actually done it? Yeah, I think I smell something too, Marcus said. It's definitely floral. Oh, they smell so sweet, Ava added.
So divine,
Oberai said sarcastically, and I took a playful swipe at her. She fluttered out of the way. A job well done, Takahashi encouraged. Tingles of magic spread through my body, so light I barely noticed it. It wasn't like the other magic I'd cast before. Slowly, the scent filled my nose. It was light at first, but as my friends began to show excitement, the smell became stronger. "Holy shit! I actually did it!" I said. "You did it!" Kallie cried in excitement. "Do you want to know the secret? We didn't actually smell anything at first." "You were lying?" I asked. "We were demonstrating," Kallie clarified. "I was trying to get you to believe you'd done it, because you can only create an illusion if you believe it's already complete. Once you thought you'd already cast it, it happened. I wasn't mad that they lied to me. I'd actually accomplished progress, and that made me feel powerful." "This is great! What else can I do?" I wondered. "I said I had an idea," Ava announced. "I don't know if it'll work, but the least we can do is try. Charlie has powers the other elves don't. I wonder if he can use simultension on himself to make his illusions solid, like how I used simultension on myself during the Dark Games to combine fire and water." "That's a very good theory," Takahashi said. "Would you like to try it, Charlie?" "How would it work?" I asked curiously. "Illusion mixed with earth. You think I could make a tree solid? Just create plants out of nothing?" "I think that's exactly where we need to start," Ava said. "Just remember, it is already done," Kallie encouraged. I drew a deep breath, hoping to soak up some of her confidence. "All right, I've got this." I pulled my earth magic to the surface and held it there. A spruce tree sprang to mind immediately, since Christmas trees reminded me of Ava. I imagined the tree sprouting in the center of the room. I pictured its strong, piney scent and the brush of needles across my fingertips. It was already here, I told myself. Hemlock never took down her Christmas tree. She spent 3 hours decorating it, and she had to go into Shade Hills for extra ornaments. Tingles spread across my skin as I continued creating the story in my mind. I felt my earth magic intermingle with my illusion magic, and my confidence soared. Hemlock chose icicle ornaments with glitter on them because they remind her of winter in Malovia. The Fae can be over the top with things, so of course she used 10 strings of lights. "Oh, Charlie, it's beautiful!" Ava cried. "I did it?" I asked, a little shocked. I shouldn't have been, considering I was actually starting to believe the story I was telling myself. "I love Christmas, and not just because it's my birthday," Ava said. "Look how pretty it is!" "Impressive indeed," Takahashi said genuinely. "Wow, you got the lights and everything," Marcus said. "The icicles are gorgeous," Kallie added. "Ice skating is a big deal in Malovia. This tree reminds me of home." I didn't know if they were just trying to make me feel better, lying as they had before to make me believe it. But Kallie couldn't have known I was going for a Malovian aesthetic. I must have really nailed it. "It's all white," Kallie said. "Did you do that on purpose, to make it look like snow?" I shook my head. I didn't really think about the colors, because that's not how I experience the world. I bet I can work on it, though. Rishi must have liked it, because I heard an ornament clink to the ground, and he started meowing as he batted it around the room. Ava wheeled herself forward and took my hand. "Come see it, Charlie." I stepped to the center of the room, and a strong pine scent filled my nose. I reached out, my fingers grazing across the spruce needles. Amazed, I continued running my hands around the tree. I could feel the strings of lights, right down to the heat they emitted. My fingers trailed over the smooth ornaments until they met the rough glitter swirling into beautiful shapes across the glass. How is this possible, I wondered. I mean, I should be able to make a tree with simultension, but the rest of this?
"You're a demigod," Oberai reminded me. "Your illusions must be stronger than the other elves. It could be your special elf power. I definitely felt something different when you cast this illusion. I think we may have found your demigod power."
"That's wonderful!" Ava cried before turning to the others. "Oberai thinks illusions are Charlie's power." I got excited. If I can feel what it's like to make things solid through simultension, I might be able to make any illusion solid. "Your illusion is different than the Fae's, though," Kallie observed as she paced around the tree. "I can't quite figure it out. This is more solid than my illusions. It's like I can't tell it's made of magic. Most Fae could only conjure a visual and scent at most, or make it solid without the smell. This is impressive. It's actually real. That must have something to do with combining my earth powers into the illusion, I theorized. With illusion magic like this, we could escape the Institute, Marcus exclaimed. I shook my head. Not with all the Inferikites surrounding the property. I'd never get an illusion to hold near the fence. Then we'll have to find another way out, Ava suggested. Charlie's illusion magic just might be our key to escape.